Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Wednesday, April the 6th. It is 10:06 a.m. I'm running about 30 minutes pronto, but it's okay though, man. It's okay. I hope you guys having a good morning, man. So far, I hope you guys enjoying your day, man. But wake up, get up. It's time to get up. It's time to make some money, man. This is live coverage from the stock and crypto market, live ideas of thought and studies. This is not financial advice on this stream or with this company. With that being said, let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. So far, as you can see, the market is getting sold off here. We finally found that top. That top is in now. The top is definitely keyed in here. You see the volatility has spiked up all the way. The VIX is back up here at $24. You guys just topped out. So it's not looking good for the bulls anymore. We're looking like we're heading right back to the trend reversal, you guys. We might be heading right back to that bear market. But right now, definitely, it's still slightly a bull market, but it's slipping. The trend is about to change here at any moment if it keeps dumping like this, and we're going to be back in the bear market, you guys, just that fast. And once that's done, it'll be a situation where bulls will have to gain momentum to get that market back. As of right now, bears got full momentum. They can take over if they continue this to the downside here today. The spot is at 445. So since we've been open here, the first 30 minutes, the spot just sold off. As you can see, portfolio up about 10% here today. Just caught an Amazoner all the way to the downside, rode it all the way to what I thought could have been the possible bottom. As you can see, they got me. I got out at about 31.80. I exited 31.80. Yeah, I was done with it at 31.80. And they're lower than that now. Amazon's still selling off. I think they're going to continue to go down all day probably. But me, I'm a different type of trader. This business is different here. We like to definitely wait till the FOMC minutes come out. Usually don't like to get in there before FOMC minutes, but just the simple fact, uh, just the simple fact that it's selling off how it is, you got to join the action. Why not do what you got to do? But the market is definitely selling off here. This is not a pullback. This is a sell off right here. This ain't no pullback. So keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. The trend is kind of it's kind of reversing on us, you guys. It actually is like turning on us here. Like I said, if the spot can break this level and get to about 440, we're really back in the bear market that fast. So all of that 450, 446 and above, that's all bull market. Now that we're below 446, it doesn't look like we're going to try to retrace that level anytime soon. We're heading into a bear market, you guys. The trend is reversing on us as we speak here. So just wanted to let you guys know that, man. Stay cautious out there. Like I said, I just opened up the live stream here. We're just now getting started. We do have economic data here today. It is looking like it's going to only be about the statement here, not that. Excuse me, that's Tuesday. So we're looking at Wednesday. Is that Wednesday? Yeah, today's Wednesday, April 6th. So we're looking at this. So it looks like a Fed President Patrick Harker, he's speaking or spoke right now. And then, we got the FOMC minutes at 2 p.m. That's what's going to shake the market. That's what's going to really move the market. You see the market moving now, but it's really going to move at 2 p.m. at the FOMC minutes. So keep that in mind. But yeah, man, really like that's kind of the only thing to be anticipating as of right now is that like I said, today's Wednesday, April the 6th. So that's really kind of like we're getting in. We're 6 days into April. You're seeing, as you're seeing now, don't believe everything you hear. They say statistics say the market's supposed to be bullish during this time period. Well, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it right now. Bulls definitely getting weak here, turning around, going back to the downside. Like I said, if you're looking at the chart here, zoom out here from a perspective, a different perspective. It's already mountain here. The chart is starting to mountain on the spot. We're on the other side. We're not on the left side anymore. Having a pullback here. Now, if the spot can pick back up here, obviously at 450 today, yeah, we're still bullish all the way. But this level right here is kind of like bull. It's like a bull bear market here. This is where they fight. This is where they fight heavy, and they're going to be fighting for a while for that. So just keep it in mind, man. Just keep that in mind. What's going on? be prone to your surroundings and not actually prone, but I mean just know what you get into. You know what I'm saying? Know what you get into. Know what's going on. Like I said, the trend is changing literally right in front of us, so you need to know that and respect it. Don't try to check it. But at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, the market is down here, down bad actually, man. It's not looking really good. So Biden extends payment pause on federal student loans until September. So that's not good. Biden extends payment pause on federal student loans until September. So we had a Fed speaker yesterday. Her it was a female, you guys. So I know there's a laugh.
Huh? 我勒个去！我勒个去来，老铁们，前铁上。Make more time.
Okay, that's what I was. Okay, I finally found it. So yeah. She it was. I thought it was a whole time. I thought it was a male speaker. It said there her name is like they call her like Bernard or Bernard. And I don't know. She the one that spooked the market yesterday and caused it to do what it's doing now. And remember I told you those Fed speakers, man, they shake the market, they move it around. Let me see it right here. Yesterday it was member Brain. They call her Brain. They say Brainard. Bernard. This is a woman. I thought that was a male, so I didn't see her say it live, but I seen the clips after hours yesterday. And yeah, it's a female. She shook the market yesterday. She took it down. She said something about the rate hikes. Something she had said. Let me pull it up. I'm going to be actually correct. I don't want to be just telling you guys anything, but I know what she actually said. She actually had said, "We are allowed to, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. If you're just now tuning in, but yeah, the Dow loses 200 points yesterday. So this is yesterday. She had said, indicated the central bank could take a more aggressive approach to its tightening policy. So that kind of like investors didn't. I was like, huh? They didn't like that. So they brought the market down. A lot of people started selling their positions again, and just getting back to the sideline, being neutral with the market, and not too overly bullish and not too overly bearish. Because when you got Fed members that saying things like that and things of that nature, it's gonna spook you up. It's going to cause you to think. You know what I'm saying? So just keep all that in mind. Just keep all that in mind. Be positive and respectful. Really, that's all you can do when it boils down to those type of situations and those things. But yeah, she did shake the market, and so just know that that is in play here. It looks like another Fed speaker. What I was telling you this morning, this is a Harker guy. He said something different. He said is actually concerned about inflation, sees deliberate rate hikes. So the market probably scratching its head on that too. I would assume because we sold off again this morning, and he said that. So I don't think they're taking what these Fed members are saying too positive here. So just keep that in mind. Like I said, volatility spiked up here, you guys. We're back up here at $24 on the VIX. The VIX was just down at 19. So that lets you know the difference now. 19 to 24. It's a huge spike. Stocks got to come down. They got to come back down to reality world. And that's just kind of what you're seeing right now. So just kind of like you got to just stay patient, man. Stay cautious. Um, most of you knew. Most of you knew. Most of you were prepared. Some of you are still getting prepared. So it's nothing wrong with getting prepared or knowing before others. It's okay either or. At the end of the day, you still got to play the economic data. Nobody's right or wrong here. You're not going to be right every day. Obviously, you're not going to be wrong every day either. But my thing is just be positive and respectful of others because everybody's on different sides, obviously. But what I do want you to understand is the FOMC minutes will shake this market up again. So whatever is happening now, it won't be happening at 2 p.m. It'll be a whole different ball game. Right now, I'm seeing a bounce off the bottom of the spot. So if the spot can reach back 446, you guys, the Bulls still got this market. But right now, it's a half and half market here. This is a bull bear market. They're fighting. They're right back to that middle. If the spot goes to 440, it's a bear market again that fast. So right now, we are in a kangaroo market, you guys, overall, as far as people fighting for positions and trends here. But as far as the indices now, the Dow's down 75%, the SP 500 is down 1.22%, the Nasdaq's down 2.32%, the Russell 2000 is down 1.58%, the VIX is up 15.64%, you guys, up $24.32. So the VIX is mad high. We got a bullish VIX, then we got a bearish market. Remember that, and that's what we're seeing right now, ladies and gentlemen. The spot's fighting to bounce right back up here to the middle. VWAP 446. Hopefully it makes it. If it makes it, hopefully it breaks it. If it don't, we do know it's coming back down. That's what we do know. It's coming back down at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We're still setting up here things. It looks like Cramer's doing some morning meeting live situation. I don't really get into the Cramer hype. So well, I guess since it's live, let's click on it. Since it's live, right? Since it's live, let's click on it. Become a member, access. Oh, so we can become a member and then sign into this apparently and see what Cramer's talking about. Let me see. Who wants to hear Cramer talk? He's the guy. The market is a bull market. It's a bull market, you guys. I bet she's feeling like a jackass donkey of the day. But we all should. And then that was another thing too, you guys. We had Jim Cramer saying that we was in a bull market after we had already been in the bull market for 2 or 3 weeks prior. He's talking about we just now entered it. No, you just now entered it, and now you just now lost all your bread too because you bought at the top. You late, and you advising motherfuckers to buy at the top. That is really not good, bro. That's an illegal American scam right there. Like, he's an analyst for CNBC. Come on now, he's telling y'all to buy at the high. Like, what the type shit that he's got going on? Man, just be careful, man, when you listening to these people, these tops supposed to be helping you people out on TV. They remember they gonna help themselves. They don't give a shit about you. So keep that in mind. Why would I subscribe $400 or $50 a month, Jim Cramer, to just do what the fuck you doing? Man, this is bullshit. Are you sure you want to leave? Yes, I want to leave. If I gotta pay, look at this shit, y'all. I have to pay. Yeah, I'm an analyst for a Discord community. Should I be charging this much? I mean, like, what the fuck here? Look, $3.99 for a year. He's trying to tell you he's giving you a deal, $4.99. Off of the information you just told me, Jim Cramer, you just told me we were entering a bull market. Now we're sitting looking here like we're in a fucking bear market again. Why would I pay $4.99, $3.99 for you to tell me that we entering a bull market and I probably would have bought the high and lost? That's bad analyst advice, dude. Why would I pay this much? This is literally paying his bills, you can tell. Then anything extra, he's just set for life. This is bullshit. Like, I would not recommend, I'm not a financial advisor either, but I'm just saying I would never pay this type of plan for anybody. Why? One, because this information is out here free. You can get this from anybody. You can get this from yourself, literally. You can teach yourself this. Why would I sit here and pay this? And I'm trying to put that amount in the market. Say the total 426. Okay, cool, Jim. I want to put 426 in the fucking market and flip it, Jim Cramer. Why the fuck would I give it to you just for some advice and you made me lose? I don't even have that to play with. You just made me lose. I gave you that and I put whatever I had left and I lost. Now how am I winning, Jim Cramer? Stop with the cap. There is no investing club. There's no such thing. It's all in your head. It's all in your mind. Do your own research. Do your own due diligence. Now there are some people that like me, you know, and they understand what I'm saying right now and they get it, the fees and all that stuff. That's why LCAOD provides opportunity, man. And somebody said, you know what I'm saying? LCAOD has officially became Uncle LCA. We're gonna call LCAOD Unc from now on. So yeah, Unc, right? Yeah, Unc be right, man. Uncle LCLD be writing, be trying to provide opportunity for you little young hooligans. But y'all y'all just y'all, man. Y'all just y'all. But ladies and gentlemen, the Spy is bouncing back up here, here off the bottom. I just wanted to show y'all guys that. I thought we was gonna be able to watch it for free, but Jim Cramer trying to charge an arm and a leg, and we ain't having it. We leaving. We getting out of here. Screw you, Jim. You're not that serious or important. So yeah. But stocks fall for a second day as rates jump with the Fed set to tighten policy aggressively. So that's what's spooking markets here, you guys. They're going to tighten the policy aggressively here, and people not having it here. So we do got sky high deals here. JetBlue offers $3.6 billion for Spirit Airlines in an all cash deal. So that's what had Spirit Airlines on the high yesterday. I don't know if you guys caught that or saw it, but they definitely were on the high yesterday. Yeah, man, the market is red. The Nasdaq's down 2.35%, leading the way down. We do still got FOMC, so how that's going to play it out is just basically the statement is going to not the it's kind of like a statement, minutes, whatever paperwork. It's going to drop on the internet. People are going to see it. It's going to read it. As soon as 2 p.m. hit, it's going to move the market before people can start reading. Now people are going to read this the new minutes and see if anything's updated. If nothing has updated with the Fed policy or the minutes, um, excuse me, the market will probably bounce. I'm thinking the market is going to bounce here and try to land right back at 450 by the end of the day. That's the goal. Or I'm thinking it's going to land right at 440 at the end of the day. That's the goal here. Because what I'm saying is they got it right now. It's a bull bear market. We know it both. It can't be a two animal market here. We do know that one side has to win. One animal is going to win. So I think they're just going to try to land this thing right at 450, or they're going to try to land it right at 440 today. So keep that in mind. Today is going to be very critical for the FOMC minutes, whichever way it goes. That's pretty much the market we're going to be in. So right now we're in a bull / bear market. It's both here right now, and it usually don't happen. I haven't seen this in a while, so just stay cautious out there, you guys. Right now, that's the only thing you can do. The market is going to continue to sell here, so I wouldn't be advising or telling anybody to buy these dips. I would definitely wait, but to each his own. But I would definitely wait to buy any of these dips here. They're all getting sold here. So the market might come down more. Amazon's down $104, you guys. As I said, LCOD, we cashed out here right at the bottom. Brought in like right at, I want to say, I caught it at, let's see, where's it at? Excuse me. So it was probably, I caught it like right at 32.14. So at about 32.15, 32.14, I brought in, it fell all the way. My break even was like 31.87, you guys. So flushed through that quickly. When it flushed through that, it got to 31.80. Then it bounced back to 31.89. Then it came back to 31.80 again. So I just decided to exit it. Now it did keep dropping as you can see all the way down to 31.64, 63. So yeah, the market makers doubled me, or some of the smart day traders with unlimited day traders got it right behind me and took it back down. So either way it goes, man. I took my profit, hit my break even, got out. I can't buy back right now. They're trying to get me to. I think this thing is going to come down more here today, but I don't know. I want to stay cautious, you guys. I want to save my profit that I just made. I mean, you got to think 11% in a day. And it was about 2K. I took about 3 out already, but about 15% in a day. You got to think that's a whole month worth of cash here, depending on who you get it from. I got mine from Amazon, so I'm not gonna buy back yet, just because I don't want to risk that profit and put it on the line after they just gave it to me. So I want to kind of see what's gonna happen next. Really, like I said, FOMC minutes will probably make me buy back and figure out where they're heading next here. But I think they're going down. I really think Amazon is about to head down here. They lost the 200 level. 3100 levels looks like it's next prime to get wiped out. Now I do see 3100 even being support there, so keep that in mind. We got a lot of earnings coming up. It's earnings season Q2. It is April, new month, so just keep all that in mind, man. Things can change here. Statistics say the market is bullish in April. Right now, it's not showing us that, so things can change. It is still early, only been 6 days into April. So just keep all that in mind, man. Just keep all of that in mind. Man, we're gonna talk about how to quit the rat race and all of that later on. Right now, let's tune in and see if we have any live briefings. We've been live here for about 20 minutes, as you can see. We missed the first 30 minutes, but we live now, you guys. Tell a friend, tell a phone, share the link. But we're gonna talk about how to quit the rat race here. So just a little quick example of how to do it. So far, you want to save up 12 months of your living expenses. That means you want to save up to 12 months of bills, food money, gas, whatever you think you might need to survive and move around here. You want to save up to at least 12 months for that. Develop 3 or more streams, you guys. Streams is like how much money you can make, meaning that you can have 3 jobs, that's streams. You can have 4 or 5 jobs, that's streams. So just do more than one job, you guys. Don't try to just sink into one job. It drains your mental and physical health. Start making passive income. You want to make money you want to make money just flow abundantly, man. You want to make money just uh, uh, in your sleep, you guys. You want to just really, that's passive income. So have a destination in mind and just really know. That's number 4. Have a destination in mind. Have a goal. Have a goal. Know something. Know what you want to do when you do get a certain amount of money. If you want to start a business, if you always wanted to be something in the world, go for it. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're here for. That's what life is about. That's what life's about. So that's just how to quit the rat race. Simply breaking it down there, but just trying to skim through it right now. We are live here, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to kick into some news here, events. We have brother Rev Al Sharpton. He's kicking off an annual civil rights convention here. That's live. We do see the Department of Justice. They're live. And it looks like that is the only two of no, excuse me. Yeah, that's it. No, we have Treasury Secretary Yellen. She's testifying on international finance. So that's 3 briefings here. I think the one most important here, definitely towards the market, would be Yellen testifying before Congress. I didn't know that was going on. So we're going to really tune into that one first. And we're going to just skip through all of them. We're going to see what the Department of Justice is talking about on Russian criminal activity, it looks like. And then we're going to kick in with old brother Al Sharpton and see what he talking about. Old brother Al Sharpton. He kicking off an annual civil rights convention. So let's see, man. Let's tune into Yellen first. Let's see how long it's been going on, and let's learn something here. We like to learn here at LCAOD. We listen and learn. That's how we make cash over here, you guys. So about 25 minutes ago, this has been live. We're about to go live here. I'm gonna shut my mouth. I've been talking for about 30 minutes. So let's listen to someone more important than I am and learn something, you guys. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD.
Now, for example, Chairman Xi has vowed to, quote, smash, end quote, any attempts at independence by Taiwan. We've seen an unprecedented incursion by the Chinese into Taiwanese airspace, including sending dozens of planes into Taiwan's air defense identification zone. Has the administration issued a warning of sanctions or a threat of sanctions to Beijing to deter military action by China against Taiwan?
So clearly, the administration and the Treasury Department are opposed to any unilateral change in the status quo with respect to Taiwan. And we are working very closely with our partners in the administration to make sure that we have at our disposal tools to respond to provocations in that regard. I'm not going to comment on hypotheticals and what we would do in any particular scenario, but I will assure you that we are closely coordinating with all of our interagency partners to make sure that we will be able to respond appropriately.
Has the administration contemplated a sanctions strategy in the event of a Chinese move against Taiwan?
I'm not going to comment on specifics. We have put sanctions in China in place on China with respect to forced labor in Xinjiang and provocations with Hong Kong. But certainly we are concerned about Taiwan and will act as appropriate.
And that would include, including sanctioning senior leaders of the Chinese government, as has been done with Russian oligarchs. Are you to say, am I to hear from you that you're open to all tools available in the event that China moves aggressively towards Taiwan?
Absolutely. I believe we've shown that we can. In the case of Russia, we threatened significant consequences. We've imposed significant consequences. And I think that you should not doubt our ability and resolve to do the same in other situations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, who is also the chair of the House Committee on Small Businesses, now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Yellen, many of us on this committee are concerned about the potential use of cryptocurrencies and other digital assets to evade international sanctions imposed on Russia for its illegal invasion of Ukraine. The US and other G7 nations recently pledged to work together to ensure the Russian state, its elites, and oligarchs will not be able to utilize digital assets to sidestep these sanctions. How is the Treasury Department working to carry out this pledge?
Well, we are concerned about sanctions avoidance, and we recognize that digital assets present opportunities for doing exactly that. So first, I would say that we're monitoring for any attempts to use cryptocurrency to evade our sanctions, and we have ample enforcement authority, which we won't hesitate to use. We are tracking carefully, using all the tools at our disposal, the assets of oligarchs and other sanctioned individuals. We're working very closely, exchanging information on this with our partners in the so-called repo task force. The Department of Justice announced a new task force called Klepto Capture, which is designed to use U.S. law enforcement resources to identify and prosecute sanctions evasion. And FinCEN issued an alert to financial institutions to help them recognize suspicious transactions in this regard.
Thank you for that answer. Secretary Yellen, I want to commend the Treasury Department on yesterday's announcement sanctioning the virtual currency exchange Garnatex and Hydra, Russia's most prominent darknet market. On the one hand, I think this announcement demonstrates the concern I have about how the dark web and cryptocurrencies can be utilized for illicit and criminal behavior, and that cyber criminals operating in Russia often operate with support of Vladimir Putin and his regime, but more importantly, sends a message to Putin and cyber criminals around the world that the United States, in coordination with its allies, will continue to disrupt these networks and cut off all avenues for potential sanctions evasion by Russia. My next question, Secretary Yellen, is one of the many tragedies of Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine is the refugee crisis it has created. The United Nations estimates 500,000 Ukrainians have already fled, and early estimates suggested that refugee totals could reach up to 4 million. Support for Ukrainian refugees could cost hosting states as much as $30 billion over the next year, according to some estimates. How is the Treasury Department working to assess and possibly alleviate the economic and financial impact the refugee crisis is having in other countries in the region?
Thank you for that. We're very concerned about the refugee crisis. We are monitoring this situation very carefully and recognize the enormous burden that it's going to place on host governments that are already struggling with other stresses because of the pandemic and their proximity to the conflict. So we're working with other agencies and also with international partners to support the host governments and the refugees themselves. And there'll be a variety of channels, bilateral support, multilateral support. We're working with the international financial institutions. And as an example, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development recently announced a $2 billion Euro package to support Ukraine and other afflicted countries, but this will be a high priority for us.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And Secretary Yellen, thank you for joining us today. Last month, I introduced the Isolate Russian Government Officials Act to ensure that Russia becomes a pariah in certain international organizations. I was very pleased to see the committee pass this legislation unanimously in March. Could you please reply, with a simple yes or no, unless you feel the need to elaborate, regarding Russia's involvement with the following groups that are within Treasury's jurisdiction? Secretary Yellen, should Russia be removed from the G20?
So President Biden's made it clear, and I certainly agree with him, that it cannot be business as usual for Russia in any of the financial institutions. He's asked that Russia be removed from the G20,
yes.
and I've made clear to my colleagues in Indonesia
Good.
that we will not be participating in a number of meetings if the Russians are
Good,
there.
and I'm going to go down a few others because this is all codified now in my legislation that I hope will make it to the floor. So I'm pleased to hear you are echoing the position of the administration and certainly of this legislation vis-a-vis the G20. Should Russia be removed from the Financial Action Task Force?
That's one that I haven't looked into. I'll get back to you on that one, but its role certainly should be minimal.
Please do, as it is, again, part of this legislation. The media reported last month that Russia had, quote, stepped back from participating in the Financial Stability Board, FSB, but it is still listed as a member. Should Russia be removed from the FSB?
Well, certainly its role should be minimal.
Well, I would hope it would be removed from the FSB, and this is what this legislation does, that passed unanimously out of committee. I will hope that the administration, and I believe that that it has indicated such.
These are not unilateral decisions of the United States, and each one of these organizations has its own set of membership.
But we need to make a strong
rules
stance
that
ourselves as leaders in these organizations.
we've made clear that we do not want Russia to participate actively in these organizations.
So that would be the FSB. Later this month, the IMF and World Bank will hold their spring meetings. Will Russia be represented at those meetings, even virtually? And will you urge participants to refuse interacting with Russian officials?
Well, Russia is a member of the IMF, and in spite of the fact that the great majority of IMF members, I think, agree that Russia's actions are horrific, it doesn't look like it would be possible, given the rules, to remove Russia's.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is the U.S. must lead and be strong in our resolve on these sanctions and in making them the pariah in these organizations. So I'd hope that you would urge participants to refuse interacting with Russian officials vis-a-vis the IMF and World Bank.
We will denounce Russia's
Thank you.
actions in all of these fora.
Thank you very, very much. Moving on to China. As you know, China has faced major challenges in its real estate sector, including debt problems at one of its largest developers, Evergrande. China's opaque lending abroad creates contingent liabilities of unknown size, and Chinese regulators have warned about a rise in non-performing loans. Beijing has also announced restrictions on private investment in news media, which would only tighten the Chinese Communist Party's control over information and make China's economy more opaque. In your view, Madam Secretary, which parts of the Chinese financial system pose the greatest risk to stability beyond China's borders? And what is Treasury doing in the FSOC, the Financial Stability Board, and elsewhere to mitigate this risk?
Well, I do think that there is significant risks in the Chinese financial system, and the property sector is an example
Yes.
of one where there are severe risks. And importantly, a slowdown in the property sector beyond its global implications would probably weigh on China's growth outlook, which would have impacts on its economic partners. This is something we're carefully monitoring.
If you have any other information on that, I'd appreciate it in writing. We can follow up. I yield back to the chair.
Thank you. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, who is also the chair of the House Agricultural Committee, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Chair Yellen, you and the Treasury Department have refused to sanction Russian oligarch Alisher Usman, who is worth $20 billion, and who is also Vladimir Putin's favorite oligarch. And I want to know why. Why would the U.S. Treasury Department issue a special license exempting this oligarch and making it legal for him?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so it looks like we have another briefing going on. Or it just started. Oil executives, they're testifying on gas prices.
You're always asking where.
That just started 10 minutes ago. So they're hitting us in the face with pies with news today. They're bringing the news out left to right here. So just stay calm, stay cautious, listen, learn something. Let's tune into this, though. We want to hear what they're talking about. They're testifying on gas prices.
Of the global economy, depressing U.S. energy production, the global market. With that, I want to thank the witnesses for appearing before us today. I look forward to discussing the current barriers the oil and gas industry face and gaining your insights into suggested regulatory or legislative actions we need to take to restore American energy. Thank you. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Pallone, for 5 minutes.
Let me thank Chairwoman DeGette. I don't think that we could have a more important hearing than the one that you're chairing today. And we're here to get answers from the big oil companies about why they're ripping off the American people. At a time of record profits, big oil is refusing to increase production to provide the American people some much needed relief at the gas pump. Instead, they're buying back their stock at an estimated cost of about $40 billion this year. Big oil is lining their pockets with one hand and taking billions in taxpayer subsidies with the other. Meanwhile, the American people are getting ripped off as these companies choose to keep production low so that their own profits stay high. The American people are understandably fed up with these prices, and we're here today to demand answers from Big Oil about when they will finally start providing the American people some relief. As oil prices rise and Americans are hurting, the 6 oil companies testifying today made more than $75 billion in profits between them last year. It's also likely these companies will make even more money this year. In fact, on Monday, Exxon announced that its first quarter profits may be more than $9 billion. That's higher than last year's first quarter profits of $8.8 billion. And all these profits while Americans are getting taken for a ride at the gas pump. Even in the face of a devastating war in Ukraine and a bipartisan agreement to ban the import of Russian oil, several of the companies testifying today told their shareholders that they would rather make money off high prices in the market than invest in additional oil production. If these companies really wanted to do something about high gas prices, they would put their profits to work by increasing supply. Right now, the oil and gas industry has more than 9,000 approved but unused drilling permits, and they should focus on using them. The problem is not a shortage of permits or land. Big oil is choosing to keep supply low, prices high, and their pockets lined with the hard-earned dollars of struggling American consumers. And the game Big Oil is playing is unfortunately nothing new. For decades, American consumers have been subject to the whims of global petro dictators and the oil companies that benefited from doing business with them. Foreign adversaries like Russia's Putin can make prices unpredictable and unstable, and Big Oil is profiteering from our continued reliance on this volatile global commodity. Now, Republicans continue to push the same old oil above all policies, ignoring that these policies have led us to greater dependence on this volatile commodity. And where has all this gotten us? The United States now produces more oil and gas than any other country in the world, but Americans are still subject to the actions of the big oil companies. And Democrats have a different plan. We're focused on actually reducing costs for American consumers at the pump. And today, we also demand, or we're also involved in enacting 21st century all of the above policies that will give consumers real options, not just a 1970s choice between oil, diesel, and gas. The best way to protect Americans from oil price spikes is to curb our dependence on oil and transition to renewable energy, which is more stable, affordable, and generated right here at home. So Democrats have worked hard to bring real energy security to the American people. We've devoted billions of dollars to the Weatherization Assistance Program to reduce energy costs for homeowners and the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program to offset rising energy costs. We've invested in electric vehicles to give consumers a choice and make high gas prices a thing of the past. And just last week, as mentioned by Chairwoman DeGette, affordable and generated right here at home. So Democrats have worked hard to bring real energy security to the American people. We've devoted billions of dollars to the Weatherization Assistance Program to reduce energy costs for homeowners and the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program to offset rising energy costs. We've invested in electric vehicles to give consumers a choice and make high gas prices a thing of the past. And just last week, as mentioned by Chairwoman DeGette, President Biden announced an unprecedented release of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to help drive down prices for American consumers. So we've done our part, or we're doing our part, to try to produce or have more oil available on the marketplace. But now it's time for Big Oil to take some action to reduce the pain at the gas pump. Produce more oil. Produce more with the wells you have, the 9,000 permits that you're not using. I look forward to hearing from each of the witnesses today about how their companies can help the American people instead of lining their own pockets. And I certainly don't want to hear from any of them that that's not our responsibility. You know, we're just companies trying to make a buck. If anybody says that to me, I'm going to say that's unbelievable if that's your attitude here today. You can make a difference, whether it's more production or somehow, reducing prices, your wholesale prices. I don't want to hear that, we only do the wholesale prices. This is all done at the retail level. It's a lot of garbage. The bottom line is you set the wholesale price, and that's the biggest part of the retail price. So don't tell us that you can't do anything about it. You can do something about it, and we expect you to do that. Maybe it's a matter of patriotism. I don't know what to call it, but something must be done on your part. I yield back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I thank the gentleman. The chair now recognizes the ranking member of the full committee, Mrs. Rogers, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to be very clear with the American people. This hearing is a deliberate distraction. We're not convened to address the pain you've been feeling at the pump for more than a year. If that were the case, Energy Secretary Granholm would be here to discuss how we can work together to flip the switch on domestic American energy to drive down the high cost of gas prices. Today is purely political. President Biden needs cover for his war on American energy that has caused gas prices to skyrocket. First, the administration tried blaming Putin. They called it the Putin price hike. But anyone who's been filling up their tank since last January knows this is not true. The average gas price when President Biden took office was $2.38, and it climbed over $1 a gallon well before the invasion. And the American people are too smart and have not fallen for this. So the blame is shifting to the industry. This isn't a new tactic. Just last year, Energy and Commerce Democrats held a price gouging hearing to blame the increased prices Americans are facing across the board on corporate greed. Another deliberate attempt to deflect from the negative effect of the Biden administration's policies and their own record spending. The American people didn't buy it then, and they're not buying it now. President Biden and the majority Democrats should accept responsibility. This is not the Putin price hike or the result of companies suddenly deciding to make money in 2022. This is the Biden price hike, and it's been a steady climb since he took office. Energy is foundational to life. When energy prices go up, so does everything else in every part of our lives. Thanks to President Biden's skyrocketing energy prices, Americans are suffering across the board for everyday expenses. Why isn't this administration reversing course? High gas prices are a feature of this administration's policies, not a bug. President Biden seems to want high gas prices for Americans to feel pain every time they fill up their tanks. Democrats have never made driving down gas prices a priority. Why? Because they want to usher in a green revolution. If you're wondering what life is going to look like under the Green New Deal, you're getting a small taste of it now. It's not reality, and it's not something that people can afford. Oil and gas are going to be needed for decades to come. Instead of accepting this reality, they continue to shut down American energy. Sadly, this should not come as a surprise. In March 2020, candidate Joe Biden said, quote, "No more subsidies for fossil fuel industry, no more drilling on federal lands, no more drilling, including offshore, no ability for the oil industry to continue to drill, period." President Biden put in place a moratorium on new drilling. In May 2020, candidate Joe Biden pledged to stop the Keystone XL pipeline. He delivered on day one. And there are countless other examples of this administration's war on domestic American energy. This radical agenda is hurting our national security. Not only will the Democrats rush to green force America to be reliant on China, it also weakens our geopolitical leadership. We must return to the pre-Biden days of energy independence. We must lead the world in energy production to help our allies and counter our adversaries. Instead of ramping up production here, President Biden has begged OPEC and Russia to drill more oil, considered lifting sanctions on the brutal Maduro regime, wants to reinstate the Iran nuclear deal, told suffering Americans to buy an electric vehicle, and depleted our strategic petroleum reserves. Republicans are focused on solutions to drive down gas prices. I'm co-leading the American Energy from Russia Act to flip the switch on American energy and unleash production. This legislation would remove barriers to LNG exports and unlock America's energy potential by requiring leasing and permitting of energy and mineral development on federal lands and waters. It would also immediately approve the Keystone XL pipeline, force the DOE secretary to have a plan to increase domestic production before allowing any more non-emergency SPR withdrawals. We must also build energy infrastructure in America, like pipelines and LNG export facilities. We need to focus on domestic mining and critical minerals production. That's how we secure our...
So as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, they're chewing off Biden's head on that with the Russian, with the gas price situation. This is crazy. Like I said, I know you guys probably seen that sticker on some type of pump there. That Joe Biden sticker says, "I did that." That's funny, man. That is hilarious. So that was a viral thing. I think that was like some people probably even just starting to just pass it around like anti-Biden, just doing it. You know what I'm saying? That's funny though. But right now, yeah, it's 10:55 a.m. You guys, we're approaching the European market close here at 11:30 a.m. The market is trying to find support here in the middle, but it looks like it's going to get rejected again. So far, it did bounce off 444.50. It bounced back to 445.79. Got rejected right here at 445.24 on the spot right now. So triple Q's the same thing, getting rejected in the middle at VWAP. VIX still up here. Volatility still high, $24. So keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. VIX is above 20 again. We gotta worry. We gotta be cautious. Yellow light, yellow light. Let's tune back in though to this briefing here with Janet Yellen testifying before the House Financial Services.
Associated with not only having a deal for the United States, but also the rest of the world.
Well, we absolutely need additional funding to help the rest of the world deal with the pandemic as well. We're continuing to do everything that we can through the WHO, the World Bank, the task force that they've put together. And I think that that's right. I would repeat what the words that you quoted me as saying, that as long as the pandemic is raging in any part of the world, the United States is not safe. There will be new variants. And I think it's critically important. I'd also like to.
All right, we're gonna give Brother Al Sharpton and his people a chance here. They're kicking off an annual Civil Rights Convention. So like I said, leader Reverend Al Sharpton, he's kicking this off, and this is in New York. Local leaders from New York, they're helping them. They all say it's talking. So let's listen to see what this is about. It's probably not moving the market at all, but something to do with the culture. I'll tune in.
To make America be America for more people. To make sure that America is truly a more perfect union. Yet there are those who want us to go back to the days when America only worked for a powerful few, who are willfully blind or maliciously indifferent to the fact that America is a promise that has never been fully kept, who are desperately trying to define America greatness as something lost in the past, instead of something that we continue to strive for. Rev, apparently I was on Morning Joe this morning, and I gave our Republican friends the vapors. Well, Rev, I'm sending them a warning sign now. Grab the smelling salts, because I'm about to go in. Senator Mike Braun, a sitting Republican from Indiana, said that the Supreme Court should make interracial marriage a states' rights issue again. I thought states' rights was dead, Rev, but apparently with these Republicans, they aren't. Rick Scott wants to raise taxes on half of Americans, and he thinks inflation is a political gold mine for Republicans. Same man who defrauded Medicare and Medicaid. Ron Johnson, he wants to take away our health care. In the midst of a pandemic, he wants to take away our health care. Greg Abbott, he is so pathetic that he wants to force LGBTQ kids back into the shadows. Kevin McCarthy, talk about weakness. This man is feckless. He happily oversees a caucus and bends to the will of members who attend white nationalist conferences and apparently who like to talk about cocaine parties and orgies, because he thinks that's a ticket to the speaker's gavel. Republican legislatures all over this country, my friends, are bending over backwards to bring Jim Crow back, to keep us from voting. But folks, we've seen this movie before, and we want our money back. These folks are leading an organized effort to drag us back, to unwind the progress so many gave so much to gain. The Republican Party has become a party of fear, a party of fraud, a party of fascism. But as much as they devolve, as low as they sink, as far into the past as they try to reach back to, this is what they need to know: we won't go back. You know, those folks on the Ebbing Pettus Bridge and in Memphis and Louisville and at Stonewall and at the Delano Grape Fields and in so many corners of this country, they work too hard. They sacrifice too much for us to go back. So no matter the issue, no matter the odds, we got to keep pushing forward, friends. The Democratic Party will keep pushing forward with the leadership of President Biden and Vice President Harris. We're going to keep fighting to help America live up to its original promise. So you're going to hear from members of the President's Cabinet here this week on everything from maternal health to housing to civil rights enforcement. They're going to tell you the ways that this administration is using the full force of the federal government to push the United States forward. This president and Democrats have a record that they have delivered on, promises that they kept, and promises we are still working to fulfill. We've led a historic economic recovery and presided over record job growth. Folks, nearly 8 million jobs created in 14 months. We produced the fastest drop in the unemployment rate in record history. We provided billions of dollars in investment and support for historically black colleges and universities. Some schools have got more money than they have in their annual budget all year long. We have kept people safe from eviction. We got people vaccinated. And folks, we're just getting started. The DNC is going to make sure that our work reaches communities across this nation. We are already advertising on black radio and in newspapers, and we aren't going to let up. We are already engaging young people on social media. We're launching programs to engage all the diverse communities that make our party strong. Our values, our voice, our vote. That is going to mobilize us in the black community. Our Seat at the Table initiative will uplift black women, and our Chop It Up will highlight the importance of black men to our party. We're not taking anyone for granted. We're going to work to earn every vote. And when folks head to the polls, our voter protection team, the largest in DNC history, will be on the ground fighting tooth and nail to make sure that every vote is counted. We're going to keep pushing this nation, my friends, to live up to that founding promise. We're going to make America be America for more people. We're going to show young people all across this nation how big they can actually dream. The Republicans, they can try all they want to resurrect America's darker days. But folks, we won't go back. They can try to take away our vote, but we won't go back. They can try to tell us our voice doesn't matter, but we won't go back. They can try to overwhelm us with waiting games and negative peace and the appalling silence of good people, but we won't go back. A cynical few can try to drag a brilliant, experienced, qualified judge down. They try to drag her down in ways that are all too familiar to black folks. But guess what? We won't go back. Lindsey Graham, Tom Cotton, Ted Cruz, they can try to distort our record. Marsha Blackburn can try to drag her down in the mud. Marsha, you want the definition of woman? Webster's have it for you. Dark, muddy groups can use every trick in the book. But as my grandma says, they will try to call her everything but a child of God. But guess what? We won't go back. We will keep raising our voice in support. We will keep calling out the hypocrisy. We will keep highlighting her unparalleled brilliance and grace. And we will do so until they have got to call her Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. So call her everything you want. Call her everything you want, Republicans. But by the end of the week, you will be calling her Madam Justice. And until every black girl in this country sees themselves on the highest court in the land, the court where opinions like Dred Scott and Plessy and Korematsu told so many like them that they deserve less, we will finally show them that they deserve everything and more. And that's what I mean when I say about keep pushing forward, folks. That's why we have to do it. That's the type of progress the Democratic Party will keep fighting for, at least under my chairmanship. Because change just doesn't happen. We make it happen. We make it happen when we keep pushing forward, when we create the conditions that make change inevitable. That's how we restore justice and true democracy. That is the story of our nation, and it is still true.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So as you can see, This ain't really moving the market, but he is speaking some facts here on as far as the culture. He just basically saying, our people, man, we're tired of just being pushed over and ran over. Like, we not doing the important stuff, too. I understand what he's saying. So that's I think this guy, he was the lawyer for George Floyd, if I'm mistaken. He looks familiar. Yeah, man, that's no justice, no peace, man. That's Brother Al Sharpton and his convention. But we're going to tune back into what's moving the market here. Between oil executives testifying on gas prices, and I think between Secretary Janet Yellen testifying before the House Financial Services Committee, I want to say Secretary Janet Yellen testifying, before House Financial Services Committee is more important. But I just want to stay, keep it. We want to be diverse here. Just like when we, trading and investing, we want to be diverse when you're trading and investing. Just like with the news economic data, I like to be diverse as well. So let's tune in to the gas prices, to testify on gas prices just for a little bit. Then we're gonna go back to Secretary Yellen, and we're just skipping through all of them. We're probably gonna stay off of the Al Sharpton convention here. Like I said, I respect the culture. I respect what they got going on. But I'm looking at stuff that's moving the market here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not all into the that type of vibe right here. This ain't gonna help the market right now. You get what I'm saying? So I'm looking at what's moving the market. So no disrespect, like I said, shout out to the culture, but we're looking at what is moving the market here. So we're gonna tune back into what is.
With extraordinary resilience, and I'm optimistic about all that Chevron is doing to meet the world's needs for affordable, reliable, and ever cleaner energy. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes Mr. Moncrief for 5 minutes.
Chair DeGette, Pallone, Ranking Member Griffith, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the current state and importance of U.S. energy production before you today. I'm Rick Moncrief, CEO of Devon Energy. We are at a moment of crisis given Russia's unprovoked and unjustified invasion of Ukraine. Devon Energy is an independent exploration and production company headquartered in Oklahoma City. Founded in 1971, Devon employs more than 1,600 hardworking people with operations in Oklahoma, Texas, New Mexico, Wyoming, and North Dakota. In January of 2021, we completed a merger with WPX Energy and are proudly producing more American-made oil and energy today than at any time in our 50-year company history. Devon is an upstream company. We find and produce oil, natural gas, and natural gas liquids. We do not refine or sell refined products. We invest heavily to recover these resources and then contract to sell them at prices dictated by a complex global commodity market. We do not set or have significant influence over the price of our products. Multiple factors impact the price of any global commodity, and over the past 2 years, we have seen extreme volatility. As the COVID pandemic all but shut down global economies, demand for our products decreased drastically, and the market price for crude oil plummeted. In fact, in April of 2020, crude oil futures actually went to a negative $37 a barrel. As economies began reopening, markets adjusted, and we at Devon adjusted and began increasing production again. The events in Ukraine have now added upward pressure in the markets. While we're seeing prices level off, uncertainty still continues, which creates volatility, and I don't believe we're out of the woods yet. Shifting to our operations, Devon operates on private, state, federal, and Indian leases and must follow numerous stringent permitting processes before we can begin production. One of the permits we must obtain is an APD, or an application for permit to drill. The APD only covers the drilling and completion activity that will be done on the lease itself. We also must obtain additional permits for rights of ways for pipelines, roads, water disposal, electricity systems, and a host of other activities that will occur off the lease. Under normal circumstances, in the Delaware Basin, our practice is to plan on getting from APD to drilling in 5 to 6 weeks if there are no infrastructure or permit issues to slow progress. Additionally, the process to drill and complete a well and bring it to full production may mean that a significant number of weeks transpire before a well reaches its full potential. Now, with the significant delays due to global supply chain constraints and quite honestly a shortage of workers, the time is substantially increased and is now closer to 6 months. Even with these challenges, Devon's net domestic oil production increased to a new record high in 2021, reaching an average of nearly 300,000 barrels of oil produced each day, making us one of the largest oil producers in the U.S. Now, to build upon this momentum in 2022, our plan is to increase the rig count from 14 that we had in 2021 to 19 today, which is where we're at, representing an investment of approximately $2 billion. This level of activity is expected to bring more than 300 new producing wells online and bolster our productive capacity. I can assure you that at Devon, we are pragmatically investing in our business for the long haul, and we have a responsibility to more than 660,000 shareholder owners to be prudent and thoughtful. As a publicly traded company, a significant component of Devon's owners consist of pensions that represent government employees, teachers, police, firefighters, and nonprofit organizations. We're also owned by many hardworking individuals through their retirement plans or brokerage accounts. Like other sectors in the market, our shareholders expect us to operate in a way that delivers a return on capital invested while providing additional value in the form of cash returns. We're focused on achieving these objectives while pursuing environmental and operational excellence, including strong targets to reduce our carbon footprint. What's required now is a thoughtful, collaborative dialogue between policymakers and the oil and gas industry. Pragmatic solutions that ensure our nation's energy security and leadership in the global marketplace must be fostered by clear and consistent regulatory policies. We know that oil and gas will remain a critical energy source for decades to come, and Devon is proud to produce it safely, responsibly, and with care for the environment and our stakeholders. Thank you again for the invitation to address the committee and further this most important discussion.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes Mr. Woods for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chairwoman DeGette, Ranking Member Griffith, Chairman Pallone, Ranking Member McMorris Rogers, and members of the committee. I'm Darren Woods, Chairman and CEO of ExxonMobil. I welcome the opportunity today to discuss fuel pricing with the community. But first, speaking on behalf of all of ExxonMobil, I want to emphasize that we stand with communities around the world in deploring Russia's aggression and the devastation it has inflicted on the people of Ukraine. Within days of the invasion, we started work to exit the Salchan 1 project. We've operated in Russia's Far East since 2003 and announced that we would make no new investments in Russia. Here in the United States, the impact of the invasion is also being felt. American families are paying more at the pump, increasing the cost of living that is already rising as a result of inflation. Even before the invasion of Ukraine, as the world emerged from the pandemic, we were seeing a growing imbalance in global oil and gas markets. The invasion has further demonstrated how quickly and dramatically markets can be disrupted and how that impacts the everyday lives of Americans. Many of us will recall the Arab oil embargo of the early 1970s, the long lines and rapidly rising prices. It was a disruption caused by a sudden and significant drop in supply, when around 2 million barrels of oil a day were withdrawn from the global markets. The opposite occurred during the early days of the pandemic. A sudden drop in demand sent oil prices crashing to the point where they were actually negative. Many in our industry sustained huge losses, to the point many went out of business, all cut back on their investments. This reduction in investment laid the foundation for our current market and supply challenges. Today, Russia provides roughly 10% of the oil needed to meet global demand and about 30% of Europe's natural gas demand. A loss of this volume would be much more significant than the impact of the Arab oil embargo and would represent the largest supply disruption in the history of our industry. Unfortunately, there's no quick fix, but in the near term, the answer is straightforward. If we want to reduce prices, we need to increase supply. Our industry needs to make substantial investments just to maintain constant production levels. Without investment, the volume of production declines roughly 7% per year. That's why, even during the depths of the pandemic, when oil prices collapsed and ExxonMobil lost $22 billion, we continued to invest to increase supply. That was not without risk and was often criticized. But ExxonMobil's focus on the long-term fundamentals and continued investments are today delivering more supply to Americans. In the Permian Basin in Texas and New Mexico, for example, we expect to increase production this year by 25% over 2021, which was up 25% versus 2020. Outside the United States, we're also increasing production through a number of projects, including a world-class development in Guyana. In fact, we expect our total oil production this year will be the highest in 15 years. In addition, with new technologies and innovation, we can increase supply to meet the need for reliable and affordable energy while helping society achieve its ambition for a net zero future. ExxonMobil is committed to meeting the need for energy while also developing solutions to lower emissions and address the risk of climate change. Our low carbon solutions business is advancing projects with the potential to significantly lower emissions in the hardest to decarbonize sectors of our economy. And while we do not own or operate any gas stations here in the United States, we know that today's high prices at the pump are hurting Americans. The impact of high energy costs underscores the importance of reliable and affordable energy supplies. Finally, no single company sets the price of oil or gasoline. The market establishes the price based on available supply and the demand for that supply. Continued investments in new production is the only way to achieve balanced markets and more affordable prices that bring real relief at the pump. Government has a critical role to play here. Policies need to provide certainty and improve predictability. Consistent, efficient, and effective policies will help spur further investment in U.S. oil and gas production. Access to reliable and affordable energy is essential to modern life and underpins economic and social progress around the world. ExxonMobil is proud to contribute to this progress by reliably supplying the energy the world needs, strengthening global energy security, and playing a leading role in the energy transition. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Chair now recognizes Mr. Sheffield for 5 minutes.
Chair DeGette, Ranking Member Griffith, Chairman Pallone, Ranking Member Rogers, and distinguished members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Pioneer was one of the first companies in the U.S. to publicly speak out against the invasion of Ukraine. The company and its employees have pledged over $20 million for humanitarian needs. The Pioneer and
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. It's 11:19 a.m. If you're just now tuning in, the European market is about to close here. The United States is about to take full control, so we're going to see another move here. Probably a sell-off here. Lunch is approaching us too, but we don't know yet. Might pull back. It might shoot up here. VWAP to VWAP on the SPY. It might pull back and give us a little lower today. We're about to find out here shortly, though. We're going to tune back into Secretary Yellen here. She's still testifying before the House Financial Services Committee.
Thinking that it's related to the pandemic and that when the pandemic goes away, that will make a big difference.
Do you
I
still believe it's
that.
transitory?
I believe that the pandemic, unfortunately, has been and will be longer lasting than I anticipated.
So you still, basically you're saying the pandemic is still happening, therefore that's why we're still seeing inflation.
Well, I think that's one of the contributors to it.
Okay. All right. So let me get into the meat of what we need to talk about here about what's happening in international situations. I am pleased, and Madam Chair, thank you for including my legislation and 16 bills that were actually noticed for this hearing today. And I had a bill, the Russian Sovereign Debt Prohibition Act, which was noticed. And this bill would simply prohibit U.S. financial institutions from financing Russian sovereign debt, regardless of the date a bond was issued, extending the Biden administration's current restrictions on new bonds that are being issued. I know that it was supposed to be considered in the March markup. Something happened and somehow it fell off. We have a committee, I think, are trying to do everything we can to tighten those restrictions
And I respectfully ask that the chairwoman include that legislation in the next package of bills that we might consider. Yesterday, I reintroduced another bill that I had had previously called the No U.S. Financing for Iran Act, a bill that would effectively prevent U.S. financial institutions from engaging with the government of Iran while prohibiting both the IMF and the Export-Import Bank from providing them financing. Specifically, my bill would prohibit the exchange of special drawing rights, and it's similar to what my colleague Mr. Hill has worked on regarding Russia. Secretary Yellen, can you certify that the Biden administration will oppose the exchange of Iran's SDRs, those special drawing rights, with any country, even if the administration concludes a new nuclear agreement with Tehran?
Well, Iran has not been able to use its special drawing rights. The United States would not exchange SDRs for dollars, nor have our partners. And I don't see that changing.
You commit, okay, so you commit to continuing that.
Well, we'll have to see what happens if they sign a bill, but I have no.
Well, that's a different
sign.
That's a different answer than we have no intention to.
There's no change in U.S. policy. We have not been willing to in any way aid Iran in using its SDRs, and I don't envision that changing.
Okay. Well, in Washington Post had an article over the weekend saying that Tehran has demanded that we lift the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps' designation as a foreign terrorist organization. That same article quoted a high-ranking Iranian official who said effectively, an agreement to revive the nuclear deal with the U.S. is close. Do you think that's a fair assessment, first of all? And as you know, President Trump had put in that original designation back in 2019. It's still heavily sanctioned, and there has been some enforcement actions. But there's also been some designations that have been lifted. Does the Biden administration continue to believe that the Revolutionary Guard is a foreign terrorist organization?
They are designated as such. There are active negotiations taking place over the JCPOA, but I can't comment on the details of what's happening in those. I don't believe I can or should.
Okay, so you may have that knowledge, but you're not able to share it.
I am not deeply involved in the details of those negotiations.
All right. Have you or anyone else at Treasury been directed to reduce Iranian sanctions enforcement so as to not interfere with those Vienna talks?
We haven't changed our sanctions.
That's not my question. That's not my question. Have you been instructed to or requested to? You may have ignored it. I guess that's what I'm trying to find out.
There's been no change in any administration policy to the best of my knowledge.
And I'll follow up with some written questions as well. I appreciate
The
that.
gentleman
Yield
from
back.
California, Mr. Vargas, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for this hearing, and especially I want to thank the Secretary for being here. I appreciate it. Madam Secretary, it sounded like, and I want to apologize, I wasn't here for the whole meeting. I have another hearing that's running at the same time. That happens around here quite a bit, as you know. But it sounded like someone was trying to put words in your mouth about the issue of inflation being transitory or related to the pandemic. Could you say a little bit more about that? Because I think a lot of people are starting to forget that we're in a pandemic, and so much of this inflation is tied to that. Could you comment on that, please?
Yes, certainly. So, in part, the inflation represents the impact of supply bottlenecks. For example, a third of the inflation we've had reflects higher prices of new and used cars. And unfortunately, the auto companies are unable to get sufficient semiconductors to produce cars at capacity. So inventories are highly depleted. Cars, both new and used, are in tremendous demand, and their prices have risen. But also we've had enormous demand for goods, for imports, particularly coming from East Asia that have resulted in higher shipping costs, higher trucking costs. These disturbances, these inflationary developments are pandemic related because we saw enormous shifts away from services and towards goods during the pandemic. A huge increase in the demand for durable goods that strained the capacity of the US and global economies to meet those demands in a timely fashion. And that's what I mean in part by being pandemic related. So we do have a very tight labor market. Core inflation is also quite high. Addressing the pandemic, I believe, will help. The Federal Reserve also has a job to do with respect to inflation.
So, Madam Secretary, I'm a car guy. I collect cars and I pay attention to the prices of cars. I collect old ones, not new ones. But the truth of the matter is, you normally don't pay MSRP for a new car. You normally pay below that. That's what you negotiate. But a lot of these cars have been selling above MSRP. And that, again, it's because of the same issue. It's the pandemic. I mean, I think that's what you were saying in layman's terms. I mean, you weren't saying it in layman's terms, but I say it in layman's terms. That's why cars are so damn expensive.
Sure. I mean, inventories of cars are depleted because the American car companies aren't able to produce at their capacity. They just can't get the semiconductors that they need to embody into these cars. And that's because the demand for goods and for technology, technology devices that incorporate semiconductors became so enormous during the pandemic. It takes a long time to increase semiconductor manufacturing capacity. American companies are in the process of doing it, but at the moment, I think if you go to a car lot and try to a dealership, you see almost no inventory available to purchase, and that's why you pay more than MSRP.
That's right. And now I do want to put some words in your mouth, because I believe they are your words. And I think you were saying the war in Ukraine threatens to inflict, and I think this is what you said, enormous economic repercussions. Again, you may have commented already, but I have 30 seconds left. Could you comment on that?
Sure. The sanctions that we've placed on Russia are pushing up the price of energy. We think it's a price that's important to pay to punish Russia for what it's doing in Ukraine, but energy prices are going up. The price of wheat and corn that Russia and Ukraine produce are going up, and metals that play an important industrial role, nickel, titanium, palladium that goes into catalytic converters. The costs of those things are going up, fertilizer, potash, and this is going to escalate inflationary pressures as well.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Secretary Yellen, for your testimony right here. Thank you for your testimony. Let me follow up with Ranking Member McHenry's line of questioning about the energy loophole in the sanctions on Russian banks. And I've talked to Deputy Secretary Adeyemo about this, and he's a very impressive guy, and he's open-minded to my line of inquiry. I hope you are as well. I have a bill called the No Energy Revenues for Russian Hostilities Act that would close that loophole or give the administration the option to create an escrow arrangement that requires all Russian energy revenues to be allocated for humanitarian purposes, which is similar to arrangements currently in place with Iran. So to the extent that you have concerns or the administration has diplomatic concerns or sensitivities with respect to our European allies' overdependence on Russian gas, this legislation or this approach would enable you to retain the ability to waive or license specific transactions to help our European allies get those supplies of gas, but then escrow the proceeds of those transactions and have a carrot approach, not just a stick, but a carrot approach, build up those revenues and say to Putin, withdraw, you get your gas revenues, but only if you withdraw from Ukraine and only if you use these proceeds for humanitarian purposes. Would you be open to that approach?
I think something along those lines is a constructive suggestion, and I think it's an approach that is worth exploring. We have a way for Russia to sell oil and gain the proceeds in the form of a general license, but the license is temporary. It will expire. We need probably a better mechanism. I think it's a constructive suggestion.
Well, thank
that
you, and
we could work with
thank
you
you.
on.
And your deputy, Mr. Adeyemo, was open to that as well. I'd appreciate you all looking at that. Again, it's a bill that I have, no energy revenues for Russian Hostilities Act. I think this is the loophole that we need to close. This is what Zelensky is asking for. When he says we need to be tougher on sanctions, this is what he's talking. This is what is financing Putin's war. It is the foreign currency that is being used through these energy transactions. This is what we need to cut off to the extent we can.
I would just emphasize that we need the flexibility to work with our partners
I
on
understand.
this. This
understand.
coalition has been critical to our
I agree.
success.
I agree,
Be careful
Secretary.
not to be unilateral
I
in our
agree.
approach.
I agree, and I know, and I agree with that. But this bill and this approach would give us that flexibility. It would enable you to provide some of those transactions, allow some of those transactions to go through for our European partners, but build those proceeds up in an escrow account and give an incentive for Putin to withdraw. Let me ask you another question, switching gears here. As someone who served both as chair of the Federal Reserve and now in your capacity as Treasury Secretary, the chair of FSOC, you have a unique view into the regulatory landscape for the financial services industry. And one of the things that I've always wanted to learn more about is how our regulators develop frameworks with international standard-setting bodies. Decisions made at Basel and the FSB are highly impactful to the U.S. economy, and I don't feel like Congress really has any insight or visibility into what the United States advocates for in these negotiations. What types of materials and briefings were you given as Fed chair and now as FSOC chair with respect to what we commit to in these groups? What types of materials can we get for this committee to ensure that the advocacy is in line with the policy goals of the Congress?
Well, we can try to provide you with materials and briefings. The FSB and the BIS publish their work papers on their websites. There's no regulatory enforcement with partners around the world, what would be desirable regulations, but it doesn't in any way inhibit what we can do or compel us to do anything in the United States. We do what's in our interest, but it's a way to try to have a global system that's coordinated and coherent.
Thank you, Secretary. Yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster, who is also the chair of the Task Force on Artificial Intelligence, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Secretary Yellen. Secretary Yellen, I understand that you will be giving a speech tomorrow regarding digital asset regulation. I don't want to force you to reveal any spoilers here. I do want to touch on something that I believe is just at the core of developing any well-regulated digital asset ecosystem, and that is how can participants securely and reliably assert their digital identity, online and offline, with the appropriate controlled anonymity that is being developed in the EU and elsewhere. I was very encouraged that recently Assistant Secretary for Terrorist Financing and Financial Crimes, Elizabeth Rosenberg, she recently announced that the Treasury planned to make 2022, quote, a year of action for digital identity. There are really a host of reasons why Treasury may be the most appropriate authority to help deploy a secure digital identity framework. I'm also very encouraged that the technical components for a privacy-preserving, you call it a crypto financial driver's license, are actually in place. The mobile ID or digital driver's license that are being rolled out by a number of states are based on interoperable standards originally developed at NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, and now being adopted by the International Standards Organization around the world. And they've actually been implemented for both iPhones and Android. These allow a modern cell phone to be used as a very high-quality, privacy-preserving biometric second factor that will be absolutely crucial in combating identity fraud and many other online misbehaviors. Your department's work towards combating illicit finance and preventing government benefits fraud, soon as central bank digital currency, would all greatly benefit from an improved and internationally operable digital identity framework. So can you speak a little bit about how Treasury might be well-equipped for such an effort that will really require an extraordinary level of international and interagency cooperation?
So I believe this is a very important initiative. I'm not an expert on the details, but I would say to you that Treasury has very wide-ranging equities in digital identity space, in part because we administer public benefits, tax refunds, and because we have a broader role in the financial system. So we absolutely want to explore how we can develop and implement digital identity solutions that will coordinate across the government. And we're at this point fleshing out actions that we can take to advance this agenda. If you have specific ideas, we would welcome the opportunity to discuss them with you, and I can have my staff give a briefing on what we're thinking about as well, if that would be useful, but like to have the benefit of your thinking on this.
Yeah, and I think that the international collaboration will be essential from the start. I mean, if you're really going to have a central bank digital currency and you need a means of authenticating yourself as a legitimate participant for a central bank digital currency, and you want foreign nationals to to participate in your central bank digital currency, you're going to have agreements, at least among the free democracies of the world, as to how this is really going to work. And so I urge you, it seems very much in line with the Biden administration's push towards getting the free democracies of the world to act coherently, to do things like preventing corruption, financial fraud. And this is at the, is going to be really at the heart of this. Let's see, can you say a little bit about the executive order related to crypto that's come out and how you see Treasury's participation going in that?
The executive order related to digital assets?
Correct.
Yes, I mean, the president has asked the agencies, but Treasury plays an important role in assessing the future of money, and that entails the role of digital assets, how we can create an environment in which responsible innovation can flourish, but there's adequate protection of consumers, investors, financial stability concerns, risks of illicit finance. We need a regulatory framework that I think we don't have at this point, and want to make recommendations as to how we can safely do this. Also look at the pros and cons of a central bank digital currency.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in full disclosure, Madam Secretary, I am a car dealer. There's a lot of conversation going on about my industry. I'd love to talk to you one day about it after COVID, what life is after COVID in the car industry. I also wanted to follow up on Mr. Lueckemeier's question on coming to the Small Business Committee, of which I am also a member. You seem to not answer the question again, and you said you needed to talk to your staff first. I don't understand we need to talk to your staff to attend a meeting you're required to attend. So can you say you will come see us?
We wouldn't have known that it numbers gonna go from 1 to
Okay.
15,000.
All right,
We-
okay.
Certainly prepared to
All
discuss.
right, thank you. You spent the last few months touting a new international tax regime that you have been negotiating with other large economies. And recently, numerous American businesses have raised concerns about some of the details that have started to come to light. Independent experts who have examined the deal found that the U.S. companies are disproportionately negatively impacted, while foreign companies, our competitors, in other words, have negotiated protections for key industries. So lucky for our business community, whatever international agreement you make will ultimately need congressional approval. And you will either need to get the deal classified as a treaty, which would require the approval of 67 senators, or a revenue-generating proposal, which would need to pass both chambers of Congress. So regardless of how the agreement is ultimately classified, you will not be able to follow through on any of your promises without significant buy-in from Congress. And I guarantee you that the support you need to make these drastic changes in international law, tax law, do not exist. They are not, they're not here in the House or the Senate. So because right now we are hearing from U.S. companies that this deal makes them less competitive. So, Madam Secretary, how will you approve your congressional engagement as these negotiations progress?
Well, we have been engaged throughout over the last several years in briefing on both sides of the aisle, members of
Oh, then you paid me, that's why. Yeah, we just need to go together. But I mean, if you, it's probably better if I just do it at this point, because I can get us to that 33 number faster. If I just feel like it's all mine. So we gonna, the deal still stands. The deal can't take the deal back. So again, now when I feel the need to switch, I'll get it back to you.
the committees met our commitments, was in the House passed a reconciliation bill. It hasn't progressed in the Senate, but we think that the idea that this harms the competitiveness of American businesses, I really have to push back strongly against this. I think the United States now is the only country in the world that has a minimum global tax. And what this deal does is commit 137 countries around the world to establishing a global minimum tax, which will greatly enhance the competitive position of our firms that are the only ones that face this now. And for the globe, it will stop the race to the bottom in terms of countries lowering their tax rates and leaving countries unable to raise the tax revenues that businesses need us to have to invest in infrastructure and other things that will make our economy competitive.
Just a bit of raising taxes is not a winnable position, I don't think, and that's where I stand, where a lot of people stand. So last week, the Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco released a study that showed inflation spiked last March after the Democrats forced the American Rescue Plan through Congress. They analyzed the current U.S. inflation rate against other developed economies and concluded that upwards of 3% of the inflation we are experiencing can be attributed to government spending. We know how the government spends. So unfortunately, some people in Congress are trying to revive the Build Back Better Act to spend trillions more dollars in a time when the economy is already overheated. They often cite the same economists who incorrectly claimed inflation was transitory, we talked about that today, as the ones who now say Build Back Better will reduce inflation. So we cannot double down on the reckless government spending and continue to drive up inflation. I can tell you as a small business owner, I know what that's doing to our business. So, Madam Secretary, I have a two-part question real quick. First, who in this country is hurt the most by the inflation? That would be my first question.
Well, consumers are hurt by inflation, and low-income consumers probably bear the biggest burden.
Okay, my time is up, and I give my time back to Chairman.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, who is also the chair of the Subcommittee on Investor Protection, Entrepreneurship, and Capital Markets, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Secretary, beginning of this year, we faced $16 trillion of legacy LIBOR, where you The parties would not know how much interest should be paid by the borrower to the lender. We've solved that problem. I want to thank you and your staff for your help in drafting the LIBOR Act. And then I want to thank the other part of your staff for promptly issuing tax regulations to clarify what I think was obvious, but it always deserves clarification when you're dealing with $16 trillion. And that is that there was no sale or exchange as a result of the change in index. The chair of the Small Business Committee brought up in her comments the issue of cryptocurrency and Russians using that to evade our sanctions. I want to commend all members of this committee. The bill I've dropped today, the Russia Digital Assets Sanctions Compliance Act, which would give the administration the authority to tell crypto exchanges that they have to shut down all Russian wallets or some portion of Russian wallets. The crypto exchanges have announced that they're going to do business as usual with all those that they believe are Russian citizens or Russian companies unless and until laws are passed that require them to do otherwise. This is in real contrast to so much of the rest of the private sector, which has voluntarily cut off Russia, particularly their oligarchs and government. The ranking member of the full committee brought up the issue of a possible invasion of Taiwan. I look forward to working with him and others on this committee on a bill that would strip China of its most favored nation status or normal trade relationship with the United States automatically should there be an invasion or blockade of Taiwan. We, of course, focus on Ukraine, and I will in a second, but an even greater disaster is occurring in the world, and that is in the Ethiopian region of Tigray, where 500,000 people have been killed. This has been done not only by the Ethiopian government, but the government of Eritrea, which have imposed a blockade that threatens to kill hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people. Given the short time, I'm going to ask you to respond for the record. What additional sanctions can we oppose, particularly on Eritrea, which has crossed international border for the purpose of engaging in a coordinated genocide against the people of Tigray? It's hard to seize Russian oligarch assets if you don't know who owns what. Washington Post reported on March 16th that finding yachts and mansions is easier than uncovering money in private equity funds that don't need to comply with the same anti-corruption rules. U.S. private equity, hedge funds, venture capitals are not currently required to disclose beneficial ownership information of their investors to FinCEN, nor are they required to provide that information to the SEC. In February, the House passed the Competes Act, which included an amendment that I authored requiring the issuers of large issuances of exempt securities to file beneficial ownership with the SEC. We do need to know about this $11 trillion of private securities market if we're going to know what's owned by which government agencies in Moscow or which Russian oligarchs.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, the market's picking back up here. It's been 20 minutes into the European market closing, and the SPY's right back up at 446, you guys. So it broke up here and back up to the upper band here. So the market's picking back up here. Amazon's picking up here from their bottom. Tesla's picking up off the bottom right now, you guys. So stay cautious. I would expect more of this for about another 10, 20 minutes. But they did hit the reversal here. The United States did hit the buy button here. The euro sold on us today, but the United States is buying us back up here to maybe, hopefully, all the way back to 450, but hopefully at least to back at the open right now. That's what we're seeing here right now. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. It's 11:50 a.m., ladies and gentlemen. The next thing approaching is Wall Street lunch break and LCAOD lunch break. Let's continue to listen and learn here. We're getting a lot of action here. Let's listen in.
Where we share the concerns of members of Congress who have raised this issue, and we're actively considering a rule that would address potential gaps in the AML-CFT coverage for investment advisors, and do believe that this is something that needs to be addressed.
Thank you. It may just have to respond for the record, but we now have a climate counselor in the administration to coordinate a broad range of work regarding climate-related finance, economic, and tax policy. I hope you could provide us with an update on Treasury's efforts to coordinate with our international partners.
Be happy to.
Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary. It's so good to have you back before the committee, and I appreciate my colleagues discussing at length the role of the special drawing rights issues that you and I have talked about several times. But I think it does merit noting that the $17.5 billion in equivalent of SDRs that were issued last summer by the IMF to Russia boosted their total SDR balance by to 72%, meaning that was the largest portion of their SDRs or from last year's allocation. And it's really their gold and their SDRs that, in my view, are still subject to the ability to avoid sanctions. I think it's a real risk, and that's why I'm also glad that Chair Waters, we marked up H.R. 6899 that encourages you as our Treasury Secretary to make sure that the U.S. works very hard to make sure that Russia and Belarus cannot in any way exchange their SDRs. So thank you for that work. So I want to follow up, though, on our conversation we had last summer. You made some commitments to the committee and to the public about the enhanced rules that the IMF would do about that SDR issuance. You told us in March last year, we're working with the IMF to craft rules that will make transparency, make it difficult to exchange. Did the IMF release those rules?
So the IMF has given countries guidelines about appropriate use of SDRs, and there is a disclosure framework so that we can monitor how they are being used. I don't quite know where you can access those, but I know that they have been produced.
I think it'd be useful for the committee to have that access to those guidelines. And do you know if any SDRs were exchanged since they were issued for payment in any form of debt?
So I can't give you a detailed rundown, but I can tell you that the United States.
Now, I know the United States isn't doing it. This isn't the question. This is in your capacity of overseeing our role as the largest shareholders in the IMF. I know that the U.S. is in good standing here, but one of the concerns last year was you couldn't obtain that commitment from anybody, and we didn't ask anybody to commit to it in advance of it being issued. So we have not seen that guidance. We don't know what those transactions have taken place, if any, over the past year, so I think that would be very helpful.
We'll try to work with you on that.
Thank you very much. And this is all why I introduced H.R. 1568, the Special Drawing Rights Oversight Act, which would do the following. Would require congressional approval for all allocations of SDRs equal to 25% of the U.S. quota, rather than the 100% under current law. Limit unilateral allocations to once every 10 years rather than every 5 years, and requiring congressional consultations 180 days before consenting to an allocation rather than 90. We don't need to reiterate how much we've, I think, demonstrated that last year's SDR issue across the board to all members of the IMF was a mistake, as noted by Ranking Member McHenry. On the subject of FinCEN, do you believe that FinCEN should have the nationwide authority to review any transaction of any amount on any subject out in the financial space over $10,000? In other words, expand the geographic targeting that they do to a nationwide audience. Do you think that's appropriate?
So I'm not sure. I need to get back to you on that. I know that FinCEN has some concerns with geographic coverage because of the prevalence of internet transactions, and would like to see some changes.
I'd like to hear your personal view on that, because with no limitations, that would mean every transaction over $10,000 would be subject to review by a FinCEN staff and added to a database. That seems unusual to me and perhaps not prudent. So I'd like your personal view on that. Last subject I wanted to raise with you is we've all expressed some concerns, including the chairwoman, about the performance of our managing director at the IMF, Kristalina Georgieva. And I have concerns about her qualifications. Do you share those concerns? Do you have all the faith in the world in her leadership at the IMF?
Believe that she's done a good job of guiding the IMF. We have been very supportive of the work that the World Bank did to look into the World Bank's doing business report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to send to our Oversight Committee, Madam Chair, a letter requesting.
Shout out to one of the homies. They in the live. Welcome to the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Shout out to the Market Movers group chat.
The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Perlman.
If you're just now tuning in, this is Secretary Janet Yellen. She is testifying before the House Financial Services. This is very important for the market, you guys. This is what investing is all about. This is what I have a LLC for financial services, and this is very important here, basically. So this is moving the market right now, as you can see. So let's tune in. You learn something, you earn something.
We've passed it now out of the House 6 times. Most recently, it was amended onto the America Competes Act. The way we've passed it has been with sizable bipartisan majorities. When it was a standalone, we passed it 321 to 101. But it seems to get... Hey, Al, you need to mute.
Old heads don't know how to use technology. Hey, Al, meet the button, Al.
To the Senate and get stuck. And when Senator Crapo chaired the committee, basically from the Republicans' point of view, too big, too broad. Now Senator Brown is the chair of the committee, too limited, too narrow. But we know that people are still getting killed and robbed. And most recently, Seattle Times did an editorial last week because 3 people were killed in Seattle last week. A robber, a police officer, and an owner of a dispensary because of all the cash. Oakland, California, in November, there were 25 armed robberies in 1 week. And we had a young woman speak with us who was one of those who was robbed. And then she got robbed again last week. Small businesses, minority-owned businesses need access to capital, which they would get if the banking system were open to them. So I'm
not gonna go back.
I was speaking to the National Bank supervisor last week, and I said to him, this isn't Ukraine. This issue isn't Ukraine. This issue isn't nuclear winter. This issue isn't climate change, but it's a real problem. And they said, yeah, you're sent there to solve problems, and they expect this problem to be solved. I'd like to just get your sentiment on this subject, since you and I have talked about it for a very long time.
We have talked about it for a very long time, and I agree with you. It's an important issue, and it's extremely frustrating one that we haven't been able to resolve it. I really appreciate your leadership in this area. We have worked
loose cash on you like that, man. You want to have accounts and stuff now. People can't rob that. Ha.
There's a conflict between state and national law.
Or they can, but you need to be secret about your account information at that point.
Some legislative solution, I think, is necessary to move this forward. I share your frustration that we haven't been able to make progress. I think it does really require congressional action.
And I thank.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So if you're tuning in, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. It's 12 p.m. We got about 30 more minutes till Wall Street lunch break and LCAOD lunch break. But we will keep the video rolling here today. It looks like this is going to be going on till probably after lunch. So this is think about it like this. This is half of Wall Street right here. They're going to be live. The other half is going to go to lunch at 12:30. So when they come back from lunch about 30 minutes, maybe 1 o'clock, the market will definitely move again. They're probably going to consolidate right here. Spots in the middle at VWAP. Triple Qs is fighting to get there. Tesla's right here below VWAP, still fighting to stay in the channel. Long as the stocks stay in the channel, they're good, I think. The sell-off is already, it is what it is. You can see it's not flushing, but don't mean it can't. We do got FOMC minutes at 2 p.m. That might be the flush, or that's going to definitely be the bounce back up here. This is a lot of red, you guys. It's starting to look a little oversold, but at the same time, you want to be cautious here. It can flush. It can flush. So just letting you guys know, lunch is coming up. Wall Street lunch is coming up in about 29 minutes. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. Be cautious. Be cautious. It looks like all the indices are still currently in the red here. NVIDIA's down. NVIDIA's down to about $16 there. So NVIDIA got a little haircut today too. They're down at 243, guys. But the Dow is down 59%. The S&P 500 is down 1.11%. The Nasdaq is leading the way down at 2.31%. Russell 2000 is down 1.53%. The VIX is up, you guys, 13.55% up here at $23.88. So a little pullback on the VIX, but they're still high above 20. The U.S. sanctions Putin's adult children bans all new investment in Russia. So U.S. sanctions Putin's adult children bans all new investment in Russia. So that's headlines right there. Stocks fall for a second day as rates jump with the Fed set to tighten policy aggressively. So we got Fed minutes come out, FOMC minutes come out 2 p.m. today, you guys. 2 p.m. Very important day, payday they like to call it. So let's tune back in to Secretary Janet Yellen.
Money laundering and beneficial ownership reform law that I know that you're working on right now. And the new rules from FinCEN really will require regular reporting of beneficial ownership from about 30 million businesses, along with about 2 million new businesses per year. Now, the vast majority of these businesses, are law-abiding, and their focus is on serving their customers, making payroll. They're law-abiding businesses, but they don't stay tuned in to what's going on here on Capitol Hill. They're not watching the C-SPAN coverage of this today. They're just there trying to make a living. And so I see that it's going to be a real challenge to make sure they're aware of these new rules. Now, we don't want this to become a gotcha enforcement mechanism that's used by, unfortunately, too many agencies now as punishment for someone who just isn't aware that they have to give up this type of information. And quite frankly, most of them are small businesses. So my question is, what's your plan to work with state governments to make sure that small businesses are aware of the requirements and so they'll know how they have to comply?
Well, I think you raised an important point, that it is important to be in touch with these businesses. I can't tell you in detail what the plan is, but I'd be glad to have people at Treasury discuss this with you and offer a briefing and have a chance to hear your concerns and suggestions.
Well, I think it's going to be imperative for us to have a plan going in because, as I said, it should not turn into a gotcha enforcement mechanism to where a guy that runs a small carpentry shop who is more focused on the price he's paying for lumber and sheetrock, et cetera, he's trying to keep his businesses going, all of a sudden gets a knock on the door from a federal agent that says, "You've never told us who you are and your ownership." I don't believe that is, I hope that isn't the direction that we're going, but I don't know. I think there needs to be a plan going forward and that Congress is aware of the plan of how we're going to let these businesses know of the requirements that have been put on them by Congress and by the federal government to comply with this new law. And so I think there definitely should be a plan moving forward because this is most of these businesses, they don't have floors of compliance lawyers. They don't even have a lawyer. They're just trying to get by. So I also think that there's a concern with many of us that
proposed rules definitions of substantial control and ownership interests are overly complicated. I think this is, it's going to make it hard to apply them consistently across the board, especially with various size businesses. And it's going to compound the problem for banks and credit unions if FinCEN uses those same definitions in an updated customer due diligence rule. So as a follow-on question, will Treasury and FinCEN take steps to try to simplify these aspects of the rule before it's finalized?
So, you know, FinCEN has put out a proposed rule to collect the information, and it does wish to minimize the burden on entities that are required to report it. So there have been very significant public comments on the rule, and FinCEN will consider them very carefully, you know, before trying to finalize a rule in this area. So this is a very legitimate concern, and one that FinCEN needs to
Right,
carefully
and
work
if
on.
I'm not mistaken, FinCEN is technically a part of the Department of Treasury, is that correct?
Yes.
Of which you are at the
Yes.
captain of the helm, so, I mean, it sounds a little bit like you're deferring them to be an independent agency over here, but they do answer to you, is that correct?
That's correct. It's
And
part of
so
Treasury.
what I'm asking is, are you going to give direction in these areas to simplify substantial control and ownership interest, or make it such that this doesn't turn into an issue where we find potentially millions of businesses not in compliance with the law and wondering where they're going to go? I mean, I'm looking for some type of direction. I'm not hearing there's a plan, and I'm not hearing that this is the way we're going, just kind of hoping that's the way we go.
Well, I agree that this is a very legitimate concern that needs to be addressed, and we will address it.
All right, thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Lawson, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for having this hearing. Secretary Yellen, I'm hearing from some small CDFIs that they are concerned that proposed changes being made by the CFDI fund will make it harder to become certified as a CDFI and access the important capital that Congress has been providing. This is especially troubling coming out of a pandemic. Can I get a commitment from you today that we will look into this and make sure that the administration and the CFDI's funds will not make changes to the certification process for community institutions to become CDFIs more difficult?
So we'd be happy to discuss this in greater detail with you. I'm not sure I exactly understand what the issue is, but I can have my staff contact you and learn more. We're certainly very supportive of CDFIs and want to make sure that they can become established and receive all of the additional funding that Congress has made available. These are critical institutions in supporting the provision of capital, especially in low-income minority neighborhoods.
Okay, thank you, and I look forward to receiving that information. Secretary Yellen, I'm hearing from those representing credit unions that when they apply for CDFIs funds, some are waiting over 6 months for a status update on decision on their certification as a CDI. Can you look into it, what may be causing the delay in getting timely updates and decisions, and let us know if this is something that needs statutory relief from Congress, or are there other ways that this can be addressed?
We'll be glad to work with you on that and have a look.
Okay. Secretary Yellen, with the creation of the interagency law enforcement team, how is it the information that treasurers collect being shared with the task force, and have you found the creation of the task force useful?
I'm sorry, the task force on what? I didn't quite catch that.
I'm saying, have you found the task force being useful?
Which task force?
To capture, well, I'll tell you what, I said with the capture, the creation of the intelligence law enforcement team.
I'm sorry, are you referring to a klepto task force?
Yeah, have you found that information to be useful?
I'm not sure.
The klepto capture task force. Is that it?
Yes.
This was just recently established by the Department of Justice to help us go after oligarchs, to make sure that we're able to identify and seize their property. And I think they've already had notable success in seizing some property, and it's going to be an important initiative in helping us make sure that sanctions work.
Okay. For that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Mooney, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Yellen, a recent study on Chinese lending by Aid Data revealed that China has established itself as the lender of first resort for many low-income and middle-income countries. China's lending terms are often less generous than those of Western and multilateral creditors, yet the multilateral development banks are not appealing enough to these countries, and they in turn turn to loans from China. China has financed hundreds of billions of dollars in development projects around the world in the last 20 years. China is not extending their funds to these countries out of kindness. They're using their financing to aggressively expand their influence around the world. So my question is, why is it that so many countries take a Chinese loan when financing from multilateral development banks is available, and what are you doing to change this?
So my sense is that many developing countries would much prefer high standards, capacity building, MDB loans to Chinese loans. And it's not that they prefer Chinese borrowing to MDB borrowing, but that they really want to have access.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCLD. It's 12:13 p.m. We're going to turn it over to the oil executives. They're testifying, too, on gas prices. So a lot of testifying going on, a lot of trying to plead the fifth going on here. A little stall for the FOMC minutes at 2 p.m. approaching us. So stay tuned, you guys. Market's pulling back right now. We're seeing it did jump up here, up out of the channel. That was a false breakout, though. That candle right there sticking up on the SPY here. I'm going to zoom in, 446.43. Not real action there. Sold that off. We're right back here at 445.38. This might come back down to 444 retest. You guys, bears got a lot of momentum here. It is still of a bull-bear market here, so keep that in mind here. It's a little rocky right now, you guys, but the FOMC at 2 p.m. is going to break all this tension. Believe that. So just stay patient, stay calm, you guys. Patience pays. Let's listen to this right here. Very important.
Minutes. Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, the vast number of American people believe that the main reason for their increase in prices and at the pump, not the only reason, but the main reason is, in fact, price gouging. You know, during World War II, Congress held war profiteers accountable. And I want to tell you that a recent poll 3 weeks ago, that there is overwhelming support, 80% of Americans, for a windfall profits tax. And I want to tell you that I am planning to upgrade my COVID Price Gouging Prevention Act to make sure that it extends beyond the COVID crisis, because we cannot tolerate in any industry price gouging. I wanted to ask you, or just to mention Mr. Lawler, that your global CEO, Bernard Looney, recently stated, and I quote, that BP is literally, he says, literally a cash machine when oil prices are at this level. And so I do want to ask you this, Mr. Lawler. Do you think that BP should be receiving any tax payments from the American people, as long as the company is making such great profits right now. I know that you are projecting that there is going to be a big profit in the first quarter. The tax rates.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the question. I think if you look at the whole context of those comments, what we were really focused on with those comments is that at these prices, it will be very helpful for the energy transition. So as we've talked about, it is very expensive to not only bring on resilient hydrocarbons, but the massive investment that's going to be needed to effectuate the energy transition cannot be understated. And I'll just give you a couple of quick examples. So in the Gulf of Mexico, I mentioned in my opening statement, we're installing this platform called Argos. That costs $9 billion, and it's been in motion for years.
No, I appreciate that. I have a short time, but some of the tax breaks that you get are uniquely to help you to do oil exploration, and I don't think that taxpayers ought to continue to pay that back, especially as much as 96% of subsidies for new oil wells go toward profits when the prices are so high. I wanted to ask Mr. Wood. Reports indicate that your company, Exxon, Exxon could see a first quarter profit of about $9 billion. Do you think that it makes sense for your company to receive federal subsidies while you are seeing such high profits?
So I would put our first quarter profit in the context of a much longer time horizon, which is the time horizon we make investments over. And if you look across the industry as a whole, and our company specifically across that time horizon, the return that we generate for the capital that we have to invest is fairly average versus the rest of industry. We have the cycle highs and the cycle lows, and it's important to look across those. As I mentioned, in 2020, our company lost $22 billion. And so we rode through that, continued to make investments. In that year, we lost $22 billion. We made $20 billion of capital investments to make sure that the supply was
If I could just, because I have such a short time, you know, lots of companies, especially during the pandemic, lost money. But we do, as American taxpayers, pay subsidies to the oil and gas industry. And in some cases, the kinds of tax breaks that really are not available to other corporations. Do you think that you should be treated separately and get the kind of tax breaks that you're getting now, even when the profits are high?
I think, and what we advocate for is a level playing field. We're a global industry, a global business that competes globally, and having a tax regime that is competitive with international competitors is important. But a level playing field is our approach and what we advocate for. Don't look for special carve-outs, level playing field.
Okay, but you get special carve-outs, and I'll yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Long for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I have a question for the chairwoman. I know the other day we had witnesses here at the table for another hearing in here, and then one of my colleagues said that we don't do things that way anymore. Were the witnesses invited today or told to stay away?
So
was that their decision to not be here, or was that our decision?
In fact, Mr. Long, I encouraged the witnesses to come in person. I wanted them here in person. The witnesses opted themselves to testify remotely. That was their decision.
Was that a group? I mean, each one of them decided individually not to be here?
That is my understanding. I wanted them here
Okay,
at
if
the
any of you
table.
disagree with that, let me know, but I would.
Well, you know what? You can ask the witnesses.
That's what I am. I'm trying to. Yeah,
Ask
I'm
them.
sorry. Yeah, but yeah, if any of you
Would,
want
'cause
to
I wish they would have been
chime in
right
on
here.
that, why you are not here, because, you know, I always like to look people in the eye, and it's kind of tough to do it through a computer or screen or whatever we call that thing up there on the wall. So, but anyway, Mr. Sheffield, am I given to understand that the oil markets move in anticipation of future events, not events today, but anticipation of future events?
Yeah, it's all based on the world supply, demand, and also predictions of what may happen in the future. That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Because I remember very well that President Biden campaigned on the fact that he was going to pretty much decimate energy production in this country. And this committee right here that we're in today, Energy and Commerce, a few years ago I was on the Energy Subcommittee, and we worked long and hard to get LNG to where we could export LNG. We had to change the law to be able to do that, and we did that very successfully for a while. So it goes back to the old saying, who are you kidding when you're kidding yourself? When you're sitting here talking about price gouging and things like that, and we have a president of the United States that campaigned on the fact that he was going to do everything he could to decimate energy production in this country. I'm from Missouri. You got to show me. And this hearing today doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Mr. Sheffield, I'll go with another question for you. I'm mindful of the impact that higher gas prices have on Americans. Policies that hinder growth in the energy industry certainly impact prices. Americans pay for that energy to run everything, small businesses, heat their homes, fill their gas tanks, and it means less money to pay for groceries and other essentials, which, oh, by the way, are up quite a bit. Tires are up 30 to 40% if you need a set of tires today. Under the Biden administration, inflation has hit the highest point in 40 years. Unfortunately, experts suggest it's only going to get worse no matter how much President Biden tries to pass the blame. A key component of the Consumer Price Index is gas prices, which have been rising since day one of the Biden administration. And actually, that's not true. They started rising on November 3rd or 4th, the day, I think November 3 was the day he got elected. And in anticipation, like I mentioned earlier, of future events, knowing he was going to be president, knowing he'd campaign on killing energy production in this country, they went up the next day, and the next week they were up like, if I remember right, like 20% on crude. A key component of the Consumer Price Index is gas prices, which have risen since day one of the Biden administration. Like I said, I read that twice in case you didn't get it the first time. Oil is priced on future markets, and future for American oil and gas development doesn't look so bright under the Biden energy agenda. Can you elaborate on how inflation affects your industry, Mr. Sheffield?
Yes, we are seeing severe inflation, primarily due to the pandemic. We're seeing severe supply constraints, and that I testified already in my testimony that we're lacking a lot of equipment. The reasons why we can't grow faster is we're lacking rigs, we're lacking frac fleets. When you go through 3 downturns, we can't bring people back to the Permian Basin. Who wants to come back and work in the oil and gas industry? We just can't get people back. So we are seeing severe inflation. It's up significantly, and we'll continue to see severe inflation over the next several years.
Okay, and I got a quick question for General McMaster. What steps should we be taking to increase energy production here in the United States to lower energy costs and make us once again energy independent as we were on January 20th until 11:59 in the morning of 2021?
I think streamlining the permitting process and removing bureaucratic obstacles. I think that is the number one impediment. And I'd like to hear from the other members. I think who could speak more authoritatively about this, but I am aware of a number of actions, for example, that are just sitting at the Department of Energy with all of the environmental impact work done and are just waiting signatures. So I think it's important to remove rather than put more obstacles in place, which has been a tendency to be able to tap into the tremendous power associated with American energy.
Okay, thank you. And thank you all for not being here today. I think that's what I mean. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Long, just for your information, in the interim, I checked with staff, and in fact, all of the witnesses for today were invited to appear in person, but they all opted. It was their decision not to come in person today.
Thank you for inviting them, and I'm very, very sorry they made that decision.
I am too. Mr. Tonko, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before you start, my clerk, I just want to correct something that my friend and colleague, Ranking Member Rogers, said. Here are the facts. According to the Nonpartisan Energy Information Administration, domestic oil production was only 9.8 million barrels per day during President Biden's first full month in office. Since then, production has grown to 11.4 million barrels per day. That means oil production has gone up almost 2 million barrels per day since President Biden took office. So it is patently false to say that oil production has decreased under President Biden. The oil industry has a notorious track record of investing in countries run by petrodictators, including Russia. According to recent reporting, Shell, Exxon, and BP are among 9 American and European companies that have paid more than $15.8 billion in taxes and fees to Russia after it annexed Crimea in 2014. Those projects have helped to fund Putin's war chest and provide Russia with the operational and technical energy expertise that gives it leverage on the global stage. All the while, we watch in horror as the media alerts us to the tragedies in Ukraine. Each of you has since announced either pause on or exits from your Russian businesses. Mr. Woods, Exxon recently announced that it would begin the process of exiting its Salchan-1 venture in Russia and would not make further investments in Russia. Briefly, can you explain when Exxon will be completely divested from Russia?
We're working through that process now. It's rather complex because we are the operator of offshore rigs in deep water and environmentally sensitive areas. So we're working our way through that as expeditiously as possible.
Thank you. Mr. Woods, Exxon's former CEO, Lee Raymond, famously said that he doesn't make decisions based on what's good for the United States. Another Exxon CEO and President Trump's first Secretary of State received the Order of Friendship Award from Putin after Russia had already invaded Georgia. Do you agree that Exxon should not make decisions based on what is in the best interest of the United States? And what actions is Exxon taking to ensure that it no longer invests in governments run by violent adversaries of global peace?
Well, we're a company that operates on a global scale across the world. And obviously making decisions about where we choose to operate, a number of factors are inputted into that, including the administration's view and recommendation.
Is it for the best interest of the United States? That's not what I asked.
I would tell you in our business in Russia, for both Democratic and Republican administrations have encouraged our investments there as a way to bring Western values into Russia and benefit the Russian people.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Wirth, I listened as you committed to, and I quote you, maintaining American leadership. But Chevron's website indicates that it has marketing and retail operations in Russia and that it supplies Russian oil companies with lubricants and other materials. According to your website, Chevron is merely pausing all transactions in Russia. Question, will you make a commitment that Chevron will not simply suspend, but terminate all operations in Russia and that it will no longer supply Russian oil companies with the lubricants and materials that help Russia fill its coffers? Yes or no?
Congressman, we've halted all those sales, and for the foreseeable future, there's no way that those will resume.
Mr. Watkins, I would like to take the opportunity, or Ms. Watkins, excuse me, I would like to take the opportunity to share how shocked I was by Shell's decision to purchase new Russian oil cargoes. I think it justifies the concerns of many who believe that the major oil companies will always prioritize their own profits, even when basic moral values are at stake. Having said that, I'm glad that Shell, too, has now decided to exit its operations in Russia, and it's withdrawing from purchases of Russian petroleum products. Briefly, can you explain when Shell will be completely divested from Russia?
We're in the process of working through that. We have ceased buying all spot crude and all spot LNG at this point in time. We have walked away from our investments that we have with Gazprom. We are in the process of figuring out how to do that. It is not completely clear. We need to be in compliance with all laws and sanctions, and we are doing it as fast as we possibly can.
And Mr. Lawler, BP has also recently announced that it is exiting its 19.75% stake in Rosneft, an oligarch-run operation that helps Putin project power in Europe. Since Russia's invasion of Crimea, reporting indicates that BP has paid approximately $817 billion in taxes to the Kremlin, in addition to $353 billion in taxes, fees, royalties, and profits remitted to the Kremlin by Rosneft itself. What specific actions is BP taking to exit its Russian operations, and when will BP be completely divested from Russia?
No, thank you for the question. What I can say is that BP was horrified with the military action and the war against Ukraine. Within 96 hours, we
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. As you can see, it's lunchtime. They like to sell during lunch, you guys. So they pulled it back here, but who knows, man? Looks like they're bottoming out again right here. So we'll see. We'll see. But LCAOD, we're going to take lunch too real quick. We're going to see what's going on, man. 2 p.m., you guys. Stay tuned. Keep your eyes on the market. We're going to keep this oil briefing, this oil testify up here today. Oil executives, they're testifying on gas prices, you guys. It's important. All this, it's a lot of information. So that's how you know FOMC is going to be very, very serious. And like I said, it'll break the tension. There you have basically you see all the smart money out today talking to us live. You got Secretary Janet Yellen here. She's testifying before House Financial Services. So it's a lot of news rolling out. But you guys just stay cautious. Make sure you're on the right side of the trade, or make sure you invest the correct way. You always want to do that. Do your due diligence at your own pace. And I mean, really, it's not wrong with waiting, man. It's not wrong with just waiting and holding on, seeing what's gonna happen. Either that's all. When you wait, you get the direction better. You know what I'm saying? You always get the direction when you wait. So keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like we're having some technical difficulties here, so we're going to tune into Secretary Janet Yellen testifying before House Financial Services Committee, and then when I get this to load here, you guys, I'll fix it. But LCAOD, we're going to go to lunch here too. Well, we'll be back at about, said about 1:30 today. He's saying solid. We're coming in 30 minutes right before FOMC minutes, you guys. Oh, man. Oh, give yourself a pat on the back if you've been here since this morning with us, man. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you. We getting money over here, ladies and gentlemen. Let cash accumulate over days. We will see y'all after lunch shortly. Have a good lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy.
Pain is possible on Russia, but we need to take account of the consequences.
I'm out of time, but I'll send you a question for the record. I've really got the same question about food. That if I look at wheat production and corn production and sunflower oil production, there's the same dynamics there, and I'd like us to understand how we hurt Russia and understand the
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Budd, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank the chair, and thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here today. So considering that one of the topics of discussion today is our effort to counter terrorist financing, I'd like to discuss the fact that the U.S. government has already sent taxpayer money to convicted terrorists. So I sent you a letter on January 11th regarding the revelation that the convicted Boston Marathon bomber had received a $1,400 economic impact payment under President Biden's American Rescue Plan. Now, this was revealed in court filings in the state of Massachusetts. So for background, this is a man who planted a bomb at the 2013 Boston Marathon that killed 3 people, including an 8-year-old boy, and he maimed dozens more, and he then went on to murder an MIT police officer. So now, as of July 2021, the IRS found that 560,000 incarcerated individuals received stimulus checks, and that totaled $783 million. So, Madam Secretary, my first question is this. Can you provide an updated number on how many incarcerated individuals received stimulus checks from President Biden's American Rescue Plan?
Sorry, I don't have that number at my fingertips. I believe that the law required it. This wasn't a matter of IRS discretion. I believe the IRS followed the law.
Thank you. I want to shift gears just a minute. So can you, rather than how many individuals, can you now provide an updated amount of federal tax dollars that were sent to federal prisoners?
I don't have that. I don't have that for you, but this wasn't a discretionary decision by the IRS.
So from what we know, at least $783 million in taxpayer funds have been sent to federal prisoners. That includes murderers, rapists, and terrorists. So, Madam Secretary, does the Biden administration believe it's acceptable that hundreds of millions of dollars, $750 million, taxpayer money, do you think it's okay with the Biden administration that that goes to federal prisoners?
The IRS is carrying out the law, and this is a law that Congress passed.
Well, it's very interesting, and I have the yays and nays here from a March 6th of 2021. It was a Cassidy Amendment, 1162 on the Senate side. And we actually offered it was an amendment over there to block federal money, taxpayer dollars, from going to prisoners. But every single Senate Democrat last year blocked that amendment to the American Rescue Plan that would have prevented these payments to prisoners. So we see that the Biden administration didn't support that. But does the Biden administration support sending taxpayer money to federal prisoners like the Boston bomber in particular?
Look, as I said, you know, Treasury is charged with carrying out programs that Congress passes, and that's what we're doing. And I don't have an opinion to share with you beyond
I understand that, but it seems
we're implementing a law that Congress passed.
I mean, I'm just as confounded as it seems you are at this, because with the majority in the Senate side, they had the authority to stop it, but did not. Or if they didn't have the authority, why did they support the amendment that would have given you the authority to send that? The Biden administration, it just seems, was very irresponsible with this, because they could have prevented this, and yet they did not. So I just want to be very clear with you, Madam Secretary. I do not think that federal prisoners should be getting stimulus checks, period. Every taxpayer dollar is sacred and should be treated that way. So I strongly urge your department to do better when it comes to safeguarding taxpayer dollars. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Iowa, Mrs. Axney, who is also the vice chair of the subcommittee on Housing, Community Development, and Insurance, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you, Secretary Yellen, for being here. It's good to see you today. And I want to start out by thanking you so much for helping the great state of Iowa get the funds that we needed transferred from the state over to Polk County to keep a roof over people's head, and how quickly the Treasury Department responded to the
California in my district underneath the Salton Sea. What's unique is that this lithium is extracted from the brine from geothermal energy production. A clean energy future will break us free from our dependence on oil. It'll ensure we won't have to worry about outrageous gas prices like we're seeing now. And if we do it right, it'll create sustainable manufacturing here at home. So I'd like to hear from the companies here today, what are you doing to move us toward that clean energy future? Mr. Lawler, can you briefly discuss what BP is doing to move us toward a clean energy future with more electric vehicles?
Absolutely, Congressman. Thank you for the question. So I might start by saying I grew up in Denver, Colorado in the 1970s, and my dad printed the Denver Post each night and was a member of the union. And I remember clearly as a child the pain that the cost of gasoline imposed on our family. And
So what are you
today,
doing to honor that memory and moving towards the clean energy future?
Well, no, I appreciate that opportunity. So what we're doing at BP is we're working flat out. Our refineries are running flat out. We are bringing 140,000 barrels of crude oil to the market this year, in the second half of this year. We've also
That doesn't sound too
invested
clean to
over-
me. What are you doing to expand the
Well,
clean energy future with batteries, electric vehicles, something that will help clean our air and help us not be dependent on oil?
No, absolutely. So again, we're making the transition investments that are needed. As I mentioned, we're going to install 4.5 gigawatts of power offshore Massachusetts and New York. We'll be rapidly expanding the number of EV charging stations in the states. We do have a 50-50 partnership with Lightsource BP that's putting in numerous large solar farms across the United States in many, many places. And we just bought a company called 7X, and we'll be installing a significant number of solar fields in the mid-continent region of the United States. And we will be spending $5 billion a year by the end of the decade. So BP is in action. We have real things that are happening
Thank you
now.
for that. Thank you for that. I want to ask Ms. Watkins the same question. What investments is Shell making to develop and improve on lithium battery and electric vehicle technology to transition us to a cleaner future?
Yes, Shell's making a lot of investments to advance to a cleaner future. In fact, our whole strategy is premised on working very closely with our customers in order to increase the demand for low and no carbon fuels, including electric vehicles. As you mentioned, we have a company within our company called Green Lots that actually is working to install electric vehicle charging and back office software systems. We're working with cities.
Allies to put in place additional sanctions as Putin
very beautiful Sunday afternoon. He was confronted by 3 cowards who chased Ahmaud for 5 minutes, and they killed Ahmaud. The day that I laid Ahmaud to rest was February 28th. And that day that I laid him to rest, I promised him that I would get him justice. I was told initially that Ahmaud was killed in the midst of doing a burglary. Through the questions, going through the police reports, I found out that Ahmaud had not committed a burglary, that Ahmaud was just jogging down the street. I knew I had to continue the fight because, again, it was South Georgia and the odds was totally against me.
Tell it.
It took me 2 months to find counsel. I prayed, and eventually God gave me counsel, which was Lee Merritt and Mr. Benjamin Crump. After we got counsel, we got arrest.
Amen.
And from that, the case took forward. All the glory and all the praise goes to God.
Yeah. Yeah. Amen.
The case was actually closed because I want to remind you guys, it was 74 days without an arrest.
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you guys for actually standing and supporting me through the fight for justice for Ahmaud. How I have turned the pain into purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Is in the state of Georgia since we lost Ahmaud. They revisited the citizens arrest law because the 3 cowards stated that they were chasing Ahmaud to arrest him because he had committed a burglary. Now in the state of Georgia, there's no citizens arrest law. Since the killing of Ahmaud, the state of Georgia has a hate crime law. So
What's the name of that law, Wanda?
they didn't name it after Ahmaud, but we do have it. I'm not sure, Ben. You got me on top of that.
Okay, we gonna make them name it after mine.
Yes. But I can say the state of Georgia has brought some changes since we have lost Ahmaud. Since we've lost Ahmaud, I've also started the Ahmaud Arbery Foundation, which we're centering our purpose around little Black boys that look like Ahmaud, to protect them and put them in environments that when they want to go for runs like Ahmaud decided to, they're safe.
Yeah.
we're gonna be awarding 6 scholarships on his birthday on May 8th of this year. And I think I've talked too long, so I want to say thank you guys again.
Thank you, Wanda. Y'all, did she do good for her first time? Yeah. It is remarkable how similar these tragedies are. Think about the similarities between Trayvon Martin and Ahmaud Arbery. 2 young black men minding their own business, being profiled by white people. And so we continue to fight these stigmas. And next you're about to hear from a young lady who, you know, it's real raw. But I think about her sitting next to Elisa Finley, both of them John's sister, and both Amir Locke and both of them Jane were in their own places where they had every right to be, and people busted in their houses and killed them, and then said everything was justified. And I mean, so we continue. Reverend Al and I, we talk so much about how we tear down this system. It's the system. It's not a one-off. It's not just in Georgia. This happens all across America. This system of police bias that leads to our children being killed. So I know we have 30 minutes, so they told me we got a hard stop at 1:15 for things we have to do with you, Karen. So with that, y'all please just keep her in prayer. This is so raw right now. Miss Karen Wells, the mother of Amir Locke.
Hello? Oh, okay. My name is Karen Wells. I'm the mother of Amir Ricari Locke. I'm going to try to be strong up here, but he was born on 11/11/99. And in 9 seconds, on 2/2/22, a police officer decided to take my baby's life. Amir was sleeping peacefully, soundfully on the couch, visiting his cousin's house. And they came in unannounced on a no-knock warrant. It came in, and most people who have seen the video, you can tell my son was sound asleep. One of the police officers had to kick the couch twice to wake him up. He reached for his weapon. You can tell he doesn't know what's going on, who's in the house, if somebody's breaking in to hurt him or his cousin, who's in the bedroom. And he reached for the weapon, and he's no longer here. And he was a licensed gun owner. But what they failed to realize was he was a licensed 22-year-old gun owner, male, black person in the United States of America, and with no criminal background. They paid 200 searches on my baby to find something, and to this day, they couldn't find nothing. He was raised with morals and values. He was not a criminal, and even if he was, so what? You broke into his dwelling. That was a break-in for property, not a person. He wasn't on the search warrant. It was for property that had nothing to do with my baby. And he's not here. Imagine going shopping with my sister, who's my support, to go pick out a suit for a 22-year-old and take it to a funeral home. Imagine going to go and view the body of your baby, and they wouldn't even let us see him at the medical examiner's office. We had to wait until they sent him over to the funeral home. I am angry. I am mad. I am disgusted with Minneapolis, Minnesota. This country is still a disappointment in 2022. We have rights. We vote. We carry legal firearms, and y'all still think that we don't matter. Amir is more than a hashtag. We're going to continue the fight for the no-knock warrant bans. in honor of his name for Breonna Taylor. This cannot happen to nobody else. You can't sit in your apartment and eat ice cream. You can't sleep on a couch, a floor, in your own bed. It's so much that I don't know sometimes if I'm coming or going. I watch all these mothers, and I have a picture of Amir at Trayvon Martin's first protest in the Twin Cities. That is the first one that he ever attended. And it moved my children at that time. He has a 24-year-old brother. And it made Amir also want to help and change the world and save the youth. But even though he's not here in the flesh, where they messed up is my baby was very spiritual. He was higher than this world. He had a purpose on his life, and he is going to work where you cannot see him work. So we're not going to stop. I'm not going to be disappointed with anything that happens with the police officers or whatever, because at the end of the day, when you pass this earth, you're not going where my baby's at. You're going to see his face. You're going to see his face. So I come from Omaha, Nebraska, where Malcolm X comes from.
Amen.
So, like I told them before, y'all open up the doors. And like he said, with the infamous words, the chickens are coming home to roost. Minneapolis, the United States should be prepared for all the chickens coming home to roost. You get ready. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. Y'all put me in a fraternity with mothers and loved ones of innocent. They was doing nothing wrong. Nobody on this panel, anybody that you hear of did anything wrong. The only thing they did wrong was they had melanin. They had that melanin that is so intimidated, but you're really not intimidated. You want that melanin, but you can't have it, so you're gonna take it. So you're gonna take it. Y'all gonna, but I'm here for Amir, and I'm going to fight until my last breath. I'm gonna do everything for my baby, and I'm gonna make sure that I continue to speak for the women, the mothers that did not speak up, the different murders that's going on right now that y'all didn't hear about. Well, guess what? Y'all messed up. You got a panel of women. We not about to play. We coming because y'all came for our kids.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Guys, keep praying for her as we make it through the day. I'm sure you're going to be seeing a lot of her today.
We're briefing on what FinCEN is doing on that front.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Gonzalez, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here today. I want to jump right into some China World Bank debt trap diplomacy questions, if I could. So when we think about the developing world and how we can help them develop their economies responsibly and sustainably, in many instances, countries in the developing world are choosing between different financing packages. Way too often, they're choosing China and the usurious terms that come along with that. So from a tools standpoint, what do we need either at the IFIs or the DFC to have more competitive offerings for the developing world so that they're choosing our packages over China's? And or are we even at the table when these conversations are taking place?
So I think we need the multilateral development banks to be adequately financed so they have the capacity to offer sufficient financing. There's an enormous need for infrastructure investment throughout the developing world. Countries are starved for the resources, and many don't have access to private capital markets.
So just to interrupt quickly, is your contention that the these banks are not funded appropriately, like the World Bank, IMF, they do not have adequate capital to make competitive offerings? Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, in some cases, they are adequately funded. In other cases, there probably is a need for additional resources. We ourselves are in arrears, substantial arrears, in terms of meeting our own commitments and in terms of trying to generate new commitments. For example, we feel very strongly that the IMF's new Resilience and Sustainability Trust can make an important contribution to energy security and to pandemic preparedness, and Congress hasn't given us the authority to lend money to that. If the United States lends, we believe it could catalyze $100 billion from a group of countries.
Got it. And one of the problems I have with, not one of the problems, one of the issues I've been working on since I got here is Chinese influence at the IFIs, in particular the World Bank, where when I've spoken to previous executive directors of both parties, what you hear is often China has essentially bought their influence, or they've more or less bought their votes in various ways, and it makes it very difficult to defeat anything that China wants. And as a response, one of the things that I introduced and got signed into law was the Accountability for World Bank Loans to China Act. This law has various reporting requirements, but also requires the Treasury Department to advocate for a prompt end to World Bank loans to China. China historically blocks that. According to Treasury, there's been low progress on this front. Why has there been low progress, and what should we do? Well, actually, second question, do you personally believe China should graduate from the loan program at the World Bank?
Do I what?
Do you personally believe China should graduate from the loan program?
Absolutely do, and we've advocated it very strongly.
Thank you. Another provision within the enacted legislation is a report to this committee on the indebtedness of countries to China through the Belt and Road, as well as the U.S. effectiveness in promoting debt transparency at IMF and World Bank. In your estimation, how effectively are we countering China's efforts to engage in debt trap diplomacy, and how transparent are they, or how have we done in terms of getting the transparency we need to report to this committee?
You know, transparency is very important. It's a focus of both the IMF and the World Bank, and they've taken steps. We all have to try to increase transparency, especially of China's lending to these countries, and we're not where we need to be on this. You know, China agreed to participate in the common framework for countries with unsustainable debt and hasn't really fully met its obligations there either. And so all of these are frustrations.
Real quickly, 20 seconds left. Just want to get you back on the record or something. You mentioned that at present, there's no evidence that the cryptocurrency markets are being used in major ways by the Russians to evade sanctions or launder money related to the Ukraine crisis. Would you just reconfirm that that is what, in fact, what you said?
We've not seen major use of crypto as a way of evading sanctions. We will be on the lookout for it. It's early days, but we have not seen that yet.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, who is also the Vice Chair of the Subcommittee on Consumer Protection and Financial Institutions, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The IMF surcharge policy imposes extra, often hidden fees onto countries with high levels of debt, and it's been widely denounced by development experts and civil society organizations as an unjust burden and a hindrance to our global economic recovery. Secretary Yellen, these fees are coming at the worst possible moment when countries are in the midst of a deadly global pandemic and in desperate need of humanitarian assistance and public health services. Are you worried that the IMF may be undermining the financial welfare and stability of the very places we are trying to support?
I'm supportive of the framework that includes IMF surcharges. They're part of the IMF's risk mitigation framework, and I see them as critical to protecting the IMF's resources and really making sure that they can play a critical role as a global lender of last resort. We're going to rely on the multilateral development banks and the IMF to provide more resources because of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And we need to make sure that the proper mechanisms are in place. And I think that these surcharges should remain in place.
Well, Secretary Yellen, respectfully, I disagree, and as do 17 other congressional colleagues who sent a letter to you urging you to reconsider in January. And so it's just in 2009, even before the pandemic struck, 64 countries spent more resources servicing foreign debts than they did on.
We intend to grow production in the Permian Basin by 10% this year. Our company is growing production and investing in that. I think broadly speaking for the industry, the issue of permitting that has been raised multiple times is essential, and also an environment that is supportive of investing in this industry.
Permitting is the main issue that I'm hearing. And my understanding is that this administration is working with you on permitting. My understanding is also that 90% of the drilling happens on private lands. And so I just want to summarize that I think you can do more, and the American people need you to do more. Long term, we need to wean ourselves off of this dependence on fossil fuels. But in the short term, we need you to step up for the people in my district and for the people across this country who are feeling extreme pain at the pump right now. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Chair now recognizes Mr. Ham for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In late February, Russia launched its unprovoked and its violent invasion of Ukraine, and President Biden has organized our allies to impose crippling sanctions on, has organized our allies to impose sanctions on Russia. I recently returned from visiting Eastern Europe, where I heard thanks for President Biden's and America's leadership on these issues, but also concerns about American oil and gas companies profiteering from Russia's invasion. For the most part, oil companies have rightly stayed away from trading Russian oil during this global crisis, and several of your companies are discontinuing investments that have long fueled Putin's war machine. But among our witnesses, as my colleague, Representative Tonko pointed out, there has been one company that continued to purchase Russian oil even after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. On March 1st, after the invasion began, Shell purchased 100,000 barrels of Russian oil. Shell got this oil at a deep discount because no one else would touch it. Ms. Watkins, I'm aware that your company has since apologized, but what do you think it says about Shell's values and credibility that you bought Russian oil while the Russian military started carrying out its brutal attack on the people of Ukraine?
I think it says, we within a day or two, we announced that we were walking away from $3 billion worth of investments. And I think that says a lot about how we despise what is happening.
Certainly. Look, I am aware of your recent actions, but the reality is, after the invasion, you put the profits ahead of the lives of innocent Ukrainians, and before our ability as a nation to hold Vladimir Putin accountable. I mean, each of you have been crystal clear in public statements in the past month that Putin's invasion has been great for your bottom line. Not only have each of you taken advantage of this war and the crisis that it has produced to return even more profit to shareholders, but it also appears that at least 5 top oil executives have cashed out some $99 million worth of stock personally since the invasion began. These include top executives from Hess, Marathon, Continental Resources, and represented here today, Pioneer. Mr. Sheffield, you sold 22,247 shares worth of 5.3 million on March 2nd, a little over a week after Russia invaded Ukraine. Was the value of Pioneer stock when you sold it after Russia's invasion higher, lower, or the same as it was prior on February 24th?
Yes, Madam, the stock is only up about 8 to 9% since the invasion. And I still have over 90% of my net worth in Pioneer stock. It's the first time I've sold stock in several years.
Well, thank you, Mr. Sheffield. But the undeniable reality is that you did sell over 22,000 shares of your company's stock and pocketed millions from Putin's attack on Ukraine. Look, today's witnesses, they've talked extensively about industry externalities and the global nature of oil prices that aren't in their control. Yet at the same time, I hear how these same executives and their companies are independently deciding not to invest in new supply or produce more, which would drive down gas prices for consumers in order to return value to the shareholder. You may not directly control price, but you do manipulate supply to decrease the amount of product on the market. And you do that to create scarcity, which at the end of the day drives up costs for hardworking Americans. It's easy to make prices skyrocket overnight, and that's great for share prices and stockholders. Mr. Sheffield has showed us that much, but it's bad for working families in my district and in every congressional district across our country. Your company's made a combined $76.4 billion last year. You're on track to make more this year. You're cashing multi-million-dollar paychecks and you're profiting personally off your stock options, telling us that your hands are tied. Meanwhile, there are millions of folks who are seriously considering taking a second or third job just to make ends meet. So I'll close by asking you what any working parent who is struggling with their home heating bill or their gas prices in my district would. Sitting here today, no evasion, no pivoting, no slick lobbyist talking points. How do you plan to change course today? Will you stop prioritizing obscene profitability, buybacks, and dividends over the livelihoods of working Americans? Because after all, you represent American companies, and that used to mean something, especially when we've been faced with threats abroad. It's my hope that you'll take this opportunity to make it mean something again. And with our remaining time, if anybody wants to answer that question, I'd be grateful.
Unfortunately, the gentlelady has 15 seconds left, so perhaps
I'm hearing
we can
crickets
ask for
anyway, so I'll yield
written
back.
response. Thank you. Mr. O'Halloran, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's clear to me that no real solutions for lowering gas prices have come out of this hearing today. People are more focused on playing the blame game rather than identifying actions to lower gas and energy prices for Americans. We're in an unprecedented time. We've seen historic inflation caused by a multi-year pandemic and now a war in Europe. I have no issues with energy companies making profits. What I do have an issue with is the excess profits that you are making at the expense of the American people. Since the Industrial Revolution, oil and gas companies have invested in technologies to help ensure Americans have access to energy that we need to survive and thrive. However, in America, the natural resources belong to the American people and often sits on our lands, in the ground, in our country. This is critical to remember. I understand that oil and gas markets are complex. What I don't understand is that when we are multiple unprecedented crises occurring right now, oil and gas companies are turning a blind eye, choosing their Wall Street friends over their corporate responsibility to the American people. They're partners in this whole process over time. Thousands of Ukrainians have been slaughtered at the hands of the Russian invaders. Parts of Arizona saw the highest rates of inflation in the nation over the past year, and Americans are paying the highest gas prices that they've paid in decades. Americans are hurting. When the world shut down in 2020, Congress passed bipartisan COVID relief bills that included critical support for businesses of all sizes. Over the course of the pandemic, demand for oil fell sharply, and oil prices temporarily went negative. But oil and gas companies benefited from over $8 billion in relief. Oil and gas companies have long benefited from tax breaks like the intangible drilling cost deduction and others that American taxpayers pay billions for every year. The companies on this panel alone made the $76.4 billion in profits last year. But I know that oil and gas companies are back to raking in profits. They've forgotten the American taxpayer and their partners in the whole history of energy in America. We are oil and gas companies. Where are they at now when the American public needs help? Multiple of the witnesses have testified today. They've forecasted that returning money to investors then is more important than lowering prices. They've stated it time and time again over the last months. This is has real consequences for people in my district. High gas prices have a severe impact on rural America. It's not uncommon for my constituents to rack up over 50 miles a day commuting to work and school and running everyday errands. When energy prices go up, everything becomes more expensive. Families, farmers, ranchers, and rural Americans everywhere have to make up and make the hard decisions to cut costs somewhere. Congress is limited in how much it can affect oil prices set by global markets. But we can do something. We can work together for the American people, as we have done in the past.
Feel like you're doing the work of four.
But we can't let this crisis stop us from taking steps to ensure
This is a Great
our
Depression.
energy independence.
You all remember the lines
We
of
must
cars
invest,
stretching for
and you must
miles,
invest
waiting for a box
in the
of food to be put in their trunk. Not just poor folks, folks across the board waiting for that box of food. Because the American Rescue Plan helped 41 million Americans put food on their table. Because of the American Rescue Plan, we helped keep a roof over the heads of 4 million people. When you helped get that plan passed, 4 million people were on the verge of being evicted from their homes and apartments. That's a fact, not a joke. 4 million. The rescue plan put money in the pockets of hardworking Americans who thought, through no fault of their own, were in trouble, giving families what my dad used to call just a little bit of breathing room. Just a little bit of breathing room. Because of the rescue plan, we had the best year of state and local growth in 20 years, adding back 467,000 jobs, and educators, firefighters, police officers who were laid off got back in the job. You made a gigantic difference. In addition, because of the rescue plan, 320,000 construction jobs last year. 320,000. You're building America again. I meant what I said. We're the only nation in the world that's come out of every serious problem we've had stronger than when we went in. And there are now more construction jobs today than we had before the pandemic. The leading financial firm, Moody's, Wall Street, estimates that because of the rescue plan, 4 million more jobs were created, and unemployment is 2% lower than it would have been had we failed to act. But look, that wasn't all we did to the rescue plan. We also included the law called the Butch-Lewis Act. You know what it is, most people don't. To ensure that we rebuild America, we upheld a promise to secure a dignified retirement for millions of workers and retirees all across America, protecting pensions. You all worked so damn hard for, you sacrificed to secure. And it didn't stop there, because we can't compete for the jobs of the 21st century if you don't fix our infrastructure. That's why it was so important to pass the bipartisan infrastructure law. You know, and now not only is it infrastructure week finally arrived, it's infrastructure decade. Infrastructure decade. No, for real. Already. Already, as all of you know, we've announced nearly $5 billion to improve 3,000 airports across 50 states this year. We've announced $5 billion, including $650 million this year alone. So Lonnie Stevens and the IBEW can get to work building a national network of electric vehicle charging stations, 500,000 across the country. We've announced $4.7 billion to cap and plug hundreds of thousands of orphan wells and gas wells spewing methane into the air, creating jobs as good as the jobs the folks dug those wells got paid in the first place. Same folks. Nearly $17 billion for ports, waterways, and dams. 700 projects already announced across 50 states. $52.5 billion for highways and road repairs this year. $5.4 billion for bridges this year. The I-5 bridge over Columbia River in Washington State. The I-95 bridge in West Haven, Connecticut. The Jefferson Highway. US 61 East Baton Rouge Parish in Louisiana. The list goes on. Not only that, we're getting rid of poisonous lead pipes in 10 million homes and 400,000 schools and child care centers. So kids and families can have drinking water that doesn't poison them. Look, folks, this is America, the United States of America. We're investing $65 billion to deliver affordable high-speed internet everywhere in America. Urban, rural, suburban, tribal communities. It can't be a country where a mother has to pull with her child up in her car to a McDonald's parking lot to connect to an internet so the kid can do their homework. I mean, think about that. It's the United States of America. Look, this law puts an end to that and creates thousands of jobs doing it. Good paying jobs. And look, what this means for all of you is jobs, good paying union jobs, jobs you can raise a family on, jobs you can't be outsourced. This is about more than rebuilding our infrastructure. It's about rebuilding our middle class. I'm so sick and tired. I was raised by a dad, not a joke, who when things would go bad, I remember we weren't poor, but we lived in a 3-bedroom split little house with 4 kids and a grandpa living with us. And looking back on it, we thought it was great, but I wonder how my mom and dad thought about it. And I remember one night, true story. Remember on my headboard, the bunk bed I was in, we had 2 sets of bunks in our room. And one was up against the wall that divided between my mom's bedroom and ours. And I could tell my dad was restless. I could hear him. I asked my mom the next morning, what was the matter? He said, he just found out we lost our insurance, honey. We lost our insurance. Well, guess what? You are the ones who keep millions of people from losing their insurance. Unions built the middle class. We have to rebuild the middle class. That's why we made sure that the infrastructure law included significant labor protections. For example, the overwhelming majority of the funds included in this law are subject to Davis-Bacon requirements. And by the way, as you may remember, when the President Obama asked me to do the Recovery Act back in our administration, the previous one, we didn't do any you guys didn't do. If they wanted the money, they had to show me that they were doing it and paying a prevailing wage. As you know, that means folks who are rebuilding the country are going to earn a prevailing wage now. And by the way, the Labor Department, led by a proud former president of the Labor's Union 223, Marty Walsh. Good man. If I'm in a foxhole, I want Marty next to me. Look, he recently proposed a new regulation to strengthen prevailing wage. Another thing the law does is help expand registered apprenticeships. Wasn't it wonderful when business said, don't worry, we'll do the apprenticeships? Wasn't that a great, generous thing for them to do early on? Well, come on, man. Union partnerships that allow workers to earn while they learn, that matters. Because laying a strong foundation for the future of this country is about more than having strong roads and bridges, ports, and airports that can compete with any in the world. It's also about making sure that here in America, folks who work hard and live their lives, they have an opportunity to live it with dignity and respect. That's what unions are about, in my view, about providing dignity and respect for people who bust their neck. That's why I created the White House Task Force on Worker Organization and Empowerment to make sure the choice to join a union belongs to workers alone. And by the way, Amazon, here we come. Watch. Well, it's why I've called on Congress to finally pass the PRO Act and send it to my desk. And that's why we're strongly encouraging grantees to get infrastructure funding to use what we know as the project labor agreements. You know what they are. The vast majority listening to this won't know. Which helps ensure the people building major projects are well-trained, highly skilled workers who have a voice on the work site. Look, you all know why this matters. Union members get higher wages and benefits like health care and insurance and paid leave, protections against discrimination and harassment, safer, healthier workplaces. But there's another reason, the basic American reason. Workers who join a union gain power, the power over decisions that affect their lives. When you've got a union, the workers' voices are heard and heeded. Unions provide, in one word, democracy in the workplace. Organizing, joining a union, that's a democratic and democracy action. Unions aren't just good for workers who join them. Rebuilding America with union labor is smart for business and the American public and for our entire country. Union workers, and I'm not just saying because you're sitting there, but give me my word, you're the best in the world at what you do. Highly skilled, highly trained. You've got a voice in the workplace, a sense of ownership in the project. When union workers are on the job, projects are completed efficiently and they're completed professionally. That's good for the American taxpayer. It's good for families in every neighborhood where infrastructure projects are underway. And so we're going to keep investing in you and your families. We can and we must do more. For example, there are nearly 1.2 million extremely qualified women who haven't returned to the workforce. There's a simple reason. There's no affordable child care for them. Many families pay up to, in this city and other major cities, they have up to $14,000 a year for one child. When I got to the Senate, as some of you know, right after I got elected in November 17 and December 18th after that election, I got a phone call saying my wife and daughter had just been killed. A tractor trailer broadsided them and my two boys weren't supposed to make it. My boys did make it, thank God. But the point was, everybody thinks I commuted every day because I was this good father wanting to go home. That's true, but I couldn't afford daycare. So I had my mom and my sister and my brother. I had to do it from home. I had no choice. And I was making a good salary. I think at the time we were making $42,000 a year, which was a fair amount of money. I couldn't afford childcare. And these women can't afford it either. If you cap childcare, as I proposed, at 7% of a family's income making less than $125,000 a year, you could cut in half the cost of childcare, saving thousands of dollars and freeing so many people to be able to go back to work, particularly these women who are totally qualified but have no alternative but to stay home. Or take prescription drugs like insulin. Many of you know people who have type 1 diabetes, another reason for insulin. You know how much it costs to make that vial of insulin? $10, T-E-N, $10. But you see families paying, on average, over $641 a month for that insurance, up to $1,000 a month. Think about those 200,000 kids out there, maybe some of your children, who have type 1 diabetes. 200,000. Think about what it does to a parent who looks at their child, doesn't have insurance, doesn't have the cash, and wonders, my God, what am I going to do? Have no idea how we're going to pay for what we need so desperately. It not only puts the child's life in jeopardy, it strips you of your dignity. How can you look at your child knowing They need this, but there's no way. You don't qualify for it because you're making some money, but you don't have enough money to pay for that monthly bill. It's easy. We can cap insulin at $35 a month. They'll still make 350% profit. Look, there's so much more we can do. We let Medicaid be able to do what they do. Those of you who are veterans, they negotiate. Veterans Administration negotiates with Medicare for the price they charge. It's a big deal. They still make a lot of money. But what's going on now? We can do it all without adding to inflation. We don't have to believe me about that. 17 Nobel laureates in economics in the last 6 months wrote to me independently and said, guess what? If you do what you're talking about, it will not only not increase inflation, it will reduce the impact of inflation. We can do this without raising a penny in taxes on anyone making under $400,000. We have to do it. All we have to do is ask the wealthiest Americans among us and major corporations to pay their fair share, just a little bit more. Really, not a joke. Not a joke. I made a commitment, no one making less than $400,000 in my administration while I'm president will pay a penny more in taxes. That's why I held up the passage of the infrastructure bill. They wanted to add a fee for highways. I said, no, ordinary people are going to be paying for that. I'm not for that. We got to have everybody chip in, pay their fair share. Look, folks, there's no reason why when someone making $10 million a year should pay a lower tax rate than a married couple who are a firefighter and a school teacher. But that's how it works. I mean, for real. There's no reason why in 2020, the 55 of the companies, Fortune 500 companies, paid zero in federal income tax, and they made $40 billion. Zero. Look, I'm a capitalist. If you can go out and make $1 million or $1 billion, go at it. But for God's sake, chip in and pay your fair share. I think a lot of my friends are registered Republicans living out there. They think that too. I mean, it's just so outrageous. That $2 trillion tax cut, the last guy. What was his name? Anyway, the last guy. I forgot it. He never showed up for the inauguration. But anyway. But all kidding aside, I shouldn't kid. But that tax cut basically went to the top 0.1% of the American public. And it didn't grow the economy. Look, the bottom line is this. The United States is in a position to outcompete the world once again. If we can keep coming together, invest in the backbone of America, there's no limit what we can achieve. When I wasn't going to run again, as some of you know, some of my friends. But when I finally decided to run, and my kids encouraged it because, anyway, I won't go into that, but if I finally decided to run, the fact of the matter is, I made a judgment. We just had there's no reason why we have to keep it the way it's been. When's the last time trickle-down economy has trickled to anybody you know? No, I'm serious. I'm not joking. So look, I said I was running for 3 reasons back then. 1, to restore the soul of this country. By that I meant decency and honor and honesty in what we're going to do. And 2, to rebuild the backbone of America. To rebuild the backbone of America, which is the middle class and working people. And 2 and 3, to try to unify the country. That's been the hardest thing so far. Not a joke. But we're going to get there because you can't have a democracy function unless you can generate consensus. You ultimately have to unify it, as angry as I sometimes get. So look, America, this is a fact. America's always counted on union workers. And given just half a chance, you have never, ever, ever, you've never let the country down. We're counting on you again. And you can count on me to keep fighting for you, I promise you. And folks, let's continue giving working families a fighting chance. Let's face the challenge ahead. And let's keep building a better America. And one last thing. We're announcing today an investment through the infrastructure law. The largest investment in public transit in American history, $20.5 billion. It's going to accomplish two big things. Create more good union jobs using products made in America and reduce pollution at the same time while making it safer and easier for folks to get to work. Let's keep going. Let's keep building. Let's keep it on the way. Thank you, thank you, thank you. May God bless you. And may God protect our troops. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We are back from the lunch break. As you can see, Wall Street been back for about 32 minutes. They brought it up here. We're right back above VWAP on the SPY here. We're getting close to the FOMC minutes release here. It's going to release right at 2 p.m. and it's going to have a major quick effect. So remember to stay calm if you've never experienced anything like this before. Excuse me. Biden is just had everybody going crazy, man. That guy right there, man. I didn't even know he was going to go live. So it's a lot of news going on. But if you haven't experienced anything like this, just kind of stay calm. Like I said, if you ain't prepared for what's going to happen, if you ain't ready for that risk, just chill. Hey, enjoy the show. Watch it. It's going to be a lot of volatility right at 2 p.m. So it's coming. It's coming. It's definitely coming, ladies and gentlemen. But who's to say, though, that they won't do both sides? It could go both sides or one direction here. So right here at LCLD, we think Uncle is saying Uncle says down today, but could be both ways too. You know what I'm saying? It could be down today or both ways. That's what Uncle think. But at the same time, Uncle's saying tomorrow or sometime soon, definitely a turnaround. It's going to bounce and shoot right back up soon. So keep that in mind. Now, it might pick up here, though. Uncle might be wrong today, y'all. That's just what Uncle thinks. FCALD. You want to make your decision on how it you think, and we're going to find out here shortly. Right now, the spots just popped right here out of the upper band, so they're out of the channel now. Just a little bit. Spots picking up here, 446. So Bulls are regaining the market right now. Bears lost momentum. We're back in the bull market here, and like I said, we got about shortly 2 p.m. approaching this. We're gonna have that pulled up fast, speedy, lighted away. It looks like nothing is still going on. They're still doing the Reverend Al Sharpton. He's still talking. What I see what he's doing is he's talking with all the mourning families, deceased black people that was killed recently. Rest in peace to their souls. But he's talking about them and what they're going through, the trauma that they've been experiencing, and they're just trying to still recover. They recovered, but they still just healing. And that's all that's about. So that ain't really moving the market, but that is very generous to have that. And it matters, man. Things got to change out here someday. If they don't, we won't. So keep that in mind. But at the end of the day, as far as making the market move, this oil industry executive testifying on high gas prices in the House Energy Committee hearing is still going on. So we can tune into that until the FOMC statements drop. Looks like Secretary Janet Yellen, that is done. So you'll see that all over the media today. But that briefing's done there. And as of right now, hold on, guys. That's problem technical issue. All right, sorry, but woo, flies back. It's getting warm out here again. But yeah, that is going on. But other than that, let's tune into this. Let's tune into what's moving the market here. The oil industry executive testifying thing. We're gonna tune back into this until, like I said, statement drop here. I'm gonna remind you guys right before 2 p.m. We're gonna actually we're gonna read that and see if how does that take. I got a homie of mine, another streamer. I kind of learned from him, brother of mine. He's in a different bracket than I am, though. We don't know each other. Just on some met him through trading on streaming. So, but yeah, he has access to. We're gonna pull this up here shortly. Hold on, 1 second, explain this. But yeah, he has access to the minutes that's gonna release right at 2 p.m. He's gonna be reading it very, very fast. So he gets it first. So it's not about who gets it first, but I do want to hear it first. How it's gonna start off. It's gonna be basically he make it make sense with how it's gonna start moving at 2 p.m. So we just want to see what's gonna happen. Then we're gonna wait. But let's tune back in, you guys. They're showing some very important stuff.
But that's just where it got started. He then went on and issued a barrage of mountains of red tape from every one of his federal agencies to make it harder to drill in America. Not in other countries, by the way, just in America. Look at all the agencies that President Biden used to go after American energy producers. The Department of Energy, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, Securities and Exchange Commission, the Department of Agriculture, the Council on Environmental Quality, the Department of State, the Environmental Protection Agency, the Department of Justice, the Department of Interior, all of these federal agencies putting mountains of red tape on every American driller, making it harder to drill in America. Look at a few of them. Of course, we all know Keystone, day one, coming from the State Department. Killed the Keystone Pipeline. He's not against all pipelines because he turned around and gave a gift to Vladimir Putin and greenlighted Nord Stream. So he made American energy less secure, but he said it's okay for Russia to produce oil and send it to Europe, making them addicted to Russian oil, helping fuel, by the way, Putin's war against Ukraine. Putin is getting, before the invasion, was getting over $700 million a day selling his oil to America and to Europe because President Biden issued this assault on American energy. Now, again, go back to what Biden said. He did say that he was going to do it. No more drilling, including offshore. So what happens when you kill American energy through all these Biden red tape policies? The price goes up. Just look at it. Didn't start when Russia invaded Ukraine. The price was going up from day one when Biden took office because he carried out an assault on American energy. So if you want to solve the problem, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. How about you first get rid of this entire assault from every federal agency I just mentioned on producing oil in America? None of these rules and regulations, by the way, apply to Russian oil. None of them apply to Iranian oil. None of them apply to Venezuela. But yet that's who President Biden is begging to produce more oil. Stop begging dictators to produce our energy and turn to America, where, by the way, we do it cleaner than anywhere in the world. You get energy from Russia, they have a much higher carbon footprint. I'd love to see the carbon footprint. Maybe we can have a hearing on that. The carbon footprint of Joe Biden's anti-American energy policy. The good news is there is help on the way. Republicans have filed more than 60 bills, by the way, 60 bills, to reverse this barrage and assault on American energy by President Biden. More than 60 bills. Our ranking member, Kathy McMorris Rogers, has a bill. There's bills to do all kind of things to actually allow us to produce our resources. By the way, cleaner than anybody else in the world. That's where we should be going with this. But I've got some questions for our witnesses, and I'll start with Mr. Lawler. My question is, does this whole mountain of red tape by President Obama make it harder for you to produce more energy in America? Yes or no? Mr. Lawler.
Well, in general, regulations that are supportive of the industry are helpful. Regulations that help improve the energy transition are helpful.
So are these supportive of the industry? You've seen them. You know these. You have to comply with them. It's one of the reasons you can't produce. And I talk to people who produce in all parts of the country, and they tell me it's these regulations that are stopping them. Mr. Worth with Chevron, do these regulations make it harder for you to produce energy in America?
Yes, they do. Yes, they do, Congressman.
Mr. Sheffield,
Yes, they do, sir.
Mr. Moncrief,
Yes, they do.
Ms. Watkins,
Congressman, certainly some regulations are necessary for our business, but as I
Do
said
these.
before, we've got outstanding permits that would, if approved, would be enable us to bring even more production on.
let's
very
open
soon.
up American energy.
Gentleman's time
Let's stop the
expired.
assault on American
Chair now is
energy
very
and
pleased.
lower gas prices. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair is now pleased to recognize the chair of our Health Subcommittee, Ms. Eshu, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for holding this very important hearing today and for extending the legislative courtesy to me to participate. In response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, over 50 American companies have pulled out of Russia, including BP America, ExxonMobil, and Shell USA. So to those that have, I salute you for that. Those that haven't, that are with us today, do you plan to do so? No response. Okay. One policy that Congress is considering to address the soaring gas prices is suspending the federal gas tax, a tax holiday, so to speak, of 18.4 cents per gallon. And there's a serious debate over whether gas prices would actually fall by this amount in the not too distant future. My question is, if your companies can pull out of Russia, can you also commit to passing on the full savings of a gas tax holiday to consumers? So we'll go through the panel, and it's a yes or no answer. Are you refusing to say anything? It's a yes or no answer.
Congresswoman, I'll start. This is Mike Worth with Chevron. I was waiting to see if somebody was going to go through the list. We can certainly discontinue the collection of that tax. Prices move each and every day in both directions. And so I can't guarantee you that the price will go up or go down due to a variety of other factors that influence prices. But we collect the tax on behalf of the government and submit it to the government. If that tax
So spot picking up here, you guys. FOMC minutes about to come out, and you see the market picking it up, trying to get right back to that opening level there. Looks like that would be around 446.85, maybe 447.59 there. So it looks like we're almost right back there right now. It's picking up now. Oh, just tagged it. Just picked up right as I said it. So it's going up now. Spot's picking up here. Keep in mind the statement, minutes about to drop. So it's gearing up for that. Brought the dip here. Bears are completely wiped again that fast. We're in the upper channel here on the spot. So, yeah, it's definitely a bull market still. Don't panic. 446 is a comfort zone for bulls here. The VIX is coming down, too. I'm looking at that, $23.77. It looks like let me check with the indices here, you guys. Just keeping you guys updated. I want to make sure you were peeping what I was peeping. Market picking up here. It might, like I said, it could have been the bottom the whole time, that 444 zone. And like I said, they were ready to load that dip. Like I said, I do got a homie of mine, streamer on YouTube. He has the release of the minutes. We're gonna go to his channel 5 minutes before the show. We got about 15 left. It's 1:45 p.m. FOMC minutes about to drop here any moment, you guys. 2 p.m. is going to drop right at 2 p.m. right on the dot. Mark, you're going to see my move here. You're already kind of getting it now with this big buy signal here right now on the MACD. A lot of buyers just stepped in here. So let's see if it can hold and continue up here, or will it just channel back in? That's the key right now. Biden really called out Amazon, and that is trending headlines right now. That's funny. So we do have some breaking news here. We do have breaking news here. It looks like stocks making the biggest move midday. JetBlue, Eli Lilly, Occidental Petroleum, and more. So those gas stocks are moving, making the biggest moves today. That's breaking news. We are live, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCLD. The Dow's down here at 43%. The S&P 500 is only down 97%. The Nasdaq's down 2%. The Russell 2000 is down 1.38%. The VIX is up 11.41%, so still up $23.43 on the VIX. But volatility did spike here today, you guys. Did spike as you can see. But right now we're just still here listening to the oil industry executives. They're testifying still. So we're gonna see what they're talking about continuously because obviously they're talking about oil and stuff, but it's important. It's important what they're saying. But I think our eyes was narrowing down to the FOMC minutes. And hopefully, like I said, then Secretary Jen, you got her. She's going to follow up after the minutes. And maybe she won't explain it, but she'll have an effect for her as the continuation, as the direction. But that's just what it is as far as that, ladies and gentlemen. But other than that, man, really, other than that, I just want to stay cautious, man, right now. That's probably it. It's the best thing you can do right now. So it's just stay cautious, you guys, and just have some patience, you know. But we're about to get what we've been waiting for and asking for here. Everybody is. The market has been pulling back though so far. What happened Friday? Market dropped down. Monday gapped up. Tuesday sold off to back where it was Friday. Here Wednesday sold off a little bit more. And now we're going down. So the market has definitely found its top. The market has topped out. We're not on that same side anymore. Like I said, we're on the opposite side here. So it can landslide or it can consolidate from this point. Either way it goes here, that's what's about to happen. But that's what the minutes will do. Like I said, it'll either go up and down, or I think it's going to come down, you guys. That's what Unc said, LCAOD. So I'm just going with Unc and LCAOD. But you don't got to go with that, though. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? You don't. But at the end of the day, though, like I said, if it does pop, I would expect a 450 break for the stocks to really probably pick back up where they were yesterday would be fine for the bulls, and no problem with that. When you're neutral, you can relate to both sides. But other than that, you guys, gotta hit you guys with the word of the day. What is that? Let's figure it out right here before the FOMC. Word of the day today, you guys. Pull. A force, a power, strength. Move something toward oneself through grasping and drawing with force. To put on, you guys. So pull is the word of the day. You guys should pull. You guys should understand what that means here. That is a random word of the day here with LCAOD. The market is picking up here. Pull, you guys. That is what it is here. You should have a force, a power, a strength to move something toward oneself through grasping and drawing with force to put on, you guys. Pull. Don't you guys ever just think like, oh, I made enough profits and I don't want to be greedy. I'm pull. You know what I'm saying? Because there's so much strength behind that pull. and there's so much power behind that pool. It's so many things that you can relate to that one word that relates to the economy, you guys. It just pull. Just sometimes you need to pull. Sometimes you need to pull away from wherever you're at to get your head level to figure out how to really be successful. I mean, it's so many ways you can put pull, you guys. But I mean, that is your word of the day over here with LCAOD. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to tune right back into the oil industry executive testifying on high gas prices in House Energy Committee hearing. It's very serious, man. They're saying, man, we're hurting at the pump. They're hurting our pockets at the pump, and it's getting ridiculous. And they're testifying for us. And it's, the ones that these executives, so-called, they're testifying, trying to plead the fifth because they've been making a lot of money for this, you guys. The gas being this high, and they're selling, they're doing their thing, and they're profiting dollars, and they're not paying the price at the pump, basically, is what they're testifying about. So it's just a hearing, just one of those situations where they know that the government letting them, the executives know, like, hey, we know what you're doing. Be aware of what you're doing. Don't get greedy. You might want to pull. You see what I'm saying here, ladies and gentlemen, make things fair. Just reminding them. And then they was just talking about how they continue to work with Russia and things of that nature. And that's not fair when you're working with the enemy. So they just kind of, it's a hearing. They're testifying. The executives obviously pleading their fifth because they made a lot of money. But that's just what that is right here. That's all this is about. We are getting a little technical difficulties right here. So we're going to play some music right now. We'll be right back here after the break. FOMC is in 8 minutes, you guys. We'll be back in about 2.
Like mine, a lot of niggas making music still ain't got no shine. 2 out of 3 just sound the same and forced to wait in line. I'm on the route to get it. You ain't pay your bill on time. Message so sublime and the purpose so divine. All this time getting high and you can see it in my eyes. The introduction for a new sound, call me number 9. Took a break, needed shit, just thought I'd push these rhymes. A lot of niggas making music, shit don't flow like mine. A lot of niggas making music, still ain't got no shine. 2 out of 3 just sound the same and forced to wait in line. I'm on the route to get it. You ain't pay your bill on time, message so sublime and the purpose so divine. All this time getting high and you can see it in my eyes. Better my health, sipping water, veggies, tender fries. Can't be no role model, but trust I epitomize everything you expect from who you think up in the sky. Don't believe in no heaven, I know energy never dies. Shout out to Queens, they come with melanin in their thighs. Believe me, for like holy moly, got like 7 wives. George Soros funded, have a march and fight for their lives. Don't wanna be number 1, you can call me number 9. That's the highest in the entire universe. I was searching for myself, I tripped and then I found this earth. The boy was trying to hit a lick on me, but then he found a hearse. Don't kill it, but don't push, cause I will make your situation worse. Am I going too fast? Let me switch it up. What the fuck? Shout out the rappers for some substance, not talking to girls. Shout out to people I fell off with, just know that this all love. But I can kick it, cause you stagnant and I can't remain stuck. If this music never get heard, then stay lost. But I still build a brand that's less work. I'm the boss, the storm came but slow down. Then I turned the wipers off. Rolling with the Jesus with the long hair, just no cross. But we got some weed. Tell me why these bitches want my seed. Tell me how you sit there and tell all them lies to me. Don't want for none, cause the universe gon' send me what I need. Might spark the revolution, see how well we may be. I was gonna start getting back in, but I want y'all to hear this for a minute. Let that vibe ride like, let it ride like. You feel that? Check me out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and everybody loves the sunshine. Don't worry, I would never lose my mind. Maybe yours you should find, or you can live your whole life blind. Oh, you say you staying on your grind? What exactly is your grind? Give them all your motherfucking time. They take the bills, you keep a couple dimes. Drink my water, hope it's alkaline. Feel like Optimus Prime battling Decepticons. They deceive us, avoid the news that might mislead you. Fuck the NFL, they don't care about the people. Where the hell are all the black leaders? Fucking agents dressing up like preachers. Way too cold for the heat seekers. Shapeshifters, soda missiles, miss. Plus they aim this man's bathroom floor pissy. And that's a metaphor for if a nigga try to diss me. So long to the slavery days, the goal is to get free. I just laugh, do the math, Bishop boy, 3 times 3. Yeah.
Little P, mixed generations, bitch. Ho. Play with them sticks, you get hit. Play with them sticks, you get hit. Play with that fire, you get lit. Play with that fire, you get lit. Play with them sticks, you get hit. Play with them sticks, you get hit. Play with that fire, you get lit. Play with that fire, you get lit. Play with them sticks, you get hit. Play with them sticks, you get hit. Play with that fire, you get lit. Play with that fire, you get lit. Play with them sticks, you get hit. Play with them sticks, you get hit. Play with that fire, you play with that fire, you gon' get lit. Play with that fire, you gon' get fleet. It's a big, flamed up. What the fuck? Oh shit. That 12? Oh shit. Did you call 12 for real? Oh shit. I can't believe this. Oh shit. My peers ain't shit. But my appearance ain't shit. But my hands up, I do exist. I do know to resist. You ain't taking my spirit, no bitch. Taking my soul, no bitch. They say the guy I saw in the Vatican eat. And I don't believe that shit. I don't believe it. And I think maybe they do exist. Maybe. I don't even know. I don't know. I'm just telling you what's going on. What's going on? I'm a real one. They hate feel one. They don't let it rotate. You dick ride, you just rotate. I don't give a fuck, you hoe hate. I ain't never been no fuck gay. Nigga, that's what it sound like to me. When you call me a fuck boy, nigga got me beat. You don't even bleed it. Bleed it. Yeah, my bitch bleed it. Yeah, my bitch bleed it. Bitch, you's a fucking bitch. Nigga, you's a fucking snitch. Going personal. Play with them sticks, you get hit. Play with that fire, you get lit. Play with them sticks, you get hit. Play with that fire, you get lit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We got 2 minutes away. We're gonna tune in to the other streamer I was telling you guys about. He has the minutes right at 2 p.m. We're gonna tune in to him. Just learn something. Listen, learn something. Good luck, you guys. The market is about to shift. Good luck.
Sheet. 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute. I hope you are ready. I hope you are ready, man. I hope you are ready.
Having some technical difficulties here. You refresh the stream.
This revolutionary new device can remove up to 10 times more earwax than a traditional copy swap.
Big red candle.
Latest
$5 billion cap for asset runoff likely appropriate. That's better than expected, though. Hold on. My first headline read is good, but it dropped on a red candle. Fed backs cap phase in of 3 months or modestly lower. That's pretty aggressive. Many Feds say 1 or more 50 basis hikes may be warranted. Kind of bullish initially.
Kind of bullish.
Hold on, because they're saying $95 billion a month cap. That
kind of bullish initially.
some people were
Be careful.
billion a month, so that's good. Then the 3 month, they say they back roll off cap phase in of 3 months or modestly longer. In of 3 months. So I don't know if that doesn't really talk about May. It doesn't really say that we're tapering in May. Besides what's her name said. J.P. Morgan, big pop. Banks are moving. Watch energy. Minutes are out. They support $35 billion of runoff cap for MBS. Many of the Fed would have sought 50 basis point March hike if not of war. FOM. So they said if not a war, many more would have got it. Support $60 billion a month of roll off. So 95 billion. It's lower than the 100 billion people were expecting. So it seems kind of bullish. Participants generally agreed. Monthly caps is 60 billion. So total cap would be 95 a month, in line with the range of forecast. I think it's below. So that's good. It is a little bit dovish, especially after Brainerd, and it doesn't seem there's no unanimity on the 50 basis point hikes, and it doesn't seem like the timing, they're not going as immediate as May. But again, this is what happened on the last minute, so we're seeing it play out here. And watch, but you're getting a positive response. Banks are going up, but the one thing I could see right here, bonds haven't moved at all. That one's interesting. High tickers gassing now. Check some of the tech stock. Banks are already moving on there. Let me see.
There you have it, folks. 448 on the spot.
That one.
There you have it. We're bullish, you guys. This is really bullish. It's 448 on the spot.
Eber response and incoming data. I'm going to see the bank. I think the banks are going to do good off that.
356. There you have it. Bullish.
The other one I have.
Getting confirmed here. Let's see if this holds. Be careful. You're getting your move right now. People still reading the minutes too. Keep that in mind. People still reading the minutes, so let it marinate. It might
I
be
just
your
sold
red
it
candle
cheap
beside
there.
this.
It could. I'm liking it for the banks right now. I just sold out of the Goldman Sachs put. That one was like 80% or 70%.
You're gonna need that red candle right now. If not, this is taking off. This is to the moon. This is really bullish here. They got
VIX on the low. That's going to support a lot of the tech stocks there. Vale's pop in. Watch. See, TLT's finally going up now. We'll see how the banks
coming down, you guys.
EXC still doing good on there. Vale S&P pairs loss hit session high. Where does it put us though? We still got a long way from 450 though. 450 just brings us back to break even on yesterday. EXC, there you go. Big pop on the bonds right now. Several participants thought cutting T-bill holdings would be appropriate. Caps on treasuries and MBS. FOMC said they could be phased in over a period of 3 months or modestly longer if market conditions warrant. There's a long paragraph about T-bill. Bitcoin spikes in the minutes.
I would probably be booking.
Yeah, bro, it seems pretty bullish so far, but that's the first reaction. Let's see what happens. Only thing I did right there was just trim the banks for now, or just one of the bank puts that I had. But I haven't done any other move since.
I see it getting a little
But let's see
weak here,
again.
so
My
they're
initial
still
read
reading
is
it. They're still reading. That needle is the algorithm still is trying to find itself.
when they're going to do the hikes and then balance sheet reduction. Be appropriate future they may be appropriate at future meeting.
Could be a top. Be cautious.
And they were saying without the war it'd be good. So $95 billion a month reduction of stimulus pretty much, and then and that's starting out, but it could be a lot larger. It could have been high as a couple $100 billion, $200 billion, $300. But they're starting there. Now the question is timing, and then even the double hikes. And like that comment we read from BMO Capital, until the Fed, some people are kind of waiting for them to actually make the moves too. But keep in mind, we need the digestion now coming up.
At 2 p.m. right on the dot, it's out.
Special
market move with it so far. Turn around, red side.
action seems to be pretty dovish. Only after coupon-bearing treasuries were allowed to run off with T-bills then joined the runoff. So most participants thought the runoff should focus on coupons. So it looks like they have some divergence there. Treasury yields are in relief mode after they signaled a faster pace of tightening. Brainerd appears to have prepared the market a day ahead with 2-year down 2.46 from 2.49 and then 10-year easing to 2.57 from 2.59. So banks are coming back down there. Watch if you get a bigger flip. Lowe's pop. Everything got a big pop. Several participants.
20 of the richest people in America made their fortune.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I wanted you guys to see. So we're going to tune back in because these other briefings are still live. So now that's going to really be the reflect there. Now the minutes is out. It's released. So we want to really see now just what investors think. Let it marinate here. Let it see what it's going to do here now. Now it's all up into the investors and let the market decide here now. As you can see, they're trying to figure it out. They're reading it. They're skimming through it. Some people thought it was bullets off the rip. They always do, and then it's getting halted. As you can see, this thing might come back down, channel in, or it might stay right here and really pop higher than 448. So we're trying to really find out here. Like I said, it's really probably want to let it marinate, let it ride out. So maybe give about 23 minutes here. You got Secretary Jen. She's talking live from the White House. She'll probably give you the real true action. She always usually does. So that's what I'm going to wait for. Other than that, man, y'all be careful, man. As you can see, the market is playing both sides right now. It's a chess battle here. The minutes is released. They're letting it marinate. They're reading it here. We're going to zoom in on the candles on the spot and the triple Qs because they're doing about the same action here. We're seeing both sides here. So really that pop was a false breakout here. It's actually breaking down now. And it looks like the volatility is picking back up. So let's see. Amazon's coming back down. Everything's coming back to normal there. A quick little pop there. I hope you guys really booked profits if you had some calls. That was an exit, probably an exit shot. Letting you guys know you probably want to reposition. Yeah, be careful, you guys. Be very careful. We're going to take a quick break here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCOD. Checking in on the indices. The Dow still down in the red, 58%. S&P 500 still down 1.11%. The Nasdaq's down 2%. The Russell 2000 is down 1.15%. The VIX is up 10%, $23.22, you guys. So we're going to take a quick break here. The song I was just playing was The Introduction by Number 9. You can check that out on Leonard P. SoundCloud, LCAOD photo, track 2 there, Leonard P. The Introduction, that's Number 9. The other song was Leonard P. with them sticks. The song that was about to play is Leonard P. Traveling, and this is Auto Tune.
I'm traveling. I'm trying to get to you. I'm traveling. I wish I was Marvel, boo. I'm traveling. But it's like gravity times two. I'm traveling. It seems like my love different from you. And I'm traveling, met you on the tour, yeah, girl, you was just average, and I ain't even tripping, you got it all backwards. I just got my money up and I'm gonna front flip it. To my niggas in the hood, the ones that was there when I asked them, the ones that was there when I asked them to shoot. But we ain't gonna talk no more, cause on the news, the niggas on that bullshit, so nigga, we is rude. If they try to charge, nigga, fuck, I move. Savage, he that dude. He bout to go to the NFL way soon. I be on the 2 to the 204, you know what it do. Stunner started that, he rocking it. Stunner started that, he on top with this. And hype shot at his, shoot your homies and his. Nigga don't play, this ain't no Tino with. Nigga don't play, this shit is gritty. We getting money, nigga, that's why we green. Video coming soon, you see the same. Yeah, I said you see the same. It's going down, I'm rolling fucking beans. Let's go with the fucking beam. Try to play shit your whole fucking team. You think you ain't no fucking team.
Little skeezers, little horse, little jump, yeah, horse. I will not date the hoe. No, I will not rape the hoe. No, really I hate that hoe. Yeah, really I hate that hoe. Yeah, I will not date the hoe. No, I will not rape that hoe. No, really I hate that hoe. Really I hate that hoe. Yeah, I will not date that hoe. Nah, I will not rape that hoe. Nah, really I hate that hoe. Yeah, really I hate that hoe. Yeah.
Yeah, I hate it for the mistake she chose. Yeah, this bitch is trying to pose. But that hate, she gon' get exposed. Yeah, I am chosen. You better learn and you better listen. I'm getting my intuition. I'm stacking it high. They say is he moving chickens. I don't know why. Why you in my business? I'm trying to stack it high.
Get it high. I will not date the hoe. Nah, I will not rape the hoe. Nah, really I hate the hoe. Yeah, really I hate that hoe. Yeah, I will not date that hoe. Nah, I will not rape that hoe. Nah, really I hate that hoe. Yeah, really I hate that hoe. Yeah, I will not date that hoe. Nah, I will not rape that hoe. Nah, really I hate that hoe. Yeah, really I hate that hoe. Yeah, really she'll eat her, I don't need her. True, she a skeezer. Yeah, I never eat her. Shoulda never beat her. I don't like a heater. She be blowing like a steamer. She coming like creamer. You a dreamer if you think she really wants you. Tap your pockets till they through. Yeah. I will not date the hoe. Nah. I will not rape the hoe. Nah. Really I hate that hoe. Yeah. Really I hate that hoe. Yeah. Hate that hoe. Really I hate that hoe. I hate her, bro. Really I hate that hoe.
Yeah, it's Leonard P.
Coastin' Nostra.
Hey, my cousin, man, we back with this shit.
I sit back, think about shit I did, think about all the shit I do in every single band that I ran through. Thoughts don't last long, while I'm blowing strong, popping Zans and my mans with the shrooms just came to. Know that he trippin', know that we sippin'. I'm all in the bag, I just got the pack, now it's time to flip it. I'm all in the bag, I just got the pack, now it's time to flip it. Now it's time to flip it. I gotta go get it.
You gotta go get it. We some go-getters. We ain't have much, but now we got all the riches. And they tryna get it, cause we ahead in my city. And still doing parties at the hut, knowing that's a death wish. Rest of it's a treasure, and McGee dad got recently hit.
I shed a few tears off the love and strip. Now I just keep a sack, call me Warren with it. My forward going too fast, got you haters furious, man. My mindset like Joker, I'm asking what's so serious. Y'all a bunch of joys, it's cause y'all just acting curious. I like my bitch ass fat, long hair, like delicious. I hold on to my money, yeah, I cherish it.
I sit back, think about shit I eat, think about all the shit I do in every single band that I ran through. Thoughts don't last long while I'm blowing strong. Popping sands and my mans with the shrooms just came to. Know that he trippin', know that we sippin'. I'm all in the bag, I just got the pack, now it's time to flip it. I'm all in the bag, I just got the pack, now it's time to flip it. Now it's time to flip it. I gotta go get it. I gotta go get it. All my niggas with it. I gotta go get it. Even when we split it. Been on the ticket. Had a chance and I missed it. At Russell Wilson, a young nigga after digits. Spent the whole band on some throwaways and got them all. 35 on the shrooms, wild as shit. Now the shit I ever had to drop the bands when a nigga got coke. I put in a couple weeks, I'm praying that they let me out. Let me in my eyes, you can tell I done been through it. That's why I stay gassed up and pulled up on that fluid. Nigga, don't need all that heat, I'm trying to cool it. Nigga, you the police, who you think you fooling? I sit back, think about shit I eat, think about all the shit I do in every single band that I ran through. Thoughts don't last long while I'm blowing strong. Popping sands and my mans with the shrooms just came to. Know that he trippin', know that we sippin'. I'm all in the bag, I just got the pack, now it's time to flip it. I'm all in the bag, I just got the pack, now it's time to flip it. Now it's time to flip it. I gotta go get it.
Get it. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. As you can see, the market is tanking here. We finally got that break here a little bit. The spot's below 444, lower end of the channel here. So that was a false breakout here. 448 was false breakout here. We came right back to 443. That was really opportunity to get in. That could have been a great entry point there for the downside. But don't worry. It has to flush here. We're trying to see right now. It looks like it is. 440 would be max pain today for the bulls. If they can get it at 440, stocks definitely will keep coming down here. We'll see new lows today. But if this is it right here, this is a dip. Ooh, it's going to hurt the bears if they're not getting out right now. It's getting very intense here. We've actually found out where the target zone is now. And it's right here, and it looks like it's halted. They're fighting heavy right there. 443.66 is the bottom right now. And 443 is stuck. It's glued here. Stocks pulled right back, though. Amazon just went to, oh, man, 32.10 all the way to 31.58 that quickly. Look at that. That was in 17 minutes. And we got Secretary Jen. She's about to speak here. We still got that going on. Look, this oil industry briefing still live, so that's probably a little pressure there with it. Secretary Jen, she will be here shortly, you guys. Spots coming down more, 443.58. You guys be careful. I think we're getting a direction, though. It's starting to get a little confirmed, but I will give it about another 15 minutes. You'll probably have your answer, but some of you guys already know what time it is. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD.
Nah, I will not rate the hoe. Nah.
DJ Goldie.
Bitch, get off my line. I'm smoking threats with my line. Ain't no need for all that line. Ain't no need. Just give me Nick, don't waste my time. Bitch, get off my line. I'm smoking threats with my line. Ain't no need for all that line. Ain't no need. Just give me Nick, don't waste my time.
Yes, your baby mama smash you cool, you in love with her, let her eat the dick. Mom count hundreds, let her Lenny P trap out your shit, let you pay the rent. Trap, that's all I know, it's time to cut this bitch. Soon as the pack come in, I gotta go and serve the shit. Serving quick, I'm swerving quick with a yellow ball, show some other shit. Tryna suck me up in some foreign shit, tryna fuck me up in this foreign shit. Yeah, Keisha hit my line talking shit, say who you riding that phone with. I said, bitch, get off my line, bitch, you want some stalker shit, I had to leave her quick,
Bitch, get off my line. I'm smoking thrax with my lungs. Ain't no need for all that line. Just give me neck, don't waste my time. Bitch, get off my line. I'm smoking tracks with my lungs. Ain't no need for all that line. Just give me neck, don't waste my time. Flavor Flav, baby girl, yeah, your time is up. If you ain't sucking dick or fucking get about this foreign. I ain't like these other niggas, she said them niggas boring. She said I'm tryna roll with you, you got the loudest roaring. Then I got some dick, her throat game is amazing. Then she keeps sucking like this, then I gotta roll up daily. She swallow all my kids, the doctors thought they saw babies. She swallow all my kids, she my babysitter crazy. Girl, you ain't got a lot of me, you not my lady. Blind will make me earthquake, I ain't talking Haiti. Ain't no frontin' over here, so it's fuck you, pay me. Ain't no frontin' over here, so it's fuck you, pay me. Like bitch, get off my line. Get off my line. Smoking threats with my life. Ain't no need for all that lie. Just give me the neck, don't waste my
We did not get your message, either because you were not speaking or because of a bad connection. To disconnect, press 1. To record your message, press 2.
Else, benefit, camera, finesse, over, LCAOD, OD, stick to the truth, I cannot lie, can't lie, the day that I lie, is the day I'm gon' die, wait, hold up, we gon' die, I said we all gon' die, but I'm living twice, cause I believe in God, hey, stick to the truth, I cannot lie, the day that I lie, is the day I'm gon' die, wait, hold up, we gon' die, I said we all gon' die, but I'm living twice, cause I believe in God, I believe in God, he got my back, I got his front, yeah, so I know when niggas front, quit playing with me, this ain't what you want, ayy, little in the dirt, this ain't what you want, if you lie to me, I'm gon' lie to you, I'm a prophet, I can see the future too, that's why I be higher than the full moon, and I've been hotter than April, May, and June. I fucked your bitch all the way till noon. Then send her back with you, she in the moves. When she with me, I'm Stella giving her groove. Call me Leonard Yin Yang, I made the bedroom boom. Damn, can you tell that shit? Hey, little nigga, can you go sell that shit? I don't bleed. That you got bills and shit. You in here talking big, but you in here telling shit. Shut the fuck up. You better listen, nigga. I'm a OG. We the realest. We ain't playing. I ain't really. I ain't do that. I ain't never say. I don't give a fuck. I don't care what they fucking say. Niggas ain't approach me. No fucking name. So I keep it low key. My fucking way. I keep it low key in my fucking way. Hey, she just want the money. I want that too, but we gotta get it 50-50, honey. 50-50. Straight like this, I'm drinking a Coke 45. In Bombay, that's on the side. Yeah, London. We turned through. I'm turned through. What's up, bro? Hey, what's up? These niggas lame. They see don't fucking play. I ain't telling. Hey. Who? I don't know. You? Who is that? Fuck is you? I'ma lose. Screaming that jungle and out. And in the swamps in the gator's mouth. Clover bird. Yeah, so I don't give a fuck now. Nah, no. I said I don't give a fuck. Nah, no way. You better just fucking bleed to a fucking cheese. Bleed to succeed. Bleed, she gon' get on her knees. Bleed, she wanna suck. Hey, bleed, she know what's up. Hey, bleed. OD.
Yeah, it's Leonard P.
Cousin Usher.
Hey, my cousin, man, we back in this shit, man.
I sit back, think about shit I did, think about all the shit I do in every single band that I ran through. Thoughts don't last long while I'm blowing strong, popping sands and my mans with the shrooms just came to. Know that he trippin', know that we sippin'. I'm all in the bag, I just got the pack, now it's time to flip it. I'm all in the bag, I just got the pack, now it's time to flip it. Now it's time to flip it. I gotta go get it.
You gotta go get it. We some go-getters. Maybe we ain't have much, but now we got all the riches. And they tryna get it, cause we ahead in my city. And still doing parties at the hut, knowing that's a death wish. Rest in peace and treasure, and McGee that got recently hit. I shed a few tears off the love and strength. Now I just keep a sack, call me Warren with it. My foreign going too fast, got you haters furious, man. My mindset like Joker, I'm asking what's so serious. Y'all a bunch of joys, it's cause y'all just acting curious. I like my bitch ass fat, long hair, like delicious. I hold on to my money, yeah, I cherish it.
I sit back, think about shit I did, think about all the shit I do in every single band that I ran through. Thoughts don't last long while I'm blowing strong, popping sands and my mans with the shrooms just came to. Know that he trippin', know that we sippin'. I'm all in the bag, I just got the pack, now it's time to flip it. I'm all in the bag, I just got the pack, now it's time to flip it. Now it's time to flip it. I gotta go get it. I gotta go get it. All my niggas with it. I gotta go get it. Even when we split it. Been on the ticket. Had a chance and I missed it. I missed that Russell Wilson. A young nigga after digits. Spent the whole band on some throwaways and got them off. 35 on the shrooms. Wild as shit. I barely had to drop them bands when a nigga got coke. I put in a couple weeks. I'm praying that they let me out. Let me in my eyes. You can tell I done been through it. That's why I stay gassed up and pulled up on that fluid. Nigga, don't need all that heat. I'm trying to cool it. Nigga, you the police. Who you think you fooling? I sit back, think about shit I did, think about all the shit I do in every single band that I ran through. Thoughts don't last long while I'm blowing strong, popping sands and my mans with the shrooms just came to. Know that he trippin', know that we sippin'. I'm all in the bag, I just got the pack, now it's time to flip it. I'm all in the bag, I just got the pack, now it's time to flip it. Now it's time to flip it. I gotta go get it.
Get it. Yeah.
Little skeezers, little horse, little jump. Yeah, horse.
Leonard P.
Feeling about the fucking flex.
I will not date the hoe. Nope. I will not rape the hoe. No. Really, I hate that hoe. Yeah, really, I hate that hoe. Yeah. I will not date the hoe. No. I will not rape that hoe. No. Really, I hate that hoe. Really, I hate that hoe.
Riding around the shots, bitch, tryna find a lick. Treat it like the job, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. Riding around the shots, bitch, tryna find a lick. Treat it like the job, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. Riding around the shots, bitch, tryna find a lick. Treat it like the job, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. Riding around the shots, bitch, tryna find a lick. Treat it like the job, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. It really don't, that's why I'm on these songs. I can't do no wrong or no harm with my bones. Get high like Cheech and Chong, yeah, you know what I'm on. I be riding with bad bitches out wearing thongs. She want me to put her on, but I tell that bitch go home. I ain't never home like XXX, I'm all alone. Oh, I'm like satellite, I be so far gone. Never afraid of Juicy J, but got plans in the dome. God's playing in the dome. Never afraid of Juicy J, God's playing in the dome. Y'all be playing on the phone. Fans watching, what's going on? I been fucking right. Solo in the back, when the back, that shit is high. I be fucking slide. There's some shots for lingo, shout out you kept knowledge. Riding around in shots, been trying to find a lick. Treat it like the draft, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. Riding around in shots, been trying to find a lick. Treat it like the draft, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. Riding around in shots, been trying to find a lick. Treat it like the draft, gotta make a pick. If you talking sick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. Riding around in shots, been trying to find a lick. Treat it like the draft, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. Nigga, I did all that trapping for you, you ain't do no trapping for me. Nigga, I'm the one got the city on hold, they call, they ask for peace. Them won't get no time for nothing, the nigga just want some peace. They hit my phone every day like a Thanksgiving feast. I'm walking around with fat pockets all four on no beats. That's OD, I'm ill, so my money let it spread. I like it fresh, I like it clean. Do you know what I mean? I like it fresh, I like it clean. Do you know what I mean? Shit ain't never been sweet. This
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here. We still are waiting for Secretary Jen. She's approaching any moment now. As you can see, we got a pop here when minutes release, breakdown, and now we're getting a pop right back here to VWAP. So really playing both sides here, consolidating, still no sudden move yet. So I think Secretary Jen will probably put the icing on the cake for the day of what all this is about. Right now, they're still fighting here. Spot's picking right back up, huh? Oh, big pop here on the spot right now. So big pop on triple Qs here. They're back above VWAP. So the market's turning back around here, you guys. Like I said, they're playing both sides, so you probably best to do it too. It's just that simple. They're playing both sides. It's best for you to do it too. It's just that simple. Let it break out for what it's gonna break out for. It'll break out on itself, you guys. That's just how the market works here. That's how it always has worked, ladies and gentlemen. So you want to be very, very cautious of how you play this market. If you have the leverage to play both sides, you better off hedging both ways. Because of the direction, you can actually profit both ways if you straddle it correctly. That's the point of the package. If you've been able to play both ways, now it's up to you to decide how to exit and enter. You got to know the risk that you're playing with on some things. But other than that, man, that's really, really, really good, man. Market is picking up here, though. Spot's picking up here. We're sitting the other side here of the action again. So playing both sides. Definitely playing both sides. Nothing wrong with it. But it's picking up. It is picking up. So we're waiting on Secretary Jen. That was exciting though, man. I know some of you're in the chat. I don't know if y'all ever experienced that, but that's how it is, man. For real. That's how it is, you guys. Excuse me. So yeah, that's how it does. FOMC minutes. That's why everybody was like so excited about it and anticipated. It's well anticipated. It's a well anticipated event. That's what it is. So keep that in mind for the next time. But yeah, from here we still really ain't. We still in the same area, so we don't have a breakout. We don't have any air. We don't have direction yet, quite yet. But they gave you a hint of which way it could go. Shout out to my boy Aaron Thomas. He's on airplane mode. He ain't tripping though. Rebound, yeah, exactly. So things turned around, man. That's what's up, man. Shout out to my homie Aaron. Like I said, man, wish I could be out there with your buddy. That's really big though, man. Shout out to your dog. Hey though, but look though, market picking up here though now. So we are seeing a lot of reversing going on, a lot of flip flop, whippity wop. Dang, Amazon shot right back up here. So they went all the way to 31.44. And now Amazon is all the way back up here at 31.90. So you see the volatility is, yeah, the Fed minutes, FOMC minutes, that's what investors was waiting for. Nobody was scared to invest. You got to know the difference. There's no such thing as being scared. Fear can turn to greed. Greed can turn to fear. We know that fear could be good or bad in the market. But nobody was scared. Everybody was just waiting for the economic data. You have to wait for that. It's legal news. So well, they know once that's out the way, as soon as it hit, you see the market just went crazy here. You just had the opportunity to make a lot of cash either way, whatever you were just in. That's the nature of the business, man. It's very fun. It is. But at the same time, you want to, like I said, have a plan with it. Have a plan, know what you want to do with it, because like I said, you can profit both ways if you play it correctly. After the reset like that, you get what I'm saying. So if you buy it at a neutral point, yeah, you should be fine. But other than that, man, things are going to be good, man. Things are fine. Things are picking up here. Things are standing in the same spot as well too. So we are in the same spot. They went down, up, down, up. So it looks like my community, my group was right. They said more than likely the FOMC minutes was going to play both sides here, and they are still no breakout here. But a lot of volatility, though. A lot of volatility. Stocks trying to decide what they want to do right now. Other than that, man, it is 2:37 p.m. I need y'all to get up, move around, get the blood flowing. Oh man, go get some water, drink some water, do some jumping jack sit-ups, do something. Just get up, move around, get the blood flowing. Don't stare at the screen. It's not healthy. The market's gonna figure its direction out. Trust and soon. Gotta have some patience. We're waiting on Secretary Jen. She more than likely is gonna tell us what's gonna happen next. So we'll just have some patience. Stay calm, you guys. We're gonna continue to play music here. Trying to play something different from what I was just playing. Okay, so figured it out here. It is loading now, but yeah, we're gonna take a quick break here right now. We were just still waiting on Secretary Jen. She's the next big thing waiting out here. I think the oil briefing is still going on, but we ain't gonna tune into it no more. So we're just waiting on Secretary Jen, as everybody is, as you can see. Things are trying to figure out what it wants to do, man, but that was a lot of volatility right there. Where it started at 2, it went up, and then it came down, went up. So right here, man, this cool. This is cool. It's cool. This is cool. So a lot of time left still. You got 2 days in the market left this week for weekly contracts. If you're trading, that is, if you're buying shares and you're an investor, that's different. Those are two different things. You're fine though. You would probably want to be buying shares on a discount day like today. A lot of red here, but a lot of red trimming. Trying to fight its way back to become green, but still a lot of red. So they got a long way to go here, but not too far. As you can see, the volatility's kicked in here. You can just pick up instantly. So keep that in mind. But other than that, nothing really going on. Nothing going on. Just trying to really figure this direction still out. Looking side by side, looking at each other. They're just in the same spot. They're going up and down. That was a huge fight right there. Maybe it could have broke, but it didn't. So now that they're still battling, we're all still waiting. You know, that just wasn't that the minutes wasn't enough. The people are still digesting it, still reading. Maybe some people read slower than others. You got to be mindful, and respectful of that as well. So things are going to start digesting in the next couple of days. Definitely when Secretary Jen hit this podium and she starts to speak her mind. You know, and they're gonna ask her some questions probably about some stuff that happened today. And other than that, man, things are chill right now. Looks like we got some breaking news. First off, what I need you to do before we take a quick break is give yourself a clap. Oh, wait, Will. Okay, I need you to give yourself a standing ovation. Let me stop playing. Give yourself a standing ovation, man. If you just woke up today and you just wanted to get some money and you feel like you needed to pull some money out of your account, ladies and gentlemen, or you feel like you just needed to just pull away from negative drama and negativity, ladies and gentlemen, or if you just woke up, just give yourself a standing ovation. You just woke up and you wanted to grind and be better today than you were yesterday. Just give yourself a standing ovation. That's what life's all about, man. A.G. Garland tests positive for COVID hours after event with FBI chief, other top officials. That's breaking news. So nobody really cares probably about that, but that's breaking news. The Dow is in the red here, 58%. The SP 500 is down 1.6%. The NASDAQ is down 2.14%. The Russell 2000 is down 1.72%. The VIX is still up 9.84%, $23.10 only. So starting to see a slight little change, but still deep in the red here. Going to take a lot for the bulls to fight back, man. We are still in the bull market at 446. Keep that in mind. But the momentum has shifted here a lot. Can really go either way from here. But the bulls have to fight and get it back above 450. That would be the ultimate goal. Hold, of course, and I think the bulls will be fine. Other than that, it's going to be shaky. It's going to be a lot of fear in the market, but really the market is already telling you the direction here right now in this current moment. The minutes are out. Keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. So everything that needed to be said is done. So the direction is in process right now. You need to be keying in and focusing here and have laser focus on making profit and taking it serious. You got bills, you got a life, you got loyalty to others, I'm sure. So do right, be positive and respectful either way. Like I said, you can profit either direction. That is not up to you to decide for anyone else. You should just be doing it on your own. Now, if you know how to do it, do it. If not, just relax. Then your time will be coming shortly. Don't trip. Don't trip. Trust. It's gonna be good though. But Secretary Jen, she will be approaching here shortly. We will be pulling it up as soon as we see her walk to the podium, ladies and gentlemen. Other than that, we're going to take another quick break. We're just playing music. It's 2:43 p.m., ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, give yourself an applause. Just being wonderful today, man. We made it here. It's hump day, middle of the week, 2 days left. What is the market going to do, up or down? I don't know. We'll be right back after these messages, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Speezy takes a bag trying to get away, featuring Killer.
One Ray. Go Spizzy.
What's his name? Yeah, that's great.
Trying to get away from them fuck niggas. I'm trying to get away from them fuck bitches. Fuck bitches. Whole ass bitch. I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas.
tryna get away from these fuck bitches. I'm tryna make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Right down on the op, make 'em butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say I'm tryna get away from these fuck niggas. I'm tryna get away from these fuck bitches. I'm tryna make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Run down on the op, make 'em butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga.
Two clips up, take together on the stick. I'ma dump out the clip, then reload that bitch. How you stupid ass running and ducking and shit? Whatever you behind, I'ma explode that bitch. You a pussy ass nigga, I'ma expose that shit. And it ain't no chill, cause I told that bitch. I'm trying to put some goddamn hoes in his ribs. I'ma put a goddamn hole in his lip. G shit, nigga, we ain't showing no love. All my niggas some goddamn thugs. All my niggas some goddamn bloods. And all my niggas get it out the goddamn mud. Mr. Cocaine with the mirror like chopping. How you goddamn nose running like a faucet? You got my pockets on swole, no problem. I know how to whip it in the bowl, no problem. Know how to cook it on the stove, no problem. Put a lighter under that spoon, no problem. Trapping like a bitch trying to get every dollar. Come get it now, don't wait till tomorrow. I can send it to you in the mail, no problem. Just put the shit on the scale, no problem. Nigga, I can send you a bill, no problem. I bought my bitch some Chanel, no problem.
Tryna get away from these fuck niggas. Tryna get away from these fuck bitches. Tryna make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Run down on the op, make 'em butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say I'm tryna get away from these fuck niggas. I'm tryna get away from these fuck bitches. I'm tryna make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Run down on the op, make 'em butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. I'm back on that trap shit, gotta get it, I'm back on my rap shit. Gotta spit it, I'm back on that jack shit. Gotta lick it, I'm back on my back shit. What's the ticket? Stay jigging, finessing. All in your section, boy, pipe that shit down. Little bitch, I'm a blessing. Your nigga be hating, I'ma teach him a lesson. I'm strapped with that fire, be trusting these piss. Tryna elevate on these fuck niggas. I'm tryna double up on some butts, nigga. What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? What you know about hanging with some gutter niggas? What you know about crossing out the mother niggas? What you know about whipping up an onion, nigga? What you know about getting to that money, nigga? I been back to the trap, I'm tryna blow a nigga. I been strapped, I just hate to have to cut a nigga. I been stupid, I ain't worried about you other niggas. When you cross me, that's when I gotta up a nigga. I'm blanking bad on this bitch, I'm like my brother, nigga. I'm just tryna get away from these fuck niggas. I'm just tryna stay tame from these fuck bitches. Just tryna maintain, I'm going up, nigga.
Oh boy, you ain't
Going up, nigga. Right. Going up, nigga. Right. 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 One rack. Gon' spit it. Boogie that for life. Just chasing a dream. Seeing green, nigga. I'm on go, nigga.
What you cooking?
I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I got options, who wanna pay? I gotta flip, I gotta save. I'm in a beamer, I wanna rave. I got some tricks, I gotta trade. I gotta put on a rainy day. When you invest, your mind gonna raise. When you invest, your time gonna pay. A nigga playing chess, a nigga playing spades. A nigga stacking book, a nigga getting cake. All I know is stocks, all I know is trades. When it come to money, I be in the wave. When it come to money, I be in the days. A nigga ain't hurting for no cake. A nigga buying power, got me feeling great. Stock market stupid, police going crazy. I be in the booth, trying to find a way. I be in the trap, trying to make a way. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got plays, I got options, I got plays. I got options, let's play. I got options, let's play. Stand in my own lane. I'm running it up. Keep going. Stand in my own lane. I'm just standing money. Standing money. Standing money. Landing money. Make the money. Make this money. Just letting this money. Make this money. Make this money. Can't take that from me. You can't tell me nothing. Yeah, I'm just letting this. Letting this money. Letting this money. Letting this check. This money. Run it up. Running it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, run it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, one ride.
I'm gonna go a little strata on the monster. But what I'm gonna do with it too is, like I said, I ain't gonna get rid of it. It's a strata, try to win it both ways.
Is this one yours? Yeah. I put your initials on that. Is that the one you wanted to give to her? Yeah.
Yeah, take that one to her.
Then this one is from Little Devin, and that he didn't write nothing on it.
Still hot, one right. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, one right. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather be laying in the cut, water in my view while I'm rubbing on your butt. She sucking on my balls and she ready for a nut. She fiending for a nigga, you know I had to eat it up, beat it up. Freaky stuff, I been a G and me she trust. Money on my mind, I gotta get it just for us. Love on my mind, is it real or is it less? Time I never tell, just keep it real. I need your touch, don't tell no lies, don't wanna fuss. Just you and me, laced up designer, then expensive jewelry. Sitting courtside, bad bitch, you and me. Haha, just you and me. Well, I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. La la la, la la la, la la la. What I hear when you la la la. I don't need no lies, baby girl, it's bye bye bye. Hit the road, back up shit, it's time to slide. You should've been a honey, baby girl, from the thought you really what I wanted. But you la la la, got me going circles crying on your lie. You need to stop, this shit ain't right. I see the hurt in your eyes, I'm making right. Hit my phone and let me know if you riding now. If you ride or not, hit my phone and let me know if you ride or not. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me out my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me out my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'd rather it be you and me. Yo. It's bad. It's bad. Hey, 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 hey. You know it's bad and I'm still chasing. Yeah. You know it's bad and I'm paper racing. Yeah. While I'm vibing in it. Yeah. Hey. We in the rental. We in the bender. You know I'm bending. You know I bend them. Hey. You know I send them. You know the bird. You know I pin them. Hey. Down to they can. Yeah. I'm down with my bag. Hey. I ain't reading off the pad.
They won't let him go. Huh?
Yo. It's bad. It's bad. Hey, 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 hey. You know it's bad and I'm still chasing. Yeah. You know it's bad and I'm paper racing. Yeah. While I'm vibing in it. Yeah. Hey. We in the rental. We in the bender. You know I'm bending. You know I bend them. Hey. You know I send them. You know the bird. You know I pin them. Hey. Down till they can. Yeah. I'm down with my bag. Hey. I ain't reading off the pad. Yeah. Said I'm going real bad. Yeah. But you think I'm real mad? Nah. I'm just smoother than the groove that I'm in, y'all. Hey. Ha. You hear me? Hey. You hear me? Hey. Here come then the P. Hey. Here come then the P. Hey. 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 Nah. To me, I'm just love for money, you know. A lot of that money every day. If you don't get it, then you don't. And if you not with us, then you won't. So we don't give a fuck about you. Middle fingers up, even deuces. Fuck you. Shit like that. Shoot in your head. If you touch this bread, yeah, go sit in time out. Cause you lied. You put me in a drought. Yeah, but I'm still here now. Yeah, I ain't never stressing. Yeah, I'm just counting up my blessings and I thank God he talking to me. I learned my lesson. These niggas just is hating. And I don't play with that hating shit they Jamaican. Yeah, that's that dumb cry. Yeah, she sucking on my God. Yeah, is this my kid or not? Yeah, I'm so real right here. Yeah, I'm getting all these bills. Yeah, I told you pay your bills. Or you can meet my still. I'm like a stiller. It's the black and yellow. It a stinger. We just winning. We stay winning. For these niggas. It's for these niggas, man. I be smoking every day. What these niggas talking about? It's Leonard Pete. Yeah. Yeah. It's Leonard Pete. Yeah.
I'm at my limit. Hey, can't get no higher, can't get no flyer. It's chase a bag, oh yeah. I'm chasing bags, oh yeah. Finna eat this beat to death. Finna beat your bitch to death. Call it what you want, oh yeah. Limit. Hey, can't get no higher, can't get no flyer. It's chase a bag, oh yeah. I'm chasing bags, oh yeah. Finna eat this beat to death. Finna beat your bitch to death. Call it what you want, oh yeah. I'ma beat it. She called domestic violence. I hit it physical, but not fiction science. I do what I gotta do to survive, bitch. You talking shit, but you ain't got no money. And that don't add up to me. I'm getting money. I ain't got no limit, honey. What the fuck you wanna do, honey? I shop on fucking summer. I shop on fucking winter. I shop on fucking spring. I shop while I'm eating dinner. Don't rush, just chill. Get money, pop a pill, relax, get bills, pay your bills, for real. Shit serious, in the field, get popped, I'm tryna squeal. You already know, what's up, over here, try hit my limit. Hey, can't get no higher, can't get no flyer. It's chase a bag, oh yeah. I'm chasing bags, oh yeah. Finna eat this beat to death. Finna beat your bitch to death. Call it what you want, oh yeah. Limit. Hey, can't get no higher. Can't get no flyer. It's chase a bag, oh yeah. I'm chasing bags, oh yeah. Finna eat this beat to death. Finna beat your bitch to death. Call it what you want, oh yeah. Ain't no fucking stopping me. Yo, bitch, she stay copying me. I'm counting up Monopoly. I gotta smoke my broccoli and save up all my cottage G. My doctor stay prescribing me. Those hands all on my body, G. You know I got the gas for cheap. Or you can't get taxed a petty fee. It's whatever you wanna do. My bag stacking double cheese till it ain't no limit left. On my masterpiece shit. Ain't no passing me, bitch. Yeah, I'm gonna get rich. Fucking with Leonard P. Yeah, that's my little cuz, nigga. And if you fuck with him, you know what I'ma do to you. Nah, cause I'm at my limit, bitch.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCLD. We're back at its power hour. You see, power hour, the market is getting its direction. I think it is bullish, you guys. It's looking up here right now. We're seeing a recovery here. SPY's picking up here, 448, still down $2, but about that 450 level, they retrace it. Oh man, bulls are here. They're showing that they're here. So we got a drop, pop, and we're up above that fake, that false breakout. We thought it's not a false breakout anymore. It's true. It's above it. Now this needs to hold. If it can hold, it's true. As of right now, it's consolidating. Still beside from where it was in pre-market a little bit, but this is a big turnaround right here. Consider we got 2 more days left. What if that was the bottom, you guys? What if that was that discount? You just never know. You want to be cautious. I told you to wait. Give about 30 to 45 minutes. It was going to get your direction here. I'm thinking it's in here. The digestion phase is in. Like I said, it can start to really consolidate if you want to, though. But it looks like it's starting to want to break out, too. This momentum can continue right here. Stocks will definitely pick up, you guys. Man, wow. What a turnaround here. So maybe sometimes they just get misinterpreted on Wall Street, and it's just so much battling and bickering and arguing. They just got arguing. They got to make a deal and make an agreement, and just agree to disagree. And that's what we're seeing right now. SPY's picking up here out of the channel too, in the upper end. Everybody is here. This is wonderful. Triple Q's is on the high there. So I hope you held those calls in the Triple Q there. You're up now, buddy. Told you, patience pays, you guys. Patience pays. Today was a payday, and they're proving it right now, man. If you brought the dip here after the FOMC minutes, you guys, you could have just got paid. A wonderful opportunity there. Wonderful opportunity there. Market's still picking up, though. A lot of fighting. We're still waiting on Secretary Jan to begin shortly. It's 3:04 p.m. power hour. We just here chilling, you guys. A lot of briefings today, so didn't want to overwhelm you guys with any more. So that's why I'm playing music now, chilling out, letting the mind ease there. You know, a lot of briefings, but now it's just gonna boil down to Secretary Jen here, the final briefing today. What she's gonna say is gonna put the ice on the cake. This can pick up. What you see now can pick up higher, or like I said, it'll consolidate, come back into the channel here, maybe 446, 445. Maybe it might break back to the low end today. We don't know. 443 yet. Still consolidating right now, but it did break out. Prove that it's not a false breakout, but it's just consolidating. Pull back, and then it's consolidating here. It's pulled back and went up, consolidating now. So what you're trying to see here is still waiting. Like I said, have patience. It pays. Let them figure out. Let them fuss. Remember, let them pull. You do nothing. You just chill. You chill. If you're in it, you know. You feel it. You know when to exit if you have that opportunity. Why not? You have an idea. If you have strategies and you want to make a lot, you know what to do too then. So, man. Yeah. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Ladies and gentlemen, we're still waiting for her. So let's just get back to the music, man. We're chilling. Tune in. Charts and numbers, that is. Most important first.
I keep that 30-30 and I let it go. I keep that 30-30 and I let it go. I keep that 30-30 and I let it go. I keep that 30-30 and I let it go. I let it go. I let it blow. I'm a type of nigga, I'll never let it show. It ain't for show. I say for a nigga like you to try me, I'ma let it go. I let it go.
You gonna disrespect me? Why you looking at me like you want some big? You wanna take it to the street? Nah, you don't wanna play with heat. I'll microwave you, boy. I'll take you out the heat. Put you in Miami. Wish you win no Grammy. Nah, chase a bag, nigga. Chase cash, nigga. Talking about the 30s. You out here naked, but you dirty. Hey, I ain't got no worries. I just kicked the mic. I'm in a hurry.
I keep that 30-30 and I let it go. I keep that 30-30 and I let it go. I keep that 30-30 and I let it go. I keep that 30-30 and I let it go. I let it go. I let it blow. I'm a type of nigga, I'll never let it show. It ain't for show. I say for a nigga like you to try me, I'ma let it go. I let it go.
I let it go, yeah. Let this clip fly. If you chose, yeah. And I don't choose sides. I just get money. I let this clip ride. Yeah, these niggas playing with me. Man, I'm Leonard fucking P. And I always keep a P by me. Come and shop. Hey, but keep that on the low. Hey, yeah. Hey, you can get it, then you can go. Hey.
I keep that 30-30 and I let it go. I keep that 30-30 and I let it go. I keep that 30-30 and I let it go. I keep that 30-30 and I let it go. I let it go. I let it blow. I'm a type of nigga, I'll never let it show. It ain't for show. I say for a nigga like you to try me, I'ma let it go. I let it blow.
Alright, with the load, with the load, with the load, with the load.
I'm on no drugs for real, and I can't feel my body. Smoking on some gas, you got me feeling excited. in this pain I feel. Yeah, it covered my body, so please don't fuck with me. I'm in love with catching bodies. I'm on them drugs for real, and I can't feel my body. Smoking on some gas, you got me feeling anxiety. In this pain I feel. Yeah, it covered my body, so please don't fuck with me. I'm in love with catching bodies, and I don't trust nobody.
I don't trust nobody. And Russ, zero. Heroes, they heroic. And I am no poetic justice at all. I'm just smoking on drugs and it's musty. It's loud. When I fuck your bitch, she leaving musty. That's the whole room walking out in public. Yeah, I hit it. No undercover. We was on drugs, I was on pills. I am a fish, no, I am a seal. When I'm up in that water, man, I'm so ill. These niggas hating, that shit is for real.
I'm on them Zans for real. I'm on your bitch for real. I'm with the shits for real. The way it is for real. I'm chasing bags still. And if you wanna know the recipe, get off your ass and just grind for real. Cause this the time for real. I gotta eat every day like my last, but most of all, I ain't got time to share. Nigga, ain't no time for here. Ain't no time for here. I'm a grind this shit. But I'm on them drugs, man. And I'm on them drugs. Give me them drugs, man. Cause I love them drugs. Man, I love them drugs. I'm on them drugs for real. And I can't feel my body. Smoking on some gas. You got me feeling anxiety. In this pain I feel. Yeah, it cover my body. So please don't fuck with me. I'm in love with catching bodies. I'm on them drugs for real. I'm on them drugs for real. And I can't feel my body. I'm smoking on some gas. It got me feeling anxiety. It got me feeling anxiety. I'm on them drugs for real. Got me feeling anxiety. And I can't feel my body. Please don't fuck with me. And I can't trust nobody.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Was it me? Probably just trying to figure out what's gridiron dinner. Stay away from that.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Okay. Okay, a couple of items for you at the top. On his first day in office, President Biden directed the Department of Education to pause federal student loan repayments through September of that year. He has since extended it twice, today being the third extension. Millions of Americans were struggling, of course, at that time to stay afloat. Because of the pause in repayments, 41 million Americans were able to breathe a little easier during some of the toughest days of the COVID-19 pandemic. Today, America is stronger than we were a year ago, and we will be stronger a year from now than we are today. However, as our administration recognized in recently extending the COVID-19 national emergency, we are still recovering from the pandemic and the unprecedented economic disruption it caused, which is, of course, is the root reason for this extension. In order to enable Americans to continue to get back on their feet after two of the hardest years this nation has ever faced, we have announced earlier today, of course, the extension of the pause on federal student loan repayments through August 31st of this year. That additional time will assist borrowers in achieving greater financial security and support the Department of Education's efforts to continue improving student loan programs. Also would note, one note on the COVID funding bill. We have made clear for months about our funding needs. And at every step of the way, we've provided the details that Republicans have asked for, even when they've asked for has changed in real time. I have a little prop here. I'm just going to call him Vanna over here. Thank you. This is Kevin Munoz. This is 385 pages of information we have given to Capitol Hill and briefed them on how COVID funding has been spent, what we need, what the needs are. These are the kind of details we have provided and constantly briefed members on the Hill to make clear to them what the impact will be if we do not get this funding. You can have access to this for a prop if you would like it as well. We'll make copies for you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. But unfortunately, as we've gone through before, going back to January, we've worked going back to January with members of Congress, Democrats and Republicans on the funding needs. We've hosted dozens of briefings. We've held more than 36 conference calls. We've shared more than a dozen funding tables, all available, 385 pages. And we've also given Congress a full accounting of every dollar that's been spent on the COVID medical response and a full accounting of the entire American Rescue Plan, which, as you all know, goes well beyond the direct medical needs. We've also provided all the specifics of planned additional funding, how it will be deployed against the additional purchase of monoclonals and pills and vaccines. And unfortunately, even after Senate leadership agreed upon a pared down bipartisan bill, Senate Republicans decided to move the goalposts yet again and force amendment votes on something completely independent of our COVID response needs. And at this point, the question we have is whether Republicans are acting in good faith to provide the resources we need to save American lives, or if they are just playing politics. The virus is now waiting for Republicans in Congress to get their act together. We know BA2 is here. We know that it is more transmissible. We know that it is leading to increased cases, and we know we're already seeing an impact on our resources. The program that reimbursed doctors, pharmacists, and other providers for vaccinating the uninsured had to end yesterday due to a lack of funds. America's supply of monoclonal antibodies that are effective at keeping people out of the hospital will run out as soon as late May, and our test manufacturing capacity will begin ramping down at the end of June. So we're going to continue to work closely with Congress to drive to a solution, because the president knows that we can't afford inaction in this moment. It's going to require politicians to stop skirting their responsibility to the American people. COVID is not over, and we have an obligation to protect our country, the American people, and make sure we're taking steps to prepare. Finally, last thing. Last night, as you may have all seen, we announced the authorization of an additional $100 million in security assistance. The Department of Defense announced to Ukraine through Presidential Drawdown Authority. This package will meet Ukraine's urgent need for additional Javelin anti-armor systems, which we have been providing to Ukraine, and they have been using effectively to defend their country. The Javelins have been one of the most effective weapons the Ukrainians have deployed in combating Russian tanks and Russian armored vehicles. They were critical in the defense of Kyiv and other areas. areas, and we want to ensure we continue to get them in the Ukrainians' hands. We also continue to work with our allies and partners to provide Ukraine with additional capabilities and expect to have more to announce in the coming days. Kevin's been out here before, so I have already embarrassed him in the past, and I will keep it short. But Kevin, as many of you know, is our COVID spokesperson. Kevin only recently turned 26, which means he can barely rent a car, but he can now. But he has become an expert. He is stalwart. He works 20 hours a day, and he is indispensable. And so I'm very grateful to Kevin and happy he's out here to provide the prop, but also to provide all of you with many, many answers on a daily basis. Okay, with that, Zeke.
Thanks, Jen. You just mentioned that COVID isn't over. We just saw the president give us remarks to a very large crowd indoors. I was hoping you'd speak a little bit to how the president views sort of when it is safer going to such large gatherings. Is that the sort of thing that he's trying to model for the rest of the American public, that the risks for most people from COVID now are lesser than they were a year or two ago before vaccines and the treatments? Is that sort of behavior now, it's not something that should be stigmatized or and should be embraced?
Sure. I think what the president is doing is he is following CDC protocols and models, and that's exactly what we would recommend the rest of the country do. That includes getting vaccinated, getting boosted, getting an extra booster if you were eligible, as the president did just last week, and obviously taking any steps or precautions that the CDC recommends to keep yourself safe. And obviously in Washington, D.C., we remain in a yellow zone, and the president follows those protocols as needed.
And just to update, you said when the last time the president tested for COVID?
I suspected you would ask this. I've asked this question, and I will get you an answer to that as quickly as possible. As you know, he has a regular testing cadence, is usually tested a couple times a week. We will venture to get you that as soon as possible after the briefing.
Different topic. The U.S. today sanctioned a number of Russians, including Vladimir Putin's daughters, as well as some other senior officials. I was talking about them speaking about that, sort of the administration is thinking about when are family members of Russian oligarchs and Russian government officials sort of fair game for sanctions, and how you've weighed, the distinction between minors and adults in this case, sort of collective punishment, or trying to prevent them from harboring assets with people who are not necessarily involved in the decision making in Ukraine, but is going to maybe benefit from that.
Well, we've seen a pattern over time of President Putin and Russian oligarchs stash assets and resources in the bank accounts and of their family members. And so this was an effort to get at those assets, and that's why these individuals were sanctioned.
But why the distinction then between minors and adults?
Well, again, we look at where assets may be stored and stashed and make a decision and an assessment on what's appropriate. Go ahead.
The New York Times has a verified video that appears to show a group of Ukrainian soldiers killing captured Russian troops outside a village just west of Kyiv. Has the White House seen these videos? Do you have a response? Is it something you're investigating?
I have seen the video. I don't have any confirmation or validation of the video or the report.
And so far, the administration, or the U.S. has spent about $2 billion since the beginning of this invasion. Obviously, you've said the U.S. is committed to doing everything it can to help Ukraine in this fight. But if General Milley is correct in what he said yesterday, that this really could go on for several years, are these numbers sustainable over the long term? Can you keep up at this pace?
Well, I would say first, just to reiterate what General Milley said, and the president has also been clear, that there are tough days ahead for the Ukrainian people. There's a likely scenario where this could go on for some time, and even as they have moved their forces and they've retreated from Kyiv, they retreated from the north and the west, and they're consolidating forces in the east and in the Donbass. And we've warned that we're entering a new phase of the conflict that could last for some time. It doesn't mean it will look exactly the same, or the needs or the resources will be exactly the same, and that is something we will continue to assess in our conversations with the Ukrainians, as well as with our allies and partners around the world. And right now, just to note, obviously our focus is on amping up and providing a range of military assistance. The $100 million for Javelins is a good example of that, as they earn an active fight every single day against the Russian military. Also humanitarian and economic assistance, and there will be different needs that will come about over the course of time. And that's something we are, of course, committed to continuing to support their recovery from this, their continued fight from this. But I can't make an assessment about sustaining, because obviously this war and the needs will change over the course of time.
And if this is a really protracted, prolonged conflict, given what the Treasury Secretary said today, sort of warning of the enormous economic repercussions of this war for the whole world, what does this mean for the economy in the U.S. for the next year or two? Can you just give us sort of a big picture of what Americans should be bracing for?
Well, as we've made decisions about putting sanctions in place, we've continued to do that through the prism of maximizing the impact on Russia and the Russian economy while minimizing the impact on the West and the United States. Obviously, there are areas where there has been an impact, including on the price of gas, and you saw the Federal Reserve convey today the impact of the Russian invasion on inflation, and we know that to be the case. But what we're trying to do is mitigate those impacts, and obviously not just the announcement of the release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, but the announcement by the IEA today is the largest release that they have ever done in history. And all of these are part of our collective effort to mitigate the impacts on the American people over the course of time. Even the length of time of the release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, meant to be a stopgap measure or kind of a bridge measure to get to the point where oil companies could produce more, is intended to have a mitigation impact over the course of time. So what we're doing is anticipating and trying to take steps to reduce the impact on the American people over time.
Following up on that IEA question, do you have a detail or figure of how much oil has been released to the 180 million barrels to date?
I'm happy to get that for you. I'm sure that our team may have that, but I don't have that in front of me.
Can I ask, President Biden today told union members, Amazon, here we come. Was he endorsing the efforts of workers to unionize Amazon facilities?
What he was not doing is sending a message that he or the U.S. government would be directly involved in any of these efforts or take any direct action. What he was conveying is that is his longtime support for collective bargaining, for the rights of workers to organize, and their decision to do exactly that in this case, something that he has long supported broadly over the course of his career. Go ahead.
Just back to the issue of the sanctions that are being imposed on Putin's children, obviously sanctions against him as well. Does the U.S. have a rough estimate at this moment in time of how much of his assets are tied up versus what he still might have access to?
I don't have an assessment to offer from here on that. But we know that we've seen attempts and efforts to stash assets in the accounts and resources of his children.
A senior administration official earlier today was raising the question of Putin's endgame, that at some point he would presumably recognize that this war has been a failure for him. Given some of the scenes that we're seeing in places like Bucha and Mariupol, does the U.S. believe that he is any closer to realizing that reality today versus a week ago, a month ago?
Well, remember, the scenes we're seeing in Bucha are from events and atrocities that didn't happen yesterday. They happened some time ago, right? And there will be more of those, which our Secretary of State and our National Security Advisor have also predicted, unfortunately, because there are a lot of areas of the country where Russia has invaded and committed atrocities, no doubt, which we have not yet had visual access to. I would say that I can't make an assessment for you from here on what is in President Putin's mind. What we do know is that because of the impact of the economic sanctions, including the ones we have taken today and steps we have taken over the course of time, we have seen an unquestionable significant impact on Russia's economy. And that has led to this question now, as a result of the decision around whether or not they would be able to make a bond payment earlier this week, that they will have to decide whether they are going to spend down dollars and resources they have to avoid default, or whether they're going to spend that continue to spend that money in funding the war. And that is a part of our objective, is to force them into a place where they are making that decision. But we've seen Russia's economy collapse by 15%, wiping out the gains it made in the last 15 years. Inflation is spiking up to 15%. Russia is set to lose its status as a major economy. And our objective is to implement those consequences, to make it much more difficult for President Putin to fund the war, and we're seeing the direct impacts of that already, and to make it clear that this was a strategic blunder. And we're already seeing those impacts on the economy. How that impacts him, and that is not something I can predict in terms of getting into his mind.
What is the administration's current assessment of what Putin's endgame is? And does the administration believe that that may have shifted since the beginning of the invasion?
Well, I would say that while they have moved their troops around and repositioned, we have not made, and they haven't made many airstrikes in the last 24 hours, according to the Department of Defense and their briefing, which you may have seen, or their backgrounder. We also know that their goal remains weakening Ukraine as much as possible. And we should be under no illusion that that objective hasn't changed, even as their tactics have changed. Go ahead.
Jen, the president today, as he was talking about his vow to stand by Ukrainians, added a line, and by the way, if I've got to go to war, I'm going with you guys. Can you clarify what that meant?
There's no intention of sending troops to the ground or fighting a war between with the U.S. forces against Russia. That was a reflection of his long love for labor unions and members of labor unions and the building and trades workers who were there and people that he would always love to be in the foxhole with, not an indication of a change in U.S. policy.
He also referred to that heated exchange we saw that involved Secretary Austin, and he said, with regard to Ukrainian troops, we've trained them and we've given them the weapons. Can you clarify what he meant by we've trained them? What training was he talking about?
Well, there was some time ago training, and we have provided them obviously a range of weapons over time. What point he was making is one Secretary Austin made yesterday. Without the extensive military assistance that we have been providing the Ukrainians, the security assistance, over the course of the last several weeks and even months before that, $1.6 billion worth, maybe a little higher now after the $100 million last night, they would not have been able to effectively fight back as they have. And how it has basically worked is they have requested a range of assistance. We go through and see what we are able to provide. We often work with partners and allies to provide assistance we don't have access to here, and then we expedite the delivery of that over the course of time, whether that is javelins, stingers, or a range of materials that are the U.S. military has determined they're not only trained on, but has been effective in fighting this war.
But aside from the physical resources, what training was he talking about? What was the latest training the U.S. troops have done?
There's not new training to report out to you. What he was really emphasizing, and the important part here is what Secretary Austin was also talking about, is the military equipment that has been provided that has allowed them to fight this war.
And one more on sanctions. You've said a couple times now that the U.S. sanctioned Putin's daughters because there's reason to believe Putin has stashed his wealth with them. Does that mean that the U.S. has some information about where the billionaire daughters are stashing their wealth?
I don't have any more to provide to you from here. We make assessments about where to implement financial sanctions to get close to not only the assets of President Putin, but those around him. And we have seen a long pattern of using relatives and family members to stash wealth. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. First, on immigration, our team in Texas is saying that you guys are starting to give smartphones to border crossers, hoping that they'll use the phones to check in or to be tracked. Which part of that is supposed to deter people from crossing illegally into the States?
Well, I think you of all people, since you've asked me a range of questions on this topic over time, would recognize that we need to take steps to ensure that we know where individuals are and we can track and we can check in with them. The Alternatives to Detention program is just what we utilize, has 3 unique forms of technology to monitor participants enrolled in the program: telephonic, It's just one of them, which is uses a participant's voice to create a biometric voice print during the enrollment process. And when the participant has a check-in call, their voice is compared to the voice print. Smart Link, which is another option, enables participant monitoring via smartphone or tablet using facial matching technology to establish identity. And Global Positioning System monitoring is of a participant's location and movement history using satellite technology through an ankle bracelet. This is all part of our effort as individuals come into the United States and individuals who are entering, who will proceed to immigration proceedings, to monitor and track where they are.
With the telephonic, though, any concern by folks around here that these migrants will take the phones and just toss them? And then
Do you have a record of people throwing phones away?
I'm just asking if that's a concern.
Our concern is ensuring that individuals who irregularly migrate to the United States proceed through our process of, of course, being monitored, but also participating in hearings to determine whether or not they will be able to stay. I would note that nearly 80% of non-citizens released at the border from DHS custody under prosecutorial discretion have either received a notice to appear or are still within their window to report. So actually, the vast majority of people are appearing. In part, we have these monitoring systems in order to do that effectively.
Okay, on another topic, was it common for President Biden to do favors for Hunter Biden's international business partners, like writing college recommendations for their kids?
I've seen the report. I have no confirmation or comment on a report about whether or not the president, when he was a private citizen, wrote a college recommendation letter for an individual.
A college recommendation letter, though, from at the time a former vice president would be a big deal. So do we know what the president might have gotten in return for doing a favor like that?
Again, I have no confirmation of any recommendation letter the president wrote when he was a private citizen, by the way, not serving in public office. That's even the report.
But he's the president now, and you're his spokesperson.
Correct. And he was not the president at the time of this report.
So there's evidence that the president at one point was office mates with Hunter and his brother Jim here in D.C.
It's not accurate.
That is not accurate. So when Hunter Biden is emailing a landlord, please have keys made available for new office mates, Joe Biden, Jill Biden, Jim Biden, that you're disputing.
They were not office mates, no.
They were not office mates. Okay.
Great. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. On student loans, briefly, you were sort of asked about this yesterday, but I just wanted to come back to it. So as people plan for the future, should borrowers expect that after August 31st, they'll have to repay their loans, or is there a chance that it could be further extended after August 31st?
We'll continue to assess. And what we look at, well, of course, the economy is in a better state than it was a year ago. And we have a strong recovery. We also understand that there are a range of impacts that are still longer lasting because of the pandemic, including the impacts on costs and inflation. And this is part of the president's effort to help alleviate that, as was the family glitch announcement of yesterday. So we'll make an evaluation. The Department of Education will look at that on a range of factors as we get closer to that timeline.
Has the president at this point ruled out the possible executive level cancellation on a wide scale of student debt?
He has not ruled out, but I don't have any update on that. And I would note that, again, he would encourage Congress to send him a bill canceling $10,000 in student debt, something that he talked about looking forward to signing on the campaign trail.
Just really briefly on the G20. Secretary Yellen said today that they may not, that the U.S. might not attend meetings if Russians are there. Is she implying that these would just be individual meetings, or would it be a kind of broader scale boycott of the G20 in Bali?
I think they have later clarified she was referencing at the ministerial level and more specific meetings. I would point you to them of the more specifics. The president has also said, he said on the trip, that he did not think Russia should be a part of the G20, meeting. And I would note it's 7 months away, which is a lifetime in our lives, but it wasn't an indication of plans for us to boycott or not attend. It was just, it shouldn't be business as usual, which is something the president has also said.
Jen, is it a priority of the president to try to identify the Russian units that carried out the atrocities in Bucha? Is that something that the U.S. may be able to do, and is it something the president wants to have happen?
We will continue to assist in every way possible with these efforts to track down data, additional information, and contribute to the international effort to do exactly that.
Let me ask, if I can, a couple other questions that made news today. A judge has just issued the first outright acquittal of a defendant charged in the January 6th Capitol riot. This was a New Mexico man, Matthew Martin. He was acquitted on some misdemeanor charges by the judge. This man had claimed that he thought police allowed him into an entrance near the Capitol Rotunda. Does the White House have any view now that that case has been adjudicated?
I don't have any specific comment on that case. We continue to support the efforts of the January 6th Commission and all of the members in trying to get to the bottom of what happened that day to prevent it from happening in the future.
Let me go back to one last question as it relates to what's happening in Russia. The U.S. still doesn't have an ambassador to India. It appears increasingly clear that Los Angeles Mayor Garcetti doesn't have the votes right now to be confirmed. How does the lack of an ambassador to India impact our ability, America's ability, to pressure India not to work with Russia in providing any aid or assistance?
Well, our preference is always to have a confirmed ambassador on the ground. It's an incredibly important diplomatic position. We also engage with countries through a range of channels. And obviously, our Deputy National Security Advisor was just in India recently in the last few weeks, conveying clearly what the consequences of violating sanctions would be and what the mechanisms are, and also making clear that that we do not think India should accelerate or increase imports of Russian energy and other commodities, even as obviously those decisions are made by individual countries, and also making clear that we stand ready to support India as in any efforts to diversify its imports and serve as a reliable supplier, even as they're only importing about 1 to 2% of their oil from India. So we have a range of ways to communicate and engage, and obviously sending our Deputy National Security Advisor is an example of that, but clearly our preference would be to have a confirmed ambassador in
The
place.
President still support that nomination?
He does. Go ahead.
The Russian ruble has been on the rise. Viktor Orban in Hungary said today that he'd be happy to pay for Russian gas in rubles, that he's happy to buy more Russian gas. Is there anything the U.S. can do about this? Are you engaging Hungary on this point?
Well, I would first say in terms of the ruble, the reason it's important to note that the Russian central bank is making extreme policy decisions to artificially prop up the ruble. So it's not actually on the rise. It is being artificially propped up by limitations that they are putting in place, including barring banks from selling dollars to customers. Russian brokerages are not allowing foreign clients to sell securities. Exporters are being forced to sell 80% of their dollar revenues and buy rubles. So they are essentially manipulating it on their end. As it relates to Hungary, I mean, slightly a different question, but obviously there was the recent election, as you noted, of Viktor Orban. I would note that our Hungary is a NATO ally, continues to be. We continue to cooperate on a range of bilateral and shared global interests, including on NATO defense and on humanitarian assistance. They're currently hosting forces from an Army Stryker infantry troop as part of a NATO battle group. We regularly conduct joint training exercises with them, and we will continue to work to strengthen our partnership with Hungary. Obviously, reliance on the ruble is a decision individual countries will make, and we've obviously made our views clear on that front.
So you have engaged Hungary on this question?
That is not what I conveyed. I just conveyed they're a NATO ally. Go ahead.
Can we go back to the sanctions? As they were announced this morning, the Sberbank and the Alpha Bank sanctions, I believe, exclude energy. They're full blocking sanctions excluding energy. Similarly, the SOE sanctions coming tomorrow also will not affect the energy sector.
Yeah.
Can you speak to that balancing act? Is that because you're worried about domestic impact here in the U.S. on the price of natural gas, price of gasoline, or is that because the Europeans asked you to sort of carve that out? Why is that still sort of a bridge too far for the U.S. on these sanctions? They're not really full blocking sanctions if they're excluding energy.
Well, I mean, I would say they're quite extensive, given Sberbank is the largest bank in Russia, and Alpha Bank is the largest private bank in Russia. So, and in total, we've now fully backed more than 2/3 of Russia's banking sector. These conversations and discussions obviously are done in coordination with our European allies and partners, and we continue to assess how we can maximize the impact while minimizing the impact on other economies, including, of course, the global oil marketplace. And we've taken steps, of course, banning oil imports. A number of countries, including Poland in Europe, have announced their intention to take steps, but that's up to individual countries to make. But it's part coordination, assessment, with other countries and our allies about the impacts, but I would still say it's quite a significant step given they're the largest bank in Russia.
So is it accurate then to say that this was done because of the Europeans saying, hey, this would be.
No, this is, but we do update them and brief them on the steps we take and why, and we look at the impacts on how things will impact the United States, how they will impact a range of our allies as we make decisions about sanctions.
Very quickly on the central bank actions propping up the ruble. Do you have any sense of how long they're able to keep that up?
I don't have an assessment from here at this point in time on that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. On immigration, with the lifting of Section 42, there are a lot of Democrats, particularly Democratic senators up for re-election, who worry that you don't have a plan to either stop the spring surge of undocumented immigrants or handle it. What do you say to those Democrats?
Well, I would first say that Title 42 is not an immigration measure. It's a public health measure, and one that Congress has given the CDC authority to make a decision about. And we respect that and think that's absolutely right. This is why the president proposed an immigration bill on his first day in office, and we would certainly welcome efforts of anybody to work with us on that. But as we're implementing this over the course of the next 5 weeks, if I'm doing my math correctly, we've also surged resources from the Department of Homeland Security, and we will continue to take additional steps to implement and make clear that this is not the time to come, that there will still be significant measures put in place for anyone who tries to irregularly migrate to the United States.
Do you feel that what's your goal and what do you expect, what impact do you expect to have on the spring surge with those kinds of measures?
I would really point you to the Department of Homeland Security to make any projections of that, because we have not made any projections of what it will mean in terms of the ending of Title 42 either.
Thanks. I know that you talked about the stringent measures you've taken to keep the president safe from COVID that go beyond the CDC guidelines, but that's such a visual contrast between that and the president showing up maskless in front of people at some of these events. So how do you make sure that you keep that protection bubble around him? I'm sure you feel like you're asked to explain this ad nauseum, but the bubble's looking pretty porous lately. So how do you keep that sort of enforced?
I would say first that we continue to take measures that go beyond what the CDC protocols are. That includes ensuring that everybody who's going to see the president in a meeting is tested in advance. Or if you're traveling with the president, you're tested in advance. When possible, we take steps to socially distance in circumstances, which certainly the Oval Office and other meeting spaces in the White House allow for. If an individual in the White House is a close contact, they are asked to, or required to, I guess you could say, wear a mask for 10 days after that exposure. And they are also tested regularly following. So I would say we take additional measures that go beyond what the CDC protocols and requirements are to ensure that we're doing everything we can to keep principals safe. The president, the vice president, and others, of course, in the building.
Was everyone tested before the Easter event tomorrow? Everyone who was there?
It's not at public events. I'm talking about at meetings. But again, I can check on the protocols for public events. Sure.
Have you changed any protocols surrounding him in recent days as more people are in the administration contract this virus?
We've continued to implement stringent and strict protocols. I would note that even as we're looking at, with BA2, a very transmissible variant, as we all know and our public health officials have told us, we've seen an increase in cases, right? In the country, in the region, among the press corps, and certainly in the White House. But it is not at this point what we saw during Omicron. And what the steps we have taken here, including policy put in place to ensure that return to work was part of our policies in the federal government, are meant to ensure that can continue to be the case. And even while we have individuals who are out with COVID, everyone here is required to be tested, highly recommended to be boosted. People who are out because of that, the vast majority have mild cases and are continuing to work from home. And obviously, we are continuing to implement the return to work policy and feel we have the measures necessary to do that.
So what's the clearest version of the message that you're trying to send to Americans about living with this virus, even as infection rates rise? I mean, that it's not the end of the world if you get it, if you're boosted? I mean, is that the message you send through the president who's maskless in front of hundreds of people, that this
This isn't the end, that we have to live this way. Is that
The message we're sending is to follow the CDC protocols and guidance for where you live. The president does that. He did an event in Washington, D.C. today. Where it does not require mask wearing. There are other parts of the country, as you know, where he's traveled and he has worn a mask, where that has been the recommendation. Our protocols also here, we would certainly project this to the American people, are that getting vaccinated and getting boosted, and if you are immunocompromised or you're over a certain age, getting your next booster is certainly a way to help protect yourself. That's something the president has done, and every member of the senior staff and White House staff has done and will continue to do, although some of us are teasing the people who are over 50 that we're not old enough yet, but that's a sidebar. When we are, we will be doing that as well. So it is to follow the protocols and to recognize that the statistics show you are significantly more likely to be hospitalized and even to die if you are not vaccinated, if you are not boosted. And yes, we are living with COVID-19. We are continuing to fight it. And our biggest message right now is that we need the resources from Congress to continue to have to ensure we have programs for the uninsured, that we can provide treatments for immunocompromised, that we can make sure that we have testing mechanisms and booster mechanisms, and we're at serious risk of those programs not being able to continue. Some haven't, obviously. Go ahead, Karen.
Just to follow up on something you said to Mara, the Title 42 question, you said that the administration will be taking additional steps to make clear this is not the time to come. That was, of course, a pretty explicit message from the president and others last year. Do not come. Is that still the message on May 24th?
Yes.
Okay, and then a follow-up to that, as the U.S. moves to end Title 42 in May, are there discussions now, or is there any update you can give us on ending the testing requirement for re-entry into the U.S. for people traveling here?
I don't have any update on that at this point in time. That's something we will continue to evaluate.
Thank you so much. I have a follow-up on sanctions and energy.
Sure.
The European Union said yesterday that they are paying Russia every day a little more than $1 billion for gas and oil. How long can this go on, in the president's view, without undermining the collective effort to punish Russia?
Well, I would say that we continue to believe that it's up to individual countries to make assessments about what additional measures they will be put in place. While we are focused on continuing unity with our NATO allies and partners and our European partners, it does not mean that it is always identical, and different countries have to make their own assessments. What we've also tried to do is take steps to ensure there are other options to reduce dependence, even if it's a small percentage, and if there's a varying, as you well know, degree of reliance for these countries you're referencing on Russian oil. And some of them have taken steps to convey they want to reduce or end their dependence or import of Russian oil. And that's something certainly we'd support and play any constructive role in helping expedite.
Jen, again,
I'll come around to you in a second, follow up on the question about Hungary. Are there any plans to engage with them about this particular topic of paying in rubles at any level in the coming days or weeks?
I'm happy to check with the State Department and see if there's any plans for engagement about it.
Okay, Jen, again, the American Catholic.
Thank you. You talked about the increasingly bleak picture of Russia's economy. Over the years, public reporting has shown that white supremacists and other domestic extremists have developed an affinity for Russia. Is there any concern that as the Russian economy continues to degrade, that Russia might try and inspire domestic extremists, domestic terrorists to commit acts of violence on American soil in retaliation?
It's an interesting and scary question. I don't have any prediction or assessment of that, nor have I heard a prediction or assessment of that from our national security experts or the Department of Homeland Security. I'm happy to check with them and see if there's anything on that front.
Jen, again, question?
Yes.
Go ahead. Okay, all right, Jen. So an American Catholic nun has been abducted Monday night by gunmen in Burkina Faso in Western Africa. Her name is Sister Sue Ellen Tennyson. She was doing missionary work there. Is the White House aware of that by any chance, her abduction?
I'm happy to check with our national security team and the State Department. Obviously, they would have purview over any steps to bring, sister, tell me her name again.
Sister Sue Ellen Tennyson, and she's working in Burkina Faso in Western Africa.
Sister Tennyson back, who clearly was doing incredible work, humanitarian work, it sounds like, on behalf of the people in Burkina Faso. I will check with the State Department and see if there's any updates on this specific case. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, go ahead, Patsy, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Jen. I want to follow up on what you said yesterday about the lack of global COVID funding. And you explained it essentially means that the U.S. cannot turn the doses that you already have into shots in arms. And I believe that the U.S. has already purchased the 1.2 billion doses that is pledged. And out of that, there is about 680 million that haven't been delivered. So my question then is, what will happen to those doses? I know, like, possibly you already have funding for delivery, the cold chain storage, training people, and so on. But what happens to the rest of it when you are unable to turn those vaccines into vaccination?
Well, we're not quite there yet, and our hope is that we will be able to turn them, vaccines into vaccinations. But as you know, it's not just an issue of vaccine doses. It's the know-how, it's the capacity, it's the tools and mechanisms to be able to store, deliver, implement getting shots into arms in a number of these countries, which is why a number of countries haven't even been able to accept the doses that we've been able to offer because of that know-how. And that is part of the program that is so essential to fund through USAID and other of our international bodies to do exactly that. But we're not quite at that point. We're going to continue to press for international funding, just like we are going to continue to press for domestic funding, because we feel it's important and imperative that we continue to be the arsenal of vaccines around the world.
Samson, how you want to do that? Is the goal to push for a separate package on global COVID funding?
I'm not going to get ahead of where we are. Obviously, it was disappointing, to say the least, that the package did not move forward despite an agreement on that yesterday afternoon. But what I'm here to convey is that this funding domestically and internationally is imperative. It's urgent, and we're going to continue to press for all of it.
I have one more question on Dilip Singh's visit to India, which was also partly to go on a listening tour for the Build Back Better World. That was actually scheduled to be formally launched early this year. So if you can give us an update on that, why is it not launched yet? And at this point, do you feel that it is with the projects, with the listening tours, with the pilot projects that are being planned, is it robust enough to be introduced to the world as a viable alternative to China's Belt and Road Initiative?
As you know, the president has used his own time to talk about Build Back Better World and how important it is to our efforts to rebuild infrastructure without the strings attached around the world. That speaks to our commitment to it, and obviously our Deputy National Security Advisor taking a trip himself, having a discussion about it as a reflection of our commitment to that and our efforts. Go ahead.
Can I ask you a follow-up question on
Go ahead.
COVID? The WHO Director
Earlier
General
this morning at the Monitor Breakfast, NEC Director Brian Deese mentioned a classified briefing that took place earlier today between lawmakers, Jake Sullivan and others about, quote, escalating vulnerabilities around semiconductors. Can you tell us more about this meeting, and was it an effort to get Congress to hurry up on the reconciliation of the two related bills?
Well, I can't speak to the specifics of a classified briefing. What I can tell you is that we can remain committed to supporting efforts to get USICA passed, which includes significant funding for chips manufacturing and production, which, as we know, is a big hindrance to our ability to manufacture a range of items in the United States, including cars and others that rely on chips. And this bill has a great deal of funding for it. So I think it was a reminder, and more details that I can't get into from here on how important addressing that shortage and being able to produce them at home are moving forward. Go ahead.
As the administration sort of collects this evidence for a potential war crimes trial against Russian officials, does the U.S., does the administration have a preferred venue for where that type of trial might take place? There are obviously a few avenues available to the international community.
There are, and there's a lot of precedent and that has used different venues. So at this point, that determination has not been made. What we are doing, and I think I would point to first our Attorney General's comments earlier today about the role of the Department of Justice in this effort moving forward. But we have supported a range of efforts, including the efforts by the Ukrainian Special Prosecutor to gather information and the work of the War Crimes Unit under the Ukrainian Prosecutor General, not special prosecutor, and a team of international prosecutors who are working with them. We also, in the last few weeks, we helped establish investigations through the UN Human Rights Council and the OSCE of possible violations by Russia, and we welcome the investigation opened by the ICC prosecutor. So there has been different ways that war crimes, unfortunately, there are past instances and examples, have been investigated and tried in the past, and we're going to support all of these efforts, but there hasn't been a determination yet about what mechanism it will take.
Has this effort changed at all the thinking of the administration as it relates to the relationship between the U.S. and the ICC?
Well, we are not a member of the ICC, as you know. That hasn't changed. We have supported and contributed data and information to ICC investigations in the past. We supported the UN Security Council's referral of Libya to the ICC back in 2011. And if you look back to 2004, we also provided data and information to the ICC investigation of Darfur. So there is past precedent, even as we have not been members of the ICC. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. A couple of follow-ups. When the president said that the U.S. was training Ukrainians, was he talking about training that had occurred during his administration?
I don't have any other additional details. What he was really making a point about is what Secretary Austin said yesterday, which is that without the extensive and robust military assistance we have provided, the Ukrainians would not have been able to as effectively fight and push back on the Russian invasion.
He said, Amazon, here we come. You said that he was generally expressing his support for the right to unionize. Moments later, though, news broke that the SEC was beginning an investigation of Amazon. Was that a coincidence?
No relation. SEC is an independent agency.
Was he aware that there was an investigation?
Not that I'm aware of.
And then one final one. This administration has sent everything from medical supplies to laser guided rockets to the Ukrainians right now. While this administration is making them more lethal, is the thought that we are bolstering their defensive capabilities, or is the administration confident that we are bolstering their offensive capability to, in fact, expel Russia from their borders?
Well, their country is being invaded, so it's all defensive. They're defending their sovereign country and the territorial integrity of Ukraine using these weapon systems that the Department of Defense has long categorized as defensive systems. You wouldn't go invade another country with a lot of these systems, the vast majority of these systems. That's not how you would go about it. And obviously that is not what they're doing. They're trying to protect their own people, their own cities, their own innocent civilians who are being invaded by a foreign power. Okay, let me do one more in the back because I never get to the Huffington Post, and today is the day.
Thanks, Jen. There was a recent report that the president had expressed some frustration that the former president had not been charged. Without getting to the details of that, there are lots of people being charged with obstructing an official proceeding, meaning the January 6th certification. Well, the former president was doing that openly. His administration was doing it. Why wouldn't you charge? I mean, why hasn't the president come out and said that, if that's the case?
Well, first, I've never heard the president say those words or say that phrase that was reported, and I know Ron Klain said something similarly, so I don't know. We each spend a lot of time with him, but I would say that the president from the beginning has felt strongly that the Justice Department and the Attorney General must operate independently, and any decisions about prosecution need to be made independently. And that is the strength of our system, even as the former guy ignored that, and former President Nixon ignored it as well. The president does not want to be in that category of how you approach the separation of the White House and the Department of Justice, and he thinks that will even strengthen our systems as they've been weakened over the last few years. Okay, thanks so much. All right, everybody. See you tomorrow.
All right, see y'all tomorrow, man. See y'all tomorrow, man. That's it, man. We're gonna wrap it up here too today. That's it, man. That's it. What a day. What a day. Market closed. They didn't close 3 minutes ago. We closed. We'll see what happens tomorrow, you guys. We saw kind of got a direction here. It kind of, came back to the same spot. So it's consolidated. We got both ways, and it's consolidated there. So we'll see tomorrow and the rest of the week, Friday here, what it's going to bring here. But man, what a day, what a day. This is and was the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We'll see you guys tomorrow, man. Hope y'all enjoyed the live stream. But this is it. Peace out. Have a good evening. LCAOD.